all across the Earth and seeing things that you shouldn't be able to see based on there being curvature of the Earth. And do you know what the Globers tell us? They tell us it's a mirage. It's
No,
all just an illusion.
they say it's refraction, right?
Yeah, refraction, meaning it's not
So
actually
that
there.
picture,
It's an illusion. It's a mirage.
like the picture of Chicago skyline from
Yeah. They're saying that's
the
not
sand
really
dunes.
there. This is what I would find.
No, they don't say it's not
right?
really there. They just say that,
You're saying it's
there's
not
enough
really there.
refraction
You're
where you
saying
can
what
see
we're
it.
seeing.
It's
what we're
53
seeing-
miles away. Should I be able
Yeah.
to see it?
To say that again?
53 miles away from that beach, the tower is.
Depends
Okay,
on
so-
relative elevation.
Yeah, it depends what your observer height is, but if you can get your observer height and then you can get the height of the tower, then you can use a curve calculator to see how much of it should be hidden by the curvature. And Kero-san, don't start trying to say you're not saying it's not actually there. You are saying that. You're saying it's a refracted image that's been bent up around a curve, which you don't have any evidence for to begin with, or that property of light bending around it, which you don't have any evidence for to begin with.
Well, for an example, like the Chicago skyline, where it can be pictured on certain days of the year.
Which should be entirely hidden by the curve, right?
But it's only a specific, like very, very specific time of year that it can be seen. But most of the time it can't be seen at all.
We've got people who live around that area, and they're not saying it can only be seen at certain times of the year. So you are saying it's not really there. You're saying if you shine a laser at that skyline, at those buildings, you're not actually shooting those buildings. That's what you're saying.
Well,
You're saying it's an illusion. You're saying it's a mirage.
A laser is light and would also be affected by refraction.
You're saying the image
So how
of
do you know
the
there's
skyline
refraction?
isn't actually there. It's physically below a curve of Earth, which you've got no evidence for, and you're saying what people are observing is an illusion just because NASA are saying the Earth's a spinning ball, basically.
No, we've known fraction. We've known refraction and observed it and measured it and have equations for refraction way before NASA was a thing.
All right, I'm going to quote Indio real quick. He'd say, "So your only evidence for a globe is a flat Earth."
That's hilarious, bro. Oh fuck. But tomorrow, the next day, you guys will come in all cocky and hostile again, shouting and yelling about the globe and how retarded we are. It's like a never-ending cycle.
Does anybody else like fillets of fish from McDonald's?
Yeah, man. Slide me one this way. Set it by.
Everyone thinks it's freakish. I love it, me.
Filet of fish, Matt Friday.
Oh, that's amazing.
Straight GMO burger, a GMO patty.
Talk about the curvature of the filet of fish's bone.
So is this what you Globers spend your time doing?
Who?
So to clarify that question, do you guys believe in refraction or?
I got
exists,
taught refraction like Pink Floyd in school.
Refraction is a real phenomenon, okay, and it's actually become a very broad term to encompass effects that actually contradict each other, at least in terms of how they're presented. So when people invoke refraction, a series of clarifying questions really need to be asked so that we understand we're talking about the same thing.
I have a question. Do the flat earthers ever debate it? Do you ever go into any of the debate channels?
Can't you just drop like a fucking, I don't know, like a cord or something in water and see refraction? Like the different what do you call it? Indices of the.
Oh, you've got to get
of the.
Yeah, obviously.
Glass.
Okay.
Obviously, I mean the change between water and air at a boundary, at a transitional boundary, is pretty stark. It's significant.
So,
but what about the air itself?
Yeah. Do you believe that if I get a vacuum pump and I produce a vacuum, and then I like somehow make. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that it's going to be a total vacuum there, but do you think that the light will have a different speed there than in a place where you have like the place full of air?
Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm down with Maxwell's equations. Sure.
Place full of air.
So how come there wouldn't be refraction in air if you have like I don't know, like maybe clouds or something, right? Because there would be water there.
You have to be clear again on what we mean by refraction, right? Because you have refraction where there's a transitional boundary between two media of different optical densities, right? And that transitional boundary, that layer, provides a thermodynamic condition that actually changes the path of light. Now, the air doesn't have that present in it. So when the light changes through the air and deviates, it's not due to a transitional layer. It is due to a changing index of refraction, but that change is actually quite minimal. Like it'll go from 1.0003 to 1.00032, whereas water is going to be like 1.3.
So let me ask you this: if I grab like air with I don't know, like 40% humidity and air with 41% humidity, wouldn't that density be slightly different, not very different?
I mean, there's a lot going on with humidity too, right? The air isn't stationary usually, right? Because you got a lot of evaporation. The air and the water is mixing together all the time, so you'll have more evidently some kind of turbulent effect through humidity.
But it does happen, right? So like the index does go a little bit up. Yeah. Okay.
Sure, I'm down with turbulence. Yeah, there's a change. There's a gradient. Now what does that do? Does that like make globes look flat all the time?
No, I mean, I was just responding to the fact that a slight change in density doesn't mean that it's fake. I was just responding to that because that.
No. I mean, nobody's disputing that light changes and deviates through media that varies with its optical gradient. So that's the issue is to what degree and how do those effects manifest? Every time I see light deviating from its source, it usually results in a loss of image fidelity unless you have a purpose-built lens of some kind.
Unless the deviation is very small, right? And then your lens still captures it.
Well, yeah, if the deviation is small, then it's not curving around the Earth, right? So consider this too, right? Like, let's say that you're looking out over a globe, okay? You're looking out over this massive globe. You're seeing out maybe 10, 20, 30 miles. You're like, man, this is a very high refraction index day. What would be causing it? You're claiming that every point of light from every place on the surface of the globe, from down to your feet all the way out to the horizon, is arcing in a different optical path. Trillions and trillions and trillions of light sources, call them rays, each taking different optical paths, arcing at different rates of change, but are conspiring together to produce a flat image that is clear. That is quite a profound claim.
Wouldn't you expect that if they're with so much variability in the atmospheric conditions that can happen even over the distance?
Why would I expect clarity?
No, I thought you were talking about how it differs so much in different locations.
Yeah, I'm saying because of that variability, it is quite an extraordinary claim to suggest that every source of light that you're seeing that's likely reflected off a surface is taking its own independent optical path to your eye through a gradient index that's changing. And somehow trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of rays over, call it maybe 100 square miles, is flattened out and stable and looks beautiful. I mean, that's a conspiracy theory if I ever heard one.
Well, don't you accept that, or don't you agree that the very long distance photography, that the objects that they're targeting in those competitions or whatever you want to call it, are extremely distorted, and there's a lot of there's a lot of diffraction, there's a lot of diffusion that is happening.
brother.
I mean, it happens. It doesn't mean the Earth is curved. You know, and
But
we got
accepting
competition
that.
images in infrared, right?
Are you talking about JTOL?
Well, I mean, we got those, but we also have Beyond Horizons, the competition long distance infrared crew that aren't even flat earthers. Right? They're seeing distances
Mute up. Hold
in
on.
infrared.
Hold on. Mute up, Homo. Wait.
No, I'm sorry. I'm back. I'll
Yeah,
mute.
mute up, man. Carry on, please.
Yeah, I mean, we've got long distance panoramic photography that's far beyond orders of magnitude what you'd consider possible on the surface of the Earth.
Can you share a couple of examples? I'm not familiar with the specific ones you're referring to. I've seen some of them, but I haven't looked at them with the scrutiny that you're offering.
Yeah, hang tight, okay? I operate on my phone, so you have to be patient.
Top of the morning to you, Indio.
What's up? You guys are going at it, man. I thought you'd be ranting about Shiva's freaking spiral, but not. You got right back to business.
Did you hurt his feelings? Or was it Yoda?
Dude, he's gone. You know how when there's noobs that enter this topic, like they're not, goers, and they just, especially like big content creators. What comes to mind is War Lodge. Like he talked to Witsit, and then after talking to him, he got so thoroughly cooked, he totally went off the rails in the next 2 weeks, just spamming Twitter, going crazy. Shiva's done one of these, but times 10. He's gone totally he's gone mental, totally mental. Reposting McToon, doing all sorts of weird stuff. Just gone totally crazy. It's really funny. Stalking some flat earthers, saying Santos Bonacci's a flat earther, and just all sorts of crazy nutty stuff.
Do you know what it feels like to me? It feels like he's one of those guys that's been in here that we've just fucking smacked sideways, and now he's out there all butthurt, and he's got this grand plan that science is going to prove the shape of the ground, and he's going to make himself look like an idiot, and he is that hyped up that he's actually going to wreck himself. And because of this, when people go aggro, they just don't think properly. That's what he's done at the moment. He's seen totally red, and he can't think properly.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. In his good old talk with Dave Weiss, he said when he was talking about forming this good old group to do an experiment, he said that they're all going to sign scientific ethics statements, saying that they're not going to, basically pledging that they're going to follow the procedure, blah, blah, blah. So I asked him on X, I said, so are you going to sign an ethics statement before you construct the group? He fucking blocked me. When I asked him if he was going to sign an ethics statement, I got blocked, dude.
Take a screenshot of that. Take a screenshot of that and let somebody else post that screenshot of you being blocked by the statement that you made. It's going to get a lot of people... Yeah, a lot of accounts enough in his face, they're going to show that you've been blocked for asking that question.
Yeah, so I'm like, why did this dude block me? So I went and I looked back at all the posts, and the last post I made to him, I hadn't said anything bad to him before that. Nothing rude, nothing about anything, just asking questions about the hell is he doing? And the last thing I said to him was if he was going to, I said, your bias against flat Earth is showing more and more. It seems like you've made up your mind before the experiment. Are you going to sign the ethics statement that you suggested on Dave Weiss? Blocked. That's what I said verbatim.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's going to happen. He's going to end up proving flat Earth. He's playing into our hands when he's out of control. So that's good. It's working for us. Let him be out of control some more. Love it.
It's just funny watching this stuff happen in real time, right? First, he's like arrogantly, a little bit annoyed, ticked off, irritated. There's nothing to this flat Earth thing. This is just ridiculous. And and then he'll say something. Like he posted this. Someone asked him. They asked him, what would the sun look like if you factor in the sidereal, the rotation of the Earth and the motion and the Earth's orbital motion and its motion through space? What would it look like? So he posted a bunch of equations and some sarcasm about flat earthers not knowing math. Shane jumps in, Yoda jumped in, a bunch of people jumped in. One person was like, "You got that from?" Said like, "Did you get that from Quora?" Said because it's wrong because I think it was this. He used the symbol omega for the rotation, the sidereal rotation. He said if this number, he says that can't be it because if that number goes positive, then the sun goes backwards. And posted a whole equation for that. Like he totally cooked himself, dude. Totally cooked himself. And that was like a couple days ago, and he's just getting worse and worse and worse, and of like pissed off that he just can't
he can't prove anything. He's digging himself a hole and exposing his inability.
Yeah, he was another one of these people that thought this is real easy. I'll just take care of these flat earthers. Earth's the globe. I'll just go poof and they'll be gone. Nah, it ain't working out that way. It's getting worse for him.
You know what's crazy is that when you were talking about Dr. Shiva, the Hero Sun and Francisco slid out the back door. The guys who were advocating for the Earth being a globe for over an hour and a half to 2 hours, they were advocating for that. The moment you started talking, they found their exit and they left. I'm just pointing that out to the audience that these guys who came in here trying to prove that the Earth was a globe via the Humberg Bridge or the Verrazzano Bridge didn't come out with any evidence whatsoever. So
they said the bridge, bro. No way, man. There's still
the Humberg Bridge was first.
The Hanover Bridge, right? I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, something like that. But that's what he was stating, that he had the evidence for it. Turns out he didn't. You go ahead.
Yeah, 1.25 inch deviation he was talking about with the towers. But I kept teasing him, saying, "Yeah, but the water's level underneath." Kept winding him up.
How would you even measure that, dude?
Exactly. And I slapped him with the Chinese bridge. 102 miles, no curvature consideration. 102 miles. Talking about bridges, there you go. There's a bridge for you. I can sell it to you if you want to buy it.
Now, I remember I think it's the Humberg Bridge or whatever it is. I remember they did stick two things on top of each of their verticals, and the precision of their measurements was like, an order of magnitude larger than what they were trying to measure. I remember going through that a while. I know Heretic. I could look in the server and dig it up, I'm sure. But like no one's brought it up pretty much since then that I've heard. It was thoroughly dismantled. AI and Heretic dismantled it.
It was doing the rounds back in the day. On this server back in the day, yeah. And it was hammered to the ground. It was totally destroyed. Yeah. I was there. I remember it. Foolish ideas, I was there when you actually dismantled the guy. I was there that day as well.
Yeah, because they just read like some silly headline. I mean, I have emails from the guy, as a matter of fact.
I think we're going back about 2 years ago, if my memory serves me right. About 2 years ago, you really killed the guy.
2 or 3 or something. It was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm starting to get the idea that these guys think we're lazy. They think
They
we're
don't know
lazy, that
do
we're
they?
just sitting around doing nothing, man.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm looking at 5 hour long videos. That's how busy I bloody am. You know what I mean? And that's a long time to be looking. You know.
That's the thing about the Dave Weiss video and the Dave Weiss and Shiva is Shiva would say something like, "What you got to do is blah blah blah," and Dave would go, "Okay, yeah, we did that. Here you go. Let me show you this," and he'd go, "I don't care about that. We got to do it again, right?" And he did this like 5 or 6, maybe 10 times. He'd
Yeah.
say something, and Dave would bring up an instance where we had already done that, and he'd just say, "I don't care." He'd literally say, "I don't care about that."
Yeah. Well, that's it. You know.
He
That's
does
the
not
ending,
care
man.
about what's already been done, which is like when you do any research on something, right? You got to review what's already been done. That's the whole, like, you know what I mean? You have a literature
Yeah.
review, a
You've got
research
to,
review.
otherwise you don't know that. You don't know the. You don't know the other side. You don't know the true story of what's going on. You've got to know both sides. Yeah.
You got the real boss. You got the real boss wanting to have a conversation with Flat Earther. So he's saying something in the text chat, but I think he's waiting for an opening to actually talk to
Oh,
Flat
dude,
Earther.
just elbow your way in here, man.
Yeah. Jump on everybody's head, get in here, climb over everybody, get in, get your
He
seat.
said it's hard to argue with people who make up facts on the spot.
We give you the facts on
Did
the
he
spot.
leave?
Yeah. The facts on the spot
there he
because we got a brain. That's what it is.
All right, go ahead, real boss. The real boss. Go ahead.
My question is, how can I see the ISS from my backyard if it flies over my area? How can I see that if it doesn't exist?
In the question fallacy, man. How do you know it's up there? Is the Earth a globe? Bloody
Because I can
hell.
see it. You can get binoculars and literally see the satellites on.
What do you see? What is it exactly you are seeing?
You can literally sign up and it will tell you when it's going near your house, and you can see it with your binoculars. You can see the
Can you
satellite.
speak into your mic? Because I can't hear you now. You're getting faint. Can you speak louder, please?
I'm afraid you're gonna have to turn up your volume. I can't speak any louder.
Wow. There you go. What a pussy.
The problem is your mic is choppy, or your voice changer's choppy, one of the two.
And everybody else on hear him now.
About what it was.
Okay, so let's just address this question. Why can you see the ISS with binoculars out of your backyard? Because it's a drone at 40,000 feet going 350 miles an hour. How about that? That would be visually identical. That would be visually identical to a 300-foot object at 250 miles going 17,000 miles an hour. It would be visually identical. So, now that we've dispensed with that.
But how does that stay up there, and how do they make it go so fast and so accurate?
I just covered that. You can't tell its speed from looking at it, right?
But
depends on how close you are to it, right? So if you're even if you're going fast, objects far away, right? Even though they're going fast, they don't go fast across your field of view because they're very far away. You can't tell it's going 17,000 miles per hour. I just told you it would be visibly identical to an object 7 feet long at 40,000 feet going 300 miles an hour. Okay, visually identical. It would look the same size, the same speed.
I've seen the ISS in the sky, and it appears to go faster than I
in the sky. Exactly. No, you did. How did you tell how fast it was going? Tell us. What was the methodology?
Well, I have eyes, and I can look up in the sky.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah,
it looks
exactly. How'd you tell how fast it was going? I'm asking you.
Because there's literally a live map that you can go on NASA's website.
No, I asked how you did it, not how how they presented it to you on a screen. I'm asking how you did it.
Well, yeah, you can compare your eyes and see where it's going and where it is, and if you're in that location where it says it is, you can see it go across. And as soon as it says it's going
So
you're okay. Now you're making stuff up.
Can police do that as well when they're using their? They don't need a radar. They just see a car whizzing past. They go like, "Oh, that guy's going like 80 miles per hour." How do they figure it out with light? Bro, you're crazy, bro.
You can
like you need some sort of technology, man. If you're gonna verify.
No, he needs to realize how things work. Okay. You have a car that's going 100 miles an hour go past you. Okay. but it's 100 feet away. And then you have another one that's a mile away, also going 100 miles per hour. One appears to go slower than the other in your field of view. One crosses your vision slower than the other, but you can't tell the absolute speed. You can't say, oh, well, they're both going 100 miles per hour. The ISS, from 250 miles away, going 17,000 miles an hour, would look like something that, if it was 40,000 miles away, is going 350 miles per hour. What aren't you understanding? And it's secondarily, as far as spot the station goes, people don't see it every time they use it. Okay? What if I do spot the station tomorrow at night? Now we're back to TV show.
Look at the link I sent.
Which
in the
live
chat,
stream?
and when it's going near your house, you can literally look up and see it. It's.
What if I don't see it? And what if I don't see it?
Well, you won't not see it unless there's clouds in the way. You can see the ISS if the sky is clear.
What if I don't see it? Answer my question. What if I don't see it? Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, if you don't see it, then yeah, it probably wouldn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
In fact, you would see it because
you don't know that. This dude knows what I would see. He knows for a fact what I would see before I see it. Bro, you're making shit up. People go to see the ISS all the time and don't see it.
Well,
it has to be. Listen, brother, listen. You have to be at the right angle, and it has to reflect the sunlight to you in order for you to see it, because you're seeing reflected sunlight, right? So if you're not at the appropriate angle, even though it's above you, you won't see it.
I've never seen it.
Stop lying.
Not mean they exist.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. I'm just proposing.
You are lying. And address what I just said. Address what I just said. Tell me back what I just said, then address it.
Well, you're giving me an impossible question here because you're saying, "What if I don't see it?" Well, I know you're going to see it.
No, after that.
What if I've never seen it? Does that mean it doesn't exist? If you have something that exists, it won't not.
This is your argument.
You can only see it. You can literally look up in the sky and see it right there.
Yeah, what if I don't?
Well, then I would say either you're lying or it doesn't exist. And I actually believe my observation more than I believe you.
Well, I just gave you their explanation of why you don't see it when it goes overhead. That you're not at the correct angle for it to reflect sunlight to you.
Have you ever not seen it?
Yeah, I would say
I don't see it right now.
True. That's absolutely true, because when it actually flew over my head and it was coming from the horizon across to the east. So as it was coming across, it was real bright on the eastern horizon, the western horizon. But as it was making its way across the sky, it turned to like a bright white to a red. It shifted the colors. And then it trailed off, I couldn't see it anymore after that. So yeah, what he's saying is correct.
Yeah, well, if it's actually going across the sky, if you see sometimes the skies are red, and that will make the ISS turn up a red light.
That's 5 miles a second, by the way. 5 miles a second. 5 miles a second. It's covering.
25 times faster than a bullet.
Yeah, what we've established is that what India was saying is correct. So if you don't have the sunlight that's reflected on it, you won't be able to see it. So once it trailed off to a position where the light wasn't hitting it anymore, then it just disappeared. But outside of that information, how does this prove that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or a globe? How does what you're saying prove that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a good question. Great question.
Go ahead.
Crickets.
Are you talking to me or who are you talking to?
You, bro.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to someone else. Sorry, can you ask that question again?
In what way does this observation prove that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or a globe?
Because if it was flat, then what in the world am I seeing up in the sky?
No. Don't ask the question if it's flat. I want to know the affirmation that this specific observation helps you understand that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Go ahead.
I don't understand your question.
How does it positivity
Looking at the
ID?
ISS help you understand that the Earth is a giant marble?
Because you can use the ISS to identify that the ISS is actually flying around the Earth. If the ISS doesn't exist,
What?
then maybe the flat Earth would be true. But the fact that I can see the ISS,
No. Oh, okay, all right. Draw the correlation from looking at the ISS to understanding that the Earth is a giant sphere. How did you figure that out?
Well, because the ISS actually circulates around the sphere and uses it to literally.
Okay, how did you? Yeah, don't beg the question. I want to know how you know it's going around a giant sphere. How do you figure that out? By looking at the ISS.
Because a flat Earth, it would not be possible.
No, stop talking about flat Earth, bro. Stop talking about flat Earth, bro. Go straight to how you figured out that looking at the ISS gives you direct information that it's going around a sphere.
Okay, yeah. So can I see a picture of flat Earth?
Not possible. It's physically not possible for it to go
can I see a picture of flat Earth?
Go outside and take one.
I know, right?
No, like where's the picture of flat Earth?
Yeah, I just told you.
In every photograph ever taken.
All right, I muted him. Back to the guy. All right, so can you tell us how you derived that the Earth is a globe from looking at the ISS, for God's sake?
I think I explained that pretty clearly.
No, you didn't.
Because every time I give you evidence, you just refute it. But
no, you're not giving evidence. You're just giving a series. You're giving a series of claims, dude.
Didn't a fellow who believed in the flat Earth theory prove himself wrong?
Okay, why are you interrupting?
Oh my God!
Now you're on mute. You guys are not going to save this guy. You can call all your dudes you want. They're not going to save you. You're not getting up the hook. You're not going to slip out the back door like the other clowns did. Okay,
is this
really simple? I don't know anything. I leave my house. All I have is the internet. I look up ISS tracker. I look up in the sky. I see the ISS for a flash. How do I know the Earth's a globe from that?
Well, because I know it's not a flat Earth through that.
That was the extent of your argument? Because I know the Earth is not flat. Wow.
It's called an Ipsy-Dixit fallacy. It's not flat because it's not flat because I said so.
Yeah, that's it. Because he doesn't know it's not a globe, does he? He doesn't know it's a globe. He hasn't measured it.
And I'm going to bring you back to my thing where I said that it's impossible to argue with people who can make up proof on the spot.
What facts did we make up? You made up facts.
Whatever.
You're literally the one that made up facts. You said the only way you couldn't see the ISS is if it wasn't there or if it was cloudy. Which is bullshit. I demonstrated that's not true. You made up facts. So you're projecting your own infirmities onto us. Good try, though.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, and would you seriously be able to see something traveling at 5 miles a second? 5 miles in a second, would you be able to see something traveling across? Because the closer that ISS comes to the eye, the faster that's going to be going. 5 miles in a second.
You can see it because
no, you can't see it. And the zone at which the ISS is meant to be is highly radiated anyway. According to
what does it do for you?
It would be dead anyway in there. It would be no ISS.
We just proved that the ISS is a non sequitur, to the Earth shape. So,
what does that do for you? Yeah, what's this talking point about the ISS? Can you connect the dots? What does that do for you?
We asked him. His connection was, I know the Earth's not flat. That was his connection.
And he knows it's the ISS.
Yeah.
Because people on the ISS say they looked at Earth and Earth looks like what?
No, he's using spot the station proves the Earth's a globe because he knows the Earth is not flat.
Okay, well you need to look up.
That's his logic.
Yeah, inside your own worldview now, the astronauts had said, what does Earth look like from the ISS? Flat and stationary. So even if somehow you were able to get there yourself, you would see the Earth as flat and stationary.
Well, I know for a fact it doesn't look stationary, as you can actually see a live stream from the ISS, which makes it not look stationary.
Yep. From the ISS point of view, it's moving over a stationary Earth.
Sorry, repeat that.
From the ISS point of view, if you're on the ISS, you're moving over a stationary Earth.
Yeah,
you're not stationary, the Earth is moving. The Earth is stationary, and you're moving.
You're moving around the Earth, and the Earth is moving, and the Earth is moving around the Sun, and that's moving. So it's depends.
You get none of that from the ISS. That's none of. It's just some sort of mantra you're repeating. There isn't. None of those observations are contained inside your observer dependency.
You're screwing with this factory setting.
Look, this is what always happens. We go to the empirical evidence, and you guys run away to story time every time.
Story time.
No, here's the thing. You guys ask questions that are totally unrelated, and people their questions always say, "Oh," and they laugh and laugh.
Totally unrelated.
Other people have to
We're specifically asking you. We're specifically asking you how that the ISS observation has anything to do with the Earth's shape, dude. How is that unrelated? Are you talking? You still talking? How is it unrelated, bro? We're asking you, what does the observation of the ISS do anything for the Earth's shape? And you literally said, "Well, it's not flat, bro."
It was your claim too. Don't forget that. You the one came in here claiming that.
You're making it sound like what we're saying is unrelated. Dude, we're talking specifically about what you said.
Yeah, we're addressing your claim, bro.
What is wrong with these guys, man? Like,
dude, seriously.
Oh.
No, because they're narrative spinners. That's all they do. They just try to spin some stupid narrative. Dude, that don't work here. Go in one of the other channels where your nonsense works. It doesn't work in here.
I was a flat earther for like almost a full day.
Oh, now you were a flat earther.
He was never a flat earther. Stop lying.
Okay, so tell me, buddy.
Don't make
on the surface.
Making Jen's eyes roll back behind his head, bro. Really?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's hilarious. He says, I was a flat earther. Oh, sure. What's a flat earther? I don't know.
He said for a day. He said he was a flat earther for a day.
No,
it's like,
I was a flat earther for 10 years. No, I'm not.
Yeah, what convinced you the Earth is flat? I don't know that either. But you know you were a flat earther for a day.
But now he knows it's not flat because he's seen the ISS. Oh, what a fool. Look, 5 miles a second. Try and get that into your head. 5 miles a second, every second, 5 miles. You're not seeing that.
Was it a leap day?
A leap day?
Was it a leap day in a non-leap year?
That was April Fool's, bro.
I'm just some guy.
Groundhog Day.
Here, and I think I held up pretty well. And you guys are in here all ganging up on me. And
okay,
look at this dude grandstanding.
Yeah.
Look at him grandstanding, man. He's like, I think I did pretty well. Like,
you just interrupt me because you know I'm going to.
Hey, Maggie, just be nice. Just be nice, Alpha. Just be nice.
Bro.
So why were you a flat earther? What?
Take that humongous L with you.
Because people showed me proof that the Earth.
Some people showed you. You were never a flat earther then. No one here was convinced because of what somebody said. They checked.
Wait. If you were a flat earther, what made you change it back to a glober? What made you go from a flat earther back to a glober?
No. Let him go. Let him go. With what was the evidence? What was the evidence that was shown to you that you convinced you the Earth was flat? The actual evidence, not what people said. The evidence.
Quite frankly, a lot of stuff I was watching Flat Earth Dave a lot and stuff, but I later looked into what I believed and found out that it was later either not.
You did all this in a day? You did this in a day, in a single day?
I looked at videos and stuff, and that's how I was a flat earther.
2 months.
This is a bullshit story.
Like,
we know.
He's gone for months now. It wasn't a day, it was months, he said.
So why would you tell this bullshit story after accusing us we make up facts on the spot? You literally just did that just now.
No, the reason I'm not a flat earther is because you guys make up facts, and that's why I'm not a flat earther.
Which fact? Name one fact we made up. One.
That you wouldn't be able to see the ISS in the sky when you can literally see it and track on it.
No one said that. No one said that.
I believe one of you did actually.
No, no one said that. We record this just for this very reason. No one said you can't see something. He said that we can't see, that you can't see the ISS in the sky.
Well, sorry guys, I gotta go. Bye.
You can though.
Yeah, no one said that. So you
Also,
just made up a fact on the spot again.
Also, bro, do you realize that when you say making up facts, that's an oxymoron. You're making up a fact that's an oxymoron, bro.
He just hallucinated.
Yeah, something is or is not a fact. It's not like make it. You can't make it, dude.
Fuck.
It's like I just imagined the fact.
I know, right?
Put off the concrete. Or...
You're just making up facts, and you're just pretending fiction. These people, man.
Yeah, I just think it's very funny that he just cried about us ganging up on him when he basically called us a bunch of liars in the chat, and then came in here and then called us a liar again by saying we make up facts.
And also it's like a flat Earth channel, right? So you should expect to be outnumbered if you're gonna argue.
But when you start with disparaging people's character and reputation, right, you're gonna get a little pushback.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is this morning, but everybody who is advocating for the Earth being a globe, their mic is extremely low. Like they're talking like they're talking.
Yeah, they've lost their confidence. That's what it is. Lack of confidence.
You know?
Is mine
No,
good?
I've noticed that. Yes, I've noticed that. It's a lack of confidence. That's what it is. No confidence in the globe.
Sound off like you got a pair, bro.
Use your man voice.
Is my mic good? Is my shit good?
I don't know, man, but it just sounds like you guys trail off when you talk, and it's like, I don't know. You don't speak with confidence, like Jen was saying.
That's crazy.
At any rate, do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe? XM4.
Hold up.
You came in here unprepared?
He turned his pockets in, said, I left my globe Earth evidence somewhere else.
So did you ask me?
He's window shopping for curvature, I think. Window shopping.
What do you guys ask me?
If you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence.
He laughs.
Okay. Lay it on us, man. Give us one solid evidence.
Why do I gotta lay it on you?
Well, because
there's so much.
Everybody seems to think that they have all this information that supports the Earth being a globe, but when it comes right down to it, man, you guys are like, well, it just is.
Well, you don't know what I am. You don't know
Bro, you said there's so much evidence. Unburden yourself from all that evidence and give us a little. You don't want to carry all that around. Give us some of that globe evidence.
Shit, man, it kind of got me on the spot. I wasn't like.
Oh yeah, because there's so much, dude. You should just be able to puke it out nonstop.
Yeah. No,
you have to know by coming in this server that you know. I mean, you know what to expect coming in here, bro.
Yo, who put the timer on? That's so good. Sorry, bro. All right.
Clip that.
Give me a second. I mean, listen, bro. It's not even the evidence itself. It's more so that there's like, I've said this in here before, I think, like, there's thousands of different institutions on Earth that like check each other. They all verify each other, and they all like check out they test the same shit. You can't
say that.
Dude, come on, man.
By some
you know
wizard.
Dude, you're waffling, bro. You're waffling right now. You've produced nothing of any evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. Everybody's got all this information, and there's many institutions. There's birds, there's trees. I eat noodles. Like, dude, where's the evidence that the Earth is a globe, bro?
You don't have a counter argument for that, though.
What argument? It's an appeal to. It's a logical fallacy. It's an appeal to authority fallacy.
You want me to like repeat it?
You absolutely produce no evidence, bro. None whatsoever.
Amy, let me ask you a question. Okay, everybody, a whole bunch of institutions thinking the Earth is a globe is evidence of what? Is it evidence of Earth being a globe?
Well, listen, man, it's like actual. Like,
answer the question. Right? Answer the question. Like, what is it evidence of? Dude, answer the fucking question. Shut your pie hole. Answer the question I asked you.
Trigger?
Dude, because you're ignoring me. Answer the question.
All right, what was the question?
Oh my god, he's just trying to piss you off.
Okay, the question was, let's just assume a whole bunch of institutions all agree that the Earth's a globe. What's that evidence of?
I think that's framed a little childish. Like, you know what I'm trying to say, though, right?
Just show us the evidence then that you're talking about. Show us all this.
I know exactly what you're trying to say. You're trying to say an appeal to authority fallacy.
It's not really. It's not really. Like, I'm very anti-authoritarian, but it's.
Yeah, but you're using an appeal to authority fallacy. Earth's a globe because the authorities. Bro, you're trying to demonstrate Earth's a globe because the authorities said Earth's a globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's like, it's not even authority per se, but just like universities, academies. Like, there's.
What is that? Okay, credentials. Okay, appeal to credentials. We can just switch it.
What do you mean
appeal to credentials fallacy?
A credential fallacy?
It's called an appeal to credentials fallacy. It is the same thing as an appeal to authority. Nothing. Listen, brother. Like, it's really simple. No quality about the person saying something can prove the claim of what they're saying. Okay?
So it doesn't matter.
They can
like
be whatever you want it to be, but with the claim is Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter who said it and what their personal qualities are. That is not the fact that would prove the Earth's a globe. The only thing that would prove the Earth's a globe, stop interrupting, is the experiment or test or measurement that would prove the Earth's a globe. Not who did it or who said it or what their degrees are or how many agreed or any other personal quality.
Okay. Really? So like you would like, okay. So like you would trust like a hobo on the street or whatever.
No, trust
over like a heart surgeon.
Bro, you just threw the baby out with the bathwater.
So it doesn't matter how.
What's trust? What's trust got to do with anything? What's
kind of degree
what's trust? What's trust got to do with anything?
Well, what? Well, I agree. Like, it's not. You should like know that these people have been verified and are like actual academics, and you should.
Okay, but even then, what's trust got to do with anything? You know, trust is another word for faith, right?
I understand. I understand what you're trying to say.
So you have faith that Earth's a globe? Congratulations.
I'm pretty sure it's a globe, though. Like, that's like.
You do your Hail Marys and everything?
You're pretty sure that there's a bunch of people that figured out the Earth's a globe, and I believe in them. That's what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, it's just like everyday like observations too. Like if you
that's what we want. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. That
rationally, then you would come to the conclusion.
Okay. Rationally, like logically.
Yeah, like just common sense. You know.
Common sense. Okay. Give us either the logical syllogism or the common sense, some observation with your senses that show us the Earth's a globe. Go ahead.
What I see
that is a logical fallacy. Sorry.
Yeah, I know that, but let's just freaking, because he doesn't have any sense. In no way do you sense the Earth as a globe, and you know that. So I don't know why you're appealing to common sense.
Like the curve and shit, and you can kind of like the sun and shit. Like, why would the sun be round? The moon is round. You can see everything rotating.
So another logical fallacy.
Like when I see this, I understand. I've listened to a lot of flat earthers explain the sunset, and I have genuinely like, I mean this.
He's off on his own. He's ranting, dude. You're freaking ranting, bro. On your own.
Wait, let me respond. Don't be cringe. Let me respond.
To what? You're not responding. You're ranting. Dude. Like there's a difference.
Well, you
are
like,
ranting.
The sunset.
I asked you. You said it was rational and logical. I asked you for the logic. What, dude? Listen, you need to listen more and stop talking. Are you high?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains everything why you're just fucking verbal diarrhea.
There you go.
Okay. That explains everything. Okay. So, stoner.
Yeah. Well, don't do that. Just because I'm a stoner doesn't mean like.
The problem with you being a stoner isn't the fact you smoke weed; it's the fact that you can't actually follow the conversation. It's like running through frickin' honey, dude. You think you're sprinting, dude, but you're just going in slow motion right now.
You know what? You are right. You're
on a spacewalk right now, bro. You're on a spacewalk.
Spacewalk on Gemini. Now listen, I asked for the logic. You're just saying a bunch of buzzwords. Okay, you've used about 5 logical fallacies now.
Point though, like in all fairness, like come on, like be honest, like shouldn't you at least let me make my point? Where you're gonna say that I was just babbling?
Brother, we just want the evidence of how you know the Earth's a globe, bro. You're just going into this freaking diatribe about people and places and things.
Well, my first response to that was it's not the evidence itself, but it's the fact that the evidence is fact checked.
Only the evidence.
Billions, fucking millions of fucking.
Okay, the people.
Independent people.
I understand that you're making up numbers. First of all, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't make up numbers, dude. Because then we're going to ask you to produce the numbers. Don't make up.
Whatever, bro.
But, okay,
you know what I mean.
But the point is, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen closely. Even if there was a bunch of, everything you said was true, those people would have to have produced the empirical evidence, because science is an empirical human activity. No matter what your theory is, right? You actually have to do the experiment to show if it's true or not. Okay. We want the experiments. We don't want the stories. Okay. So what evidence is there that the Earth's a globe? What the actual experiments, tests, measurements, whatever. We want
there
that.
Are like plenty of there. Cause I know there's a lot
so let's hear them.
That say that the math doesn't add up, and that like the math of the curvature doesn't really like it doesn't.
It don't add up.
Yeah, exactly. But then I see, although I'm not a fucking genius. I'm a stoner, so I won't dispute it. However, I have seen like flat earthers like explain that, and then somebody who's actually like a mathematician from fucking Harvard will just come in and be like, "Nah, they don't understand how it works."
You're making shit up now. Why are you making?
What do you mean? I've seen like plenty of like actual mathematicians come in and be like, "No, they just don't get how it works." You know?
Really?
I understand that maybe not the best argument.
Can you show us where this happened? Where did this happen?
Fucking name one mathematician, bro. Name one.
Obviously, you know I'm not gonna listen. I can name you.
I know you're full of shit, brother.
Nah, respect. He doesn't want to dox anyone.
Okay.
No, listen. Okay. I can name you. Yeah, I don't want to dox the fucking mathematician, but I can.
You
name
got
you,
nothing.
Like, ownership.
Really?
You guys know. Come on, brothers. You know I'm not gonna like name mathematicians up my head.
You're just lying.
Yeah,
we know you're lying.
Conjure that shit up in the conversation.
Why? You think I know mathematicians by the top of my head, nigga? Is it Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, you're lying. No, you've never watched.
Why did you say that? Why did you say there was some, bro? Why did you say there was some? You can't even name one.
I've seen videos.
Just proved it right now.
I've seen, like,
I saw videos of it.
Except
post the video. I want to see the video too. Post the video.
Proven data.
Oh my god!
Post the video, bro. Put your money where your mouth is. All the claims you're making, bro. Put it where. Show us what
you know. Goddamn well,
show us the video.
You know goddamn well you made that shit up. Okay, we know it too.
What do you mean? So, I've seen like so many posts.
Okay, then show us.
Oh my god! Then show us, bro.
I've actually.
Then show us.
Then show us.
Bro,
we know you're making shit up.
And I'm making
okay, so hold on a second. I gotta say this. So there's a guy on X. Listen for a second, dude. Listen for a second. There's a guy on X. His name is Dr. Shiva. He has 4 degrees from MIT. 4. One of them is a PhD. He posted yesterday a bunch of mathematics about the Earth's rotation and its orbit, etc. A bunch of flat earthers went on there and corrected him. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, but did they actually correct him, or did like?
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yes, because one of his angle measurements, and if it went positive, it would have showed the Earth going backwards.
There wasn't like a whole bunch of other mathematicians coming in to be like, no, actually, you guys are stupid, because that's what I always see happening. You know.
Okay, show us where you see that.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Show us where you see that
right now.
You guys have
know
never
there's
seen a flat
evidence, bro. You're talking shit. You're talking.
Are you aware there's?
Evidence, bro.
Are you aware
You've
there's
never
PhDs?
seen a flat Earth debunk video. ever. You've never watched one of those ever. Like you can just Google flat Earth debunk or like on YouTube or some shit, right?
Oh, yeah, like we don't know about that.
You've never seen something like that?
Jesus Christ.
I can also Google globe Earth debunk. So what?
I understand that. Do you guys think
I
like
can Google?
Bro, we're going to your
Biden
specific claim where you say mathematicians were being debunking flat earthers. That specific claim that you made, we want to see that.
Yeah, but it's
Where
true,
is
though.
that? Where is that, dude?
Have you ever tried talking to a mathematician? I think half of what he would say would be.
We have one that comes in here.
What does that got to do? What does that got to do with your claim, bro? What does that got to do with your claim? Your claim.
AB, or dude, we have a mathematician, Matthew Lawrence, who teaches at Loyola University, coming here 3 times a week. Dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I mean, you can just teach me. I'm here to learn.
Well, what about the no mathematicians, dude? Have we ever talked to a mathematician? Shut the fuck up, dude. Stop making shit up. You're starting to piss me off. Dude, stop being a fucking liar. It's disrespectful. Stop being a liar. It's disrespectful.
I'm not lying, bro. You
are lying. Produce that.
Yes, you are. You're a liar.
Produce.
You are.
Okay.
Produce the evidence for your claims, dude. Hey, you said we don't talk to mathematicians when that is absolute nonsense, dude. Matthew Lawrence comes in here. Matthew Lawrence, who comes in here very often, okay, at least 2 times a week, teaches math at university. Is a mathematician.
Epic debate. Yeah,
dude, just go on fucking mute. You're gonna sit there and fucking gab?
No,
you're gonna gab to yourself. No, dude, you're not listening.
I am. Oh, fuck. I'm being dead serious. I swear.
You're not listening, though. What did I just say to you?
I am. Go ahead.
What did I just say to you?
You said that there's like a mathematician from a university in America coming here like 3 times a week, and you like
not just I gave you the Loyola University.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm not American. I knew it was something. Come on now.
Okay.
Come on, come on.
So he teaches mathematics at university, and you said we don't talk to mathematicians.
Well, I was asking, but now I know.
I debated a person that has a degree, a PhD in mathematical physics 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that going?
We talk to these people all the time. You don't.
Okay.
Don't project your bullshit onto us, dude.
I mean, it's all good. Just curious.
Okay, dude, listen, dude, I understand you have an inherent bias that flat Earth has to be ridiculous. Dude, this hasn't lasted this long because it's ridiculous.
Convince me though, like that ass. Like
I'm not sure. We're not here to convince you. We're not here to convince you. That's another bias, dude. That's another bias you have, thinking we're here to convince you. You have shitloads of biases and preconceived notions about what the fuck is going on. Just take them, throw them in the bin, right? Throw them in the bin and start over.
Like forget everything I've ever learned.
Oh my god, you broke him.
I doubt you learned a fucking. Listen. No one said forget everything you learned. I said your preconceived notions about flat Earth and what flat Earthers think, do, who they've talked to, what they ate for breakfast. Take all those and throw them in the bin because they're all wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I understand that. Like, there's like pilots who are flat Earthers, right? Like people who could never.
Jesus Christ! I'm talking about your bias, dude. What is a bias? Do you know what that is? Bias.
Yeah, I know what a bias is. I understand that. I was just asking a question, though.
You have a bias.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is you have an idea. Oh, Jesus Christ. Because they fly over a plane, airplane, flat Earth. You want to be silly? I can be silly too.
What kind of pilot?
What does it matter?
Very low. Well, of course it matters.
It does seem kind of like dumb. Like, how are you going to be a pilot and believe the Earth is flat? Like, doesn't that mean you can't do your job properly?
So what would your flight routes be? You've got to go through the ice wall.
Oh my god!
Your flight route would be the same flight route everybody has, right? Airplanes fly in international flight corridors and domestic flight corridors. So wherever they're going from one point to another, like across the Atlantic, they stop interrupting me. So if they fly across the Atlantic, say from New York City, they don't just fly New York to London. That's cartoon world shit, okay? In the real world, they fly into the international flight corridor and then fly across the Atlantic. So get your cartoon reality out of your brain, okay? We're going to talk about the real world here, not how you imagine things work, but how things actually work.
Do you think Amelia Earhart was a flat earther?
Oh my god!
No, she was a globe earther, and that's why she's dead.
That bitch was capping. There's no way she could have done
she was
that.
a globe earther, and that's why she's dead. And no, she never made it.
Do you think she's in the ice wall now?
No, she was a globe earther, and that's why she's dead.
She's a globe earther, and that's why she's dead.
She must have run out of fuel or something.
Yeah, she got fucking lost, dude. She thought the Earth was a globe. She got lost. Now she's not here to tell the story anymore. I mean, you walked right into it. To be fair,
she ran out of fuel.
Yeah, she ran out of fuel.
Really? Oh my god! I never knew that.
Yeah, because she thought the Earth was a globe, and the distance was further away than the globe predicted, and she died.
Did she fly right over the edge? Did she fly right over the edge?
What edge, dude?
She's dead.
Where did she fly?
What edge? Dude, the edge is you guys' idea. It's not ours.
Being a flat earth, there has to be.
No, I understand that. Like,
what do you know about being a flat earther, dude?
Well, I mean, for any logical, I've been in the.
Oh, here we go, another buzzword. You don't even know what a logical syllogism is.
That's not a buzzword.
Oh, okay. What's a logical syllogism?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying what appears logical.
No. Let's talk about logic. What's a logical syllogism?
Oh my god, that's not what I was saying. I was saying what appears logical to my brain is that the Earth.
He was asking you for the logic.
Have an edge.
Okay.
He's asking you for the logic.
If it's only logical to your brain, it's not logic, dude. Logic is objective. It applies to all brains.
Oh my god.
He's like, logic, seriously, dude. He's correct.
The point of logic is the same as like mathematics. It applies to all brains. It doesn't matter what you think personally.
Can't you just have a discussion without insulting everyone's intelligence?
I haven't insulted you yet. That's coming now.
Things.
I'm asking you questions.
Something's coming.
This is an ego stroking ritual for them. So
why don't you?
You guys not been able to use logic and the way what we're talking about. That's what it is. You can call it whatever you want, but it's also going to be you not producing evidence that the Earth is a globe, like you guys believe that it is.
Some random.
There is evidence though, but you guys just don't want to hear any of that.
Some random people on the internet can debunk your dumbass. How about that? Is that fun? That's fun for me.
I think we're talking about two different groups of people.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what group you're lumping us into. The fact that you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe is evidence that you are in a belief system.
I'm glad you guys can all laugh like a bunch of hysterical monkeys debating.
That's
people who don't really know what we're talking about on here.
It's not a debate. That's the funny part.
Come on here.
You guys can stroke your egos as much as you want doing this. It's honestly pretty funny.
Yeah, it's an ego thing. I feel like.
Yeah, it's also pretty funny you can't produce evidence that the Earth is a globe.
You guys always go to talking about us because you have no evidence. So you can't talk about flat Earth. You have to talk about flat Earthers because you're a bunch of bitches. That's what bitches do.
Seems like you're just salty and nobody wants to believe you're like cult thing.
I don't care. Dude. We're not here for that.
Guys? Yeah, you didn't
Where's
have to
the evidence, huh? Where is the evidence that the Earth is a globe? If you guys are so like high and mighty with the academia behind you, you should be able to produce something, right? Something. Where's that evidence?
Pictures from space.
You ever seen a sunset?
Yeah.
But what about a sunset? What about a sunset tells us that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
I've seen a sunrise as well.
Well, you can see, like, I understand. I've seen the argument before, right? Where it's like a visual trick of the mind. You guys think that it's
no one said that ever. You
wait a minute. Stop talking about
this is how you guys explain it to me.
Stop talking about us. I want you to demonstrate how a sunset shows that the Earth is a globe. I'm going to mute you. You don't shut your pie hole. How does the
I'm basing this off the
show
shit
that
you
Earth is a globe?
Okay.
No one ever said a sunset is a mind trick.
Okay, now I'm gonna mute you now.
Well, I was in here like fucking 2 days ago. People in here told me that.
That's probably you
All right, now he's muted.
misunderstanding what was
I'm
said.
gonna ask you while you're muted so that I can actually tell you. How does the sunset prove that the Earth is a globe? Answer my question. Go.
Sorry, what did you ask me? I'm sorry, I was typing, bro. What the fuck?
No, you're not.
Tenuous way to argue. How does one piece of evidence prove the globe? How does this one thing prove all of it?
Let me ask you, because you're at least you're not a moron like this other guy. So how does the sunset prove that the Earth is a globe?
I think it's ridiculous to ask for one piece of evidence to prove something as big as that, right?
He didn't ask that. J-Dog. Why are you mischaracterizing what happened? We didn't ask that switch. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Hold on. The question was asked to me after that.
What do you mean? Right? I was literally
asked. You're shut up or you're going to get banned. This is your only warning. Shut up, you're going to get banned. You fucking bowed out. So J-Dog. He put that forward as evidence of a globe. We didn't ask for one piece. He put it forward.
AV then directed
Just what I just said, Jay. Jay, address what I just said.
To me.
Yes, address what I just said.
I said that's ridiculous. So that's
what's ridiculous. What's ridiculous? What I just say to you?
This entire conversation.
J-Dog, what I just say to you? What I just say to you?
Why are you arguing with me? It sounds like we agree.
What I just said to you, J-Dog.
All right,
repeat back to me what I just said, J-Dog. Repeat back to me what I just said. Repeat back to me what I just said.
What is? I'm not.
Yeah, you didn't even listen. I'm wrong, but you didn't listen, right? Shut up.
Not J-Dog.
Shut. What?
Man, the firing line is hot today, man. I'll tell you what.
These fucking games are not going to work in here. We're going to pay attention to whether you're paying attention or whether you're just fucking puking up nonsense.
Ladies and gentlemen, please note the high standard of integrity that we display every second we're here. Please note that, ladies and gentlemen, and note the Globers and their shenanigans and their games, and not proving anything, not providing any evidence that we can look at that might lead to proof. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. So we're going to try this again, J-Dog. Yeah, so we're going to try to, where's the ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, it's hard to find around here. So, J-Dog, we're going to try this again. You said you were like taking the piss on us because you were trying to characterize, we asked for one piece of evidence. No, he said the sunset was proof of a globe. Now we're going to ask you how that's proof of a globe. How's it evidence of a globe? How's it anything? You can carry his torch.
I think my stance pretty clear, did I not? I mean, did you not listen to me now?
You mischaracterized what we said. He offered a singular piece of evidence.
So
we didn't say it would only be one piece of evidence. You tried to mischaracterize it as we were saying only one piece of evidence would prove it. You're right. One piece of evidence would prove it. Want to know what would prove the Earth's a globe?
So the
one piece of evidence. Well, do you know that there is one piece of evidence that would prove the Earth's a globe?
I'm telling you right now that it does not prove the globe in its entirety.
He brought it up, dude. He brought it up.
He brought it
right. So now, why are you asking me the question after I've given you my response? This is just ridiculous. It's going to go in circles, no?
Dude, you're not tracking. Okay.
How am I not tracking? That makes perfect sense.
He brought it up, and
I said I'm not going to die on this hill, and you're challenging me on something I told you is ridiculous.
He brought it up. You're trying to pretend we brought it up. He brought it up.
No, I'm not. I understand he brought it up, and now you're asking me a question, and I think that's
let's move on then.
I told you my response.
So we're going to move on then. Can one piece of evidence prove the Earth's a globe or flat? One piece.
One piece of. I mean, obviously, if I were to see it for myself from really high up.
What do you mean see it for yourself?
Like if I was thousands of miles out in outer space, then sure.
Outer space.
It would prove it to myself. I mean, if it's real, then sure. Why wouldn't that be the case? You laugh about outer space, but if outer space exists, then sure, that's a way to prove it if I were to be able to go out there, no?
So looking at
You'll
it.
never make it out there though.
Sure,
So
observing
now
it
what?
for yourself. That's the best way
So
to put it.
looking at things prove what things are. Just looking at them.
So yes, I can't get
So
a rocket ship or
when
whatever and go out there.
builders hold on, Jada. So when builders build buildings and they bring a tape measure, what the fuck is that for? Why don't they just look at the pieces?
What do you mean to measure?
Yeah, to tell what they are, right? They can just look at the pieces and tell what they
This is
are.
a ridiculous
Jay.
premise.
No, they can just look, Jay. They can just look at the pieces and tell what they are, right? Oh, they can't. Right? Yeah, that's right. They can't. They have a tape measure. The only way to prove the Earth is the globe is to measure it. The only piece of evidence we need to prove one way or another is measured curvature over distance. That's all we need. Because it's a geometry claim, and geometry is proven by measurement, not gawking at shit.
So here's my question.
You don't leave the Earth. You don't leave the Earth to prove that the Earth is a globe. You stay on the Earth to prove it's a globe.
What makes
on,
you guys
not
more
off.
correct in your assessment than other people?
Oh my god.
What was their assessment based on? Because we've actually measured it, they haven't. That's why.
I'm just saying, why should I trust you guys over other people?
We didn't say trust us. What we'll tell you is to go test it yourself. That's what we're going to tell you.
So
we're not gonna tell you to
telling
trust
me the
us.
method to determine it is just through measuring, right?
Yes, simple.
Which is a good method to do it. I feel like our eyes for
Well, it's a geometric claim. I didn't say look, dude. I said measure. Just looking is not measuring.
You're also talking before about how you cannot verify something unless you do it yourself, right? So how can you be confident in anything in life?
I've done this myself.
That's a non sequitur question. Sorry, that's not a question we want to answer.
Incompetence.
No, it's not. It's a different.
You're in the same realm of subjectivity. I said you can't know something unless you do it yourself. You can believe things, and you can have all sorts of competence because competence is subjective human emotion. Who cares about what someone's human competence is? We're trying to figure out what is objectively true. Okay, not is what is subjectively believed.
Right.
You understand?
So for the layman, it would be pretty difficult to measure the planet. No, it would be pretty difficult for any individual person to do this unless they have
8-year-olds can do it.
Hold on a second. You don't need to measure.
So 8-year-olds can do it according to your method. No, why is your method correct?
No.
Why is your method correct? You're saying 8-year-olds.
I'm going to tell you, dude. So again,
that's a strong
you
claim.
ask a question. You ask a question, and you answer your own question instead of letting the people you ask answer.
No,
it's a typical bullshit tactic you guys do. So really simply,
at me.
So really simple, Jay. Because the Earth is covered on its surface mostly in water, whatever the water's doing, the Earth has to be doing. Okay. Right?
What do you mean?
Basically, the Earth's surface is one giant. What? Say that again.
Sure. Okay. I guess I don't necessarily know what you mean by doing, other than it's rotating with the Earth, at least with our.
No, water. The surface of the Earth is covered in mostly water, right?
Yes, I agree. And
okay, so whatever the water is doing, that's what the Earth is. So if the surface of the water is curving, the Earth is a ball. If it's not curving, then it's not a ball. Pretty simple.
Sure. So you're saying we observe the water surface not curved, and therefore the Earth cannot be curved, even though I'm guessing we cannot see. So
not talking about C. Not talking about C.
So you measure like what? A laser over water?
Yeah, exactly.
So I've seen these exact experiments that prove the Earth is curved. So what now?
Okay, show it. Post one in the chat. Okay, post it in the chat. Post it in the chat.
There's two
post it in the chat. Post it in the chat.
I've seen these videos, and I've seen.
Post it.
Excellent. We'd like to see them too. Post it.
Post it.
Okay, I don't have the one with Jeranism from that one documentary.
It's not a laser. You don't even got. You don't even know.
It's a light. Okay, it's a light source, right?
Okay.
I've seen other ones where people use light sources and lasers going over 20, 30, 40 miles of water, using the water to measure the sticks, right? I've seen these before. It's
okay,
nothing special. So you have two different bodies going against each other on this exact.
No, you're
so you still haven't posted anything.
Okay, you're mischaracterizing.
On hand.
Jay, shut up.
We have fucking seen them.
Bro,
oh
I'm going to talk. If you don't shut up, I'm going to mute you.
This is so disingenuous now.
Yeah, dude. So basically, what you said was there's contrary evidence. We're asking you for the globe laser measurements that show the Earth is a globe, and for you to post it in the chat.
I don't have these exact videos, but let me go find some then.
Yeah. We had a guy do this. He had 3 PhDs. He said there must be a bunch of globe laser measurements that show the Earth's a globe. He said, "I'll be right back when I find them." That's 5 years ago now. You're not going to find any because they don't exist. Okay. Jaron used a laser, and the reason a flashlight, and the reason he couldn't see the flashlight is because he had 2 boards in front of it.
It's just I've seen these videos, and I've like the one with Jaronism that I'm bringing up too. Well, I'm literally
that was a flashlight. That's
a light source. That is a light source.
But it's not collimating. It has beam divergence, and it has beam divergence, right? And then you have diffraction. Every time it goes through a hole, it spreads out again. Okay? You understand? The experiment was ill-conceived. It couldn't have possibly worked.
Hold on. Lasers also have beam divergence. You're saying lasers do not have beam divergence now?
No, they do, but it's not the same amount.
To a much lesser extent. But now your criteria is a certain amount of beam divergence. So it's not acceptable now because it diverges.
That's why we use a laser because we use a laser.
So then why was it more? Why? At the same distance was
the laser divergence is less than the size of the holes. That's why you're supposed to use a freaking laser.
Yeah. The laser is collimated.
Still detected the light.
Shut up, dude. You don't even want to listen to the answer for the question you fucking asked, dude. This is disgusting. Okay, you asked the question. Let me fucking answer it instead of trying to filibuster. Really simply, the laser divergence. Because they originally had a laser with a collimator, but they left it on too long and melted it. So they had the proper equipment, but because they melted it, they couldn't use it. So they just decided, fuck it. There's 100 people here. Let's just try a flashlight. Okay, the flashlight didn't work. Okay, because the beam divergence of the flashlight makes the spread of the light larger than the holes. Okay, the laser would not have been larger than the holes. Its divergence at the furthest hole would have not been larger than the hole. Got it? That's why. This is simple, dude. It wouldn't have worked anyway because they can't align the fucking holes in a straight line. It's not even possible. You know how tough of an engineering task that would be? You're going to tuck in 2 boards, 6 inches in diameter, and you're going to line them up perfectly, 1.5 kilometers apart.
India, real quick. Not to interrupt you.
Let me just ask dude. You would have the degree of precision that you would have to line them up would be something like 1,000th of a fucking degree. Okay, you'd need surveyors out there for fucking 3 months to even get that accurate. It couldn't have worked. It was an ill-conceived experiment, and the fact they used a flashlight throws the whole thing out. We want the laser measurements of the globe you said exists. We want that.
So now it has to be a laser.
It always was. Why are you trying these fucking bullshit tactics, dude? I already told you none of that shit's gonna work in here.
And so
straw man, all bunch of bullshit. No, it's just a tactic. You know it started at laser. It never deviated from laser.
You had with the other person.
It never deviated from laser. When did it deviate from laser? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by like? Oh, now it's lasers. It always was lasers. When did it deviate from that?
Yeah. Why does it have to be a fucking laser? Is the question?
Well, because it's collimated.
Cool. Yeah, there are such things as customized lasers that don't diverge outwards, so they actually remain focused and straight to the target. Such laser beams exist.
You know what collimated means?
Yes. So they don't diverge outwards.
Yeah, yes, you're calibrating the laser. Yes, effectively.
No, we're customizing the lasers so the beams do not diverge outwards. Okay, and they hit a target now. Listen to this target. 3
laser
by 3
beams
by
have
3.
divergence.
You're talking when I'm talking again. Why do you talk when
not as intense?
Because these are false. Because laser beams diverge to some degree.
Here comes the culp. Here comes the spiral.
Hold on. Are you guys going to die on this hill saying that laser beams do not diverge?
You wouldn't let me finish what I was going to say.
No.
You wouldn't let me finish what I was going to say. You just wouldn't let me finish because you can't help.
He doesn't listen, Jin. He doesn't listen. Doesn't matter what you want to say, Jin. He doesn't listen. He's already sold himself that we said lasers don't have fucking divergence, and we know they do. That's why they use a fucking collimator, you moron.
Such an idiot, right?
Not bring it to zero.
Again, I'm trying to give you a bit of information.
Collimating does not remove all the error. at all.
Yeah. Why don't we mute this guy so we can actually say it?
Let's be correct here and say minimal. Let's say minimal.
Look, why don't you get the material you were asked to get first and foremost? Shut up talking so then you can listen to what I got to say. Go find the material and listen to this. The target that I'm talking about and the laser beam I'm talking about, specially customized, that it hit a target 24 miles away and the target was a total station, they call it, right? 3 by 3 by 3 inches square. That's the target that it hit. All right. So don't be telling me about your laser beams don't work, because they very well work and they prove very well indeed. A very good, precise instrument. Thank you. Now,
Look,
have you got that material
if the
yet?
beam divergence is an order of magnitude smaller than the thing you're trying to measure, it doesn't matter what it is. Because
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's too much of a fraction. Yeah. So say you say there should be 100 meters of curvature and the beam divergence is 2 meters. There's no way that beam divergence could give you a measurement that would support the globe, right? Because the beam divergence isn't great enough.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like there is a beam divergence in all lasers, but there's a limit to it. It's not infinite beam divergence. It's not a 90-degree beam divergence. It's controlled. So let's say it's a half a degree or 1/10 of a degree. That's the beam divergence. So we can calculate over, if we know the distance, how much that's going to be spread out. Now say it's spread out 10 meters, but it's supposed to be under the curve of the Earth 100 meters. Doesn't matter what the beam divergence is. It doesn't help anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And then the flashlight that Jaron used was the wrong tool. Completely stupid. Completely.
So J-Dog, it's a thing in science that if your source of error is an order of magnitude smaller than the quantity you're trying to measure, it does not matter.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
It's too small to affect the measurement.
Yeah. But I think when you're using a flashlight over certain distances, it's not going to be good, is it? Is it? Flashlight. Not focused beam enough. The divergence is wild, but if you've got it right, like you said, then it doesn't matter, of course.
Yeah, flashlights are literally made to light up an area. Okay, that's why they're made.
Yeah, that's why it diverges
real
out.
Quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just real quick, I wanted to go off something you said. Did I hear you correctly when you said that in that Netflix movie with the Jaronism was in, he melted something?
The collimator, the thing that refocuses the beam on the end of the laser. That's what they melted.
And that was Jaron, right?
Okay, that was Jaron. So when they refocus, a collimator takes all the light and makes it parallel. So the lens gets super hot because you're focusing the laser right at pretty much in the lens. So if you're only supposed to leave the laser on like 2 or 3 seconds. So I mean, depending on the collimator, the quality, and how much power comes out of the beam. He said this. He said this in an interview. He said this after. He said this in an interview regarding Netflix. He said, "Hey, we what happened is that I left the collimator on. And I wasn't supposed to leave it on for more than 7 seconds. But I started talking to somebody and forgot I had it on, and it melted to the laser." And I saw photographs at the time of what, he fucking melted it to the laser, right? So now it's not even going out straight. It's like he melted like one side of the laser. So instead of like being a cylinder, it was like a cylinder that was melted at the tip, pointed sideways. So they couldn't use that anymore, obviously, because it's just wrecked.
This is what I
because this was like an event that he did. This was like an event.
Yeah.
It was like more than 100 people there. So it was like a flat Earth meetup to do this. So people came there, and because there was so many people and they would have been disappointed, they decided to try it with a flashlight and got the result they got.
Don't you find it kind of interesting and a little peculiar that for this experiment where at the end it made flat earthers look stupid, now this new one that he's in, he destroys the camera. Like it's like a reoccurring theme that's I don't know. It's kind of strange. You know what I mean? When you said that, that clicked in my mind.
What camera did he destroy?
Witsit's camera. in the TFE thing. He broke Witt's camera.
I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, dude. Supposedly
the
broke
infrared
Witt's camera.
camera?
Yeah. Supposedly broke it. Like he supposedly went and grabbed it too quickly and it broke off the tripod. And that's what Witz was complaining about. Like he didn't have the camera like how he wanted it because Jaren broke it. It's just kind of convenient that he did. And the other thing, he
That's
broke
fucking weird, dude.
Yeah,
that dude is like Bad Luck Shuprock from the Flintstones, right? He just walks around and everything just breaks and falls off the shelves, and he's a fucking train wreck, man. Everything he touches turns to shit.
Fuck, it's just weird, bro. It's like a script, you know what I mean? I don't know. That shit's weird as fuck. When you guys get a chance, I'm gonna post this map that these guys were trying to show me. That I'm gonna post this thing in the chat right now. This picture.
What happened to J-Dog, man? He boot scooted or what?
Huh? What up?
Yeah, meanwhile, you were having a conversation. I think J-Dog left through the back door.
Oh.
They always do that.
Okay.
Usually when somebody else starts talking, they slip out the back door.
Yeah, let the record show, Your Honor, that the Globe laser tests were never presented.
Okay,
so this picture... When people start talking, they move out the back door.
Nor has any other data been shown tonight in this episode.
Right.
Yeah, this is a brilliant one, guys. This is a brilliant episode. The standard is so high. People are coming in and literally spontaneously combusting. It's so good. Thanks, guys.
We do have Homo Ape who actually wants to contribute, I guess, to the conversation. If you guys want to unmute him.
Hey, real quick, look at what I just posted. This picture I just posted. And this is what they're trying to show me. They're trying to say that's where the TFE experiment was, where right at the tip of the L on July, that's Antarctica on a flat Earth. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, great. I don't care. I'm going to unmute Homo Ape. Where is he?
I already got him for you, man. He's good.
Okay.
You left it too long. Why'd you save him? Why'd you save him? Meet me and throw away the key.
Because, we're trying to keep this shit focused, and you were interjecting too much, and it's just like one at a time, man.
Right, now,
so
do you have...
with that guy? Yeah.
Does he have proof of his globe? Sorry, yeah, do you have... I know you're from up north. I know you're from up north in England. Do you have proof of your globe?
I can't see your house right now.
Well, that's because I'm 6,000 miles away. You'd have to go some to see my house.
Where are you?
Right.
He doesn't understand
Japan,
why things disappear with distance.
What? Do you live in Japan?
That's correct. Yep. Been here 26 years. Now, do you have proof of globe?
Oh.
Once again, second time in asking. Ladies and gentlemen, please note. Second time in asking.
Not by your standards, no. Why did you move to Japan?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Not by our standards. And our standards would be reality, wouldn't it? It would be going out and actually boots on the ground, tools out and start measuring. That's what we're talking about. He cannot, comply to that standard. So what standards do you comply with then?
Oh my God, you fuck, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually not even trying to debate you, fucking stupid ape. How stupid are you?
Flat earthers are not jokers. We're real. Of course, because you're
not even talking to nobody's.
It's so funny. You talk all this shit on the internet, but in face you would cower like a fucking girl.
Who would?
Yeah.
Me.
You would.
Yeah, you, dude. You'd cower like a girl.
Oh my God! Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, you would cower
like
a woman.
That little black bean. Don't be stupid. Oh yeah, I would. Yeah. Oh yeah. I would fucking leather every one of you little nerds in this VC fucking.
Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, scallywag.
Yep. Just
you
like any chihuahua. Yep. Bite little chihuahua. Bite
You haven't got a clue.
Fucking fat cunt. You fucking fat little neck being Discord mod. Do you think you could do anything?
It's fine.
Fucking batting everywhere.
He's a scouser. He's got bigger bollocks than most people.
Soft cunt.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like. Do you know what I mean? Like,
he's going to keep going though, because he's Scouser.
Send him over here, Jedi. We'll sort this out.
What a two-bob lemon.
Okay, this stupid little cunt. I was trying to
Bunch of
ask you
fucking
about
cash card
the
guys.
Shut up, you lemon.
trying to ask you about your...
scallywag. Shut up, you scallywag, yeah.
Half a day out in the sun and a good hot shower afterwards, he's gone.
Yeah. Couldn't prove anything. Well out of his depth, ladies and gentlemen. Knows not the model. Clearly knows not the model. Hasn't got any idea of how to begin to measure the curvature of the Earth. Doesn't understand. All he can do is insult. That's all he's got. See what I mean? The standards are so high here. Flat Earthers versus the Globers and their scientists. Okay? And their 4 degrees scientists. All right? And this is how they behave.
Homo, I'll advise you to watch your content and your language in here, mate. Don't be attacking anyone. Don't be bringing anybody's sexuality into it. Don't be threatening anyone, eh, mate? It's your choice if you want to speak in here, pal.
That's right. Yeah. Don't know, how did he get? Who let him in? Who let him in? How did he get in? That one?
I've been in here forever. I've never seen you in here.
Yeah?
I was trying to be nice to you. Trying to be nice
10 years into this.
Shit.
I'm 10 years into this, man. I've been here long. Miggy and India will vouch for me.
Yeah,
Don't
but that's
worry
not the
about
way
that.
you do it. Why are you whinging at random people in the VC? I wasn't even trying to.
No
fucking
one's
start
whinging
on.
at all. No one's whinging. We're asking you for
Yeah, you
evidence.
was.
You've clearly.
We're ending this.
Yeah, we've asked you for evidence. You've clearly stated that you cannot supply the evidence.
How do you even know I'm a Glober? How do you even know I'm a Glober? I'm just in the VC.
We've asked you, and you responded. You responded to the question by stating, I don't have the standards. That's what you said.
There you go, and then you start taking the
I don't have
piss.
the standards, ladies and gentlemen. That's
No,
because...
No, I
Yes,
didn't. I
you
said by your standards, no, because you just
He
talk
didn't have
over
the
everyone.
standards, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
you
That
don't
means
believe
Look,
anything.
brother,
he doesn't
You
have
believe
our
Look,
standards.
you're gonna go on mute permanently. I'm sick of this. You're gonna go on mute
but just listen,
permanently. Either
just
get on
listen a
topic
sec.
or get
I'm
on
trying
topic
to.
or piss off.
I'm trying
What's
to.
the topic? Okay, what's
Listen,
the topic?
I can't fucking debate anything with you, stupid ape, because you don't even
What's
believe
the
in gravity
topic?
or fucking
So,
space.
the thing I just told you not to do, you just did again.
There you are. What a shame, ladies and gentlemen. He's from Liverpool. Don't understand the English properly, of course. And there you are. And you know, the Americans and the British have this special relationship. So we're meant to be understanding each other, but there you are. Clearly, he's not one of those. Anyway, there you have it. Another loser. What a shame. It's been a very interesting episode today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been hammer and tongs. Yeah, it's just been hammer and
He
tongs.
doesn't realize that he just missed an opportunity, dude.
Yeah.
He just missed an opportunity and, just blew it.
Yeah.
He just fucking blew it because he's all emotional about the fucking ball.
It was silly, yeah. He had his opportunity and he trashed it, threw it in the bin. Yeah. It's been absolutely 10 to the dozen for the last, maybe 3-4 hours. Wow, that's maybe longer. That's amazing for today. Yeah. It's been very good. And every Glober has fried. They fried themselves. Okay, they jumped into the fat fry themselves because they didn't have the proof. All we done was just show us the evidence. You're making those claims, show us. And then they start talking about other things unrelated to what they made the claim for. All the while the water is level right there, right in plain sight, no curvature. I love it, man. Well done, guys. You've really surpassed yourself today because you've really got them burning, man. Fantastic. I've enjoyed
We only
listening.
ever ask a simple question. That's the thing, Jen. We only ever ask a simple question. Your proof of the globe. What's your evidence for the globe? Why do you believe in a globe? It's a very simple question. And the way they act that, there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of evidence. I don't know why it's so hard to just answer that question.
Yeah. Wolfgang, you know Wolfgang, that's the Cyclone. About an hour and a half ago, he made this statement. He goes, you guys, you come in, you shout about the globe and everything, and all we do is ask you for evidence of the curvature, and this is how you behave. All right? Why is it taking so long? That was Wolfgang about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours. He was saying that before he left. Yeah. And he had an hour or so with them then. So it was going on for a while. It's been a great one today. I'm sure the people listening in the live streams have learnt a lot. And if you're a Glober, look at how your side is behaving. Absolutely. Indio said it just now. Disgusting, he said, because the guy wasn't speaking to the topic and keeping on point. Indio said disgusting. First time I've heard him say that, actually. Yeah.
Look, we're like this topic goes through kind of like these phases.
Yeah.
Like as far as the debate goes. Right now, we are not in the evidence phase. We are in the social shaming nonsense phase again. We've gone back to that. Where they don't present evidence. They just talk about flat earthers and scientists, and they talk about people instead of like the actual evidence. We're in that phase of the topic. We've been stuck in this for like a couple months now. I'm trying to get it back to the evidence phase. Like, you know what I mean? Because it kind of like ebbs and flows. Like, we'll do experiments, Globers will do experiments, we'll argue about the evidence, yada, yada, yada. But we're not even at that. We're like, but everybody thinks X, Y, Z. I don't want to talk about that. I don't care what everybody thinks. I care about why they think it, right? What they did to convince them that that's true. Not like what you think they think.
Yeah, yeah. I'm loving it. And I'm also loving the way you are not losing your rag and throwing F-bombs anywhere. You're actually using words like disgusting. And that for me, the way you've just transitioned a little bit is good news. Okay? Because you're a very intelligent individual, just like Miggy. And if you're not throwing any F-bombs, but just hitting them with the facts, as you've said, and the straight, pointy questions, you're invincible. You know what I mean? And you're not throwing F-bombs.
Yeah, I got a trash mouth, dude.
I know you have, India. I know. But these last 6 months, I would say I've enjoyed that you haven't been throwing the F-bombs. I think the English hub done you a favour as well, because you had to curb it in there as well. Love it, India. I've heard the worst out of you. Don't worry. I'm about to duck under the table. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. It's very good. I'm really enjoying this flat earth politics and that English hub as well.
I got a question.
It's been great. Go ahead.
All right. Do you believe in flat Earth or the other way?
No, I know the Earth is flat. It's not a belief here. No one believes the Earth is flat.
Okay. All right. Since you believe the Earth is flat, I have like a couple questions.
Well, you're
going to just ignore what he said and straw man him. Don't start that way. That's a bad start.
Yeah. We said we know the Earth is flat. So your response should be, seeing as you know the Earth is flat. That's what you're meant to say. So please say that before you open your mouth again.
So,
or you could say, "I believe you. You believe you know the Earth is flat." You could say something like that, but don't fucking say he believes the Earth is flat. He just said he didn't.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what part, whether you're going with the Earth is flat or sphere, because I believe it's a sphere. For two questions, because you want like proof and things. So number one would be when the sun is, or when the Earth is in front of the sun and the moon is on the other side. Basically, the Earth being in the middle between the moon and the sun. Why it's not showing like it shows like it covers the whole moon, not just like a part of it, like a chip. You know what I mean? Like it should show like a horizontal. Covers a little bit of the moon.
Okay. This is a nice troll. Okay. Nobody thinks
I'm being troll. I'm being realistic.
No, nobody. Okay, so the flat Earth that you made up in your head, we don't believe in that flat Earth. We don't think the Earth is a space.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
You made a prediction of what would happen on a flat Earth. We don't believe in that flat Earth that you made up in your head. That Earth is a disc in space.
That's right. That's not our position.
We don't believe in that. Simply, we don't believe that the freaking eclipse is the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Okay, so then what shape or do you believe how the Earth's paint this picture what you think flat Earth is?
What do you mean paint a picture?
Go ahead, Ivy. Go ahead.
The point is that it's not about painting a picture. We're asking the question how people have been accepting the fact that the Earth is a globe. How have you accepted that the Earth is a globe without any evidence of it being one? Asking you, Odysseus.
Well, look at the evidence of, okay, ignore that. Well, how about the northern and southern atmosphere? When you look at, if you're in Australia versus Russia, it's flipped. The star clusters are flipped.
Yeah, so, okay, you're looking at stars. You're looking at stars. I'm gonna be very specific with you. You can be honest, right? When you're looking at the stars, how does that show that the Earth is of any geometric shape? Be honest.
All right, so if you're on a sphere, basically a ball.
I'm asking you, yeah, be honest about it. Like, if you're looking at stars, how do you know you're standing on a sphere?
I'm looking at the stars.
If you start in Australia and you look up and you see the star clusters a certain way, and then when you go to somewhere like Russia on the top of the sphere, I guess you would say, they're reversed.
Yeah, I know, but what does that tell you that gives you the indication that you're living on a globe or a sphere?
Let me see how I can explain that with words.
Go ahead.
Of the angle. All right, so let's just use the equator, I guess for example, since from the equator to like Antarctica, because it's supposed to curve, right? So if you're
here, homie, let me help you out. Okay, explain why looking up in your worldview is actually adjudicating what is down, which is the Earth. That's it. Connect how you're looking the wrong way, but you're understanding what the Earth is by doing so.
Yeah, dude. How do you know you made that observation on a ball? That's what Avi's asking you. How do you know you saw the stars, you saw this, that, the other thing? How do you know you did that from the surface of a ball?
I've actually seen recordings and people talk about this, about the northern and southern hemisphere, that it makes no sense because of.
Yeah, that's all good. That's all good that people have their opinions. Listen, that's all good that people have their opinions online about what they see in the sky and what they're interpreting that means. I'm asking you, what's a specific tie-in to their observations to the Earth being a giant sphere? What made it real for you?
And then also, when you look at all the planets and the moon and the sun and everything.
Brother. Let's stick back to figuring out what those observations of the clusters of stars that you said denote that the Earth is a giant sphere. I'm asking you this over and over again. You know that, right? I'm waiting for your answer. Now, be humble if you say, I don't know. I will accept that. But you have to be humble.
That's the thing. It's hard to explain. It's just the perspective.
No, it's not.
It's the perspective where you're standing from the bottom to the top.
Bro, listen to me when I tell you this very carefully. If you had evidence that the Earth was a globe with these star clusters, you'd be able to tell me right now very easily, like you started to. But now it's complicated.
I'll have to show you the.
You don't
I'll have
know
to show
how
you the
to.
picture so you can see the example to the perspective.
Listen, brother, I don't need to see a picture. What I need you to do is to tell me how the Earth is a globe based on your observation of a cluster of stars. Can you do this? Yes or no?
The best way I can really explain that is the perspective to where if you're in Australia and you look up, and then versus if you're in Russia and you turn around and look up.
You said that already. You've said that already.
Well, I know. That's the best way. I got anywhere, but after that, I don't have no other example.
Yeah,
it's like
so you're looking at stars. You're looking at stars in different locations. I already get that much. But how do you know looking at those stars in different locations tell you that you're living on a sphere and those observations are being made on a sphere? How do you know that?
Well, all you have to do is literally fly down to Australia, boom, snap a shot, and then fly up to Russia and snap another shot.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, you're just repeating
Go ahead.
This is the fourth time, bro. You just taking pictures
Just
of
change
the thing
it
that you're making
onto. All right, let's just ignore that one and just go on the second thing.
No. Wait. We're not gonna. No, wait. No. We're not gonna ignore that.
Why don't you want to answer that question? Because everything else is round.
Listen to me. No, listen to me. I don't want to ignore that. I want you to be humble enough. I want you to be humble enough to say that doesn't give us the indication that the Earth is a globe. Be humble enough to say that, and then we can move on.
Yeah.
And then we can move on.
What about that observation tells
I'm
you
not
that
talking to another head.
You're observing
Another
it?
talking it. Hold on, guys. Odysseus, can you be humble enough to say that doesn't lead you to the information that the Earth is a globe, looking at stars? Be humble, sir.
I don't get what you're.
I want you to be humble to tell the audience that everybody's listening that you don't know how looking at stars tells you that the Earth is a giant sphere. Be humble. Then we can move on. I don't mind moving on.
I literally just explained to you. What? There's no other way. It's like, how do you get to 4? When you say 1 or 2 plus 2 is 4, there's no other way to get to 4 unless you really go.
4 is bro. That's an identity. It follows the law of identity. It's false equivalence. So check this out. You're describing the observation. Now we disagree with your observation. We want to know how you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere because of that observation. How did you know that you made that observation and that observation was made from the surface of a ball? The conclusion.
The conclusion. You're gay.
If you don't know, say I don't know.
Wait. Hold on. How do you guys have 3 people dogpiling on him?
Anybody else?
How do you guys have 3 people dogpiling on him? Once another person chimes in, you guys say shut up.
We're not holding on.
Good.
Why is it?
Why not? Here's the chat.
Because I'm really. There's no other way to explain besides what I just explained. But you keep pushing me like
you're not explaining. You're describing. Like we want the explanation of how you reach the conclusion. You're not giving us anything. You're just describing. I go to Australia, I see this. I go to Russia, I see this. Yeah,
because it'll be flipped. It'll be the star clusters be upside down. It'll be flipped. That's
what? You already admitted you're looking in a different direction anyway. So
what?
How would looking a different direction make them upside down?
Are you retarded?
Oh, what? So what? We're asking him how he knows he's on a sphere based on these observations. What's the answer to that? Hello?
There's no other way to explain what I did.
What do you mean there's no other way? Yes, there is. The other way is that the Earth isn't a curved surface. It's a horizontal plane.
It's almost like
what do you mean?
You're telling me, like I'm telling you 2 plus 2 is 4, and then you're like, explain how you get 2 plus 2.
No, you're not.
And then you can't figure out why 2 plus 2.
4 is the law of identity. You're saying the same thing. Dude.
All right, you guys are like, I feel like I'm being harassed at this
point. The law of
Okay,
identity.
run off then. You don't go to my second question, so we're just.
Shut up. It's like
you're not.
Dude, your second question is dumber than the first. Dude, you don't want to go there.
You're just jumping.
Dumber than the first, dude. It's dumber than the first.
You dip.
Let's go to the second question. Dude, he doesn't even realize it's worse than the first.
Well, to continue the discussion on that, would you agree that it's
no agreement. Present proof.
We're not agreeing to anything. Just present proof.
Hold on. Are you the one that said looking at things from? Hold on a second. Are you the one that said looking at things from different directions wouldn't flip it?
No, I don't know who said that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that was him, Indio.
Yeah, for whoever that is. Hold on for whoever that was or is.
It was me. Sorry.
Draw a 9 on this. Draw a 9 on the ceiling. Look at it from the west wall and then your east wall and see if it flips. Okay, so now we're done with the dumb fuckery. Kira-san, carry on.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Indio, but you said it, so there you go. Exactly. It's all about your orientation.
I would say that would make sense for like a particular observation of like a particular constellation.
Like the moon, for example.
That if you're looking at it from one side, but
okay,
That's all good.
But the rotation of I think the rotation of the stars, like looking at it from a different direction, won't make it.
You got to remember, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your observation is of the stars. You're never going to derive what the ground is by looking up. Crit told you this earlier. I'm re-emphasizing it now. When you're looking up, you're just imagining what the ground is. You're not actually measuring or identifying that the ground is in a geometric shape. This is the important part of the big takeaway right now.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to know if you accept that it would be consistent with being on a sphere if that was the case.
No. Because it's a horizontal plane. No, it's a horizontal plane. The only way that you're deriving that is through a model. That is it. And it's not even a model that you can say is truly observed, because you cannot observe that the Earth is a sphere. So this is just imaginary, all of it.
So you say that observation would not be possible if the Earth was a sphere?
Yeah, it's not, because the observation would be consistent. The observation would be consistent, and it's not.
Yeah, and you've never lived on a sphere to know. You've never lived on a sphere to know.
Hey, dude, what you'd have to do is explain why for thousands of years, everybody was wrong. All of them. They all saw exactly the same sky that you see today, and they were all wrong until the Catholic Church came around and said, you know what? These same observations can be interpreted through our creation myth to create a giant lava ball in space. That's what you would have to do. Say, hey, you got it right for the wrong reasons, or you got it wrong for the right reasons, and start there. What you're doing, you're saying, like, if the Earth is a globe, I would see this. I see this, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Wait, that sounds nice, but can we have Yoder arguing again? Because we need a bit of honesty here.
Dude, you know what?
It's hard. It's hard
these
like
questions that we're asking you to think about, it doesn't matter who you appeal to in this chat. Right now, what we're asking is for the direct evidence that an observation of a cluster of stars points to that the Earth is a specific thing, like a geometric shape. And it doesn't matter who it is. Truth is the truth. Yoder could speak it. I could. Crit could. Indio. It doesn't matter who you pick. So the answer is going to be
truth, but only some people want to argue honestly. Yes.
Well, wasn't it the Greeks?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. So
about
Francisco, that's enough for your dude. That's enough for your belly aching about. That's enough for your belly aching about what's going on in this chat. Like you've been micromanaging, or at least trying to, what we say in here. You just relax, bro. You're a guest here. Yeah.
Okay, the inside worldview, that's a subjective take. He should follow through with that. If he thinks everybody in this room is all dishonest, nobody's talking, no one's discussing it, the conversation will continue without you, dude. You don't need to be here. Your own biases are blocking you from even understanding anything, because as soon as somebody says something, you got to run it back into your worldview that they're doing so dishonestly. So therefore, you should follow that and just leave and go find some better pastors.
So wait, so can you then explain me in the honest perspective how it makes sense to have 5 people that believe in the same thing?
We've been doing this for 10 years.
Stop. Dude,
oh my God!
How many times have you've come in and day out, keep saying the same nonsense?
I'm responding to what he said. I'm responding to what he said. Wait,
just knock it off. Francisco, knock it off, dude. You're gonna get muted.
Okay,
knock it off.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Shut up, Francisco.
Just knock it off already.
Oh, yeah. So, in your Discord utopia, what would happen? What would happen in your Discord utopia?
It's not even a Discord utopia. Like
what would happen in your Discord utopia? What should be happening, genius?
You have like a one-on-one conversation or two-on-two conversation. I mean,
okay, go create that server. Bye. Shut up. Wait. Go create that. Go create that somewhere. Bye.
This guy is.
Go create your Discord utopia. Bye.
He's been belly aching, but every time he comes in here, never brings any substance.
I mentioned that you can reach out to me, and that me and your friend could have a back chat.
Yo, wait, guys, who thinks the world is flat?
He wants to do it
He
in
could
an
just
open forum like this so
hold
that he
on a
can make it
second,
known that we're being unfair. That's what he's doing, Yoder. He wants to do it that way. He's not doing it because he's honestly wanting to have a conversation. If he did, he would have appealed to you in the DMs, dude. He would have talked to you privately, but he didn't do that. So he's doing it like a big show of it so people can feel sympathetic to his cause. It's just a dog and pony show, bro. That's all this is.
Yeah, he could have also just said, "Hey, can we have a one-on-one?" Really simply, he could have just asked for that, and we would have did it.
He's never.
Yeah, we did. We did that last time he was here, and he said no. He'll only do a one-on-one in a different channel where he's got mod perms.
Well, then that, he agrees with me. He can go create his Discord utopia. Bye.
Like I said, his angle was never that. It's to openly tell everybody in this chat how everybody's disingenuous, and then everybody feels sorry. Oh, well, come on, we can have a private chat. No, if he really wanted that, he could contact you himself and have that chat. He doesn't want that. He wants to bellyache in front of everybody. That's all he wants to do.
You don't want Toshiba's doing, guys. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you don't want to embarrass himself on a live stream. Some people might not like the recording, and it seems like invasive, but I am glad we record because it's so much protection for us. It's going to be just like the same way cops wear body cams. We're like fucking protected by the fucking recording, right? They said this, they said that, they did this other thing.
Say something.
They don't want accountability, dude, at all.
Hell yeah, we got your ass, nigga. You on camera, nigga. Say something, nigga.
I can't tell if that's a recording that CB's playing or that's
CB.
That's somebody.
Go to bed, CB.
Okay.
What the hell are you doing awake?
He still hasn't went to bed yet.
Yeah, I know. Dude, not sleeping is bad for gains, man. You gotta sleep. You want to grow.
Go back to bed.
CB's going to bed right now.
Man.
He's like, look, dude.
Pretty eventful.
Right.
Yeah, yesterday's stream was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't hang anymore, dude. I was so fucking tired. I had to go.
Yeah, I kind of figured. It got late on me too, bro.
Yeah, and you're 2 time zones away from me, man. So, like, I mean, it's only midnight, but I was just tired. I had a long day yesterday. Got up at like 4.
I have to be at work. The other thing too is that I'm gonna probably have to do the shows a little bit earlier. So, CB, if you're listening, bro, like I'm gonna have to start earlier, like for sure, if I'm gonna do it, because I can't be up at like 11. I finish at like 11:40. There's no way.
Yeah, we can't be like CB and wake up at 3:30, mosey into fucking work at 5. Just like, we can't do that over here. This ain't California, dude. We ain't laid back.
Yeah, did you see? I don't know, Yoder, if you've seen the video that we showed yesterday about Somalia, the agenda that they were pushing on Minneapolis. The mayor.
That mayor, dude, that was fucking mayor. Is he married to Somalia or something? Like, what
I don't know, man, but he's got deep ties with them for sure. He's getting something from them. He's getting paid, bro. There's no doubt about it. Oh, and yeah, I was gonna mention also something to you, Stevie, but I'll tell you.
So is the mayor like a token white person? Because there's Somali majority. Like, we need a token white person to be our figurehead.
Yeah, that's the.
If anything happens, the white dude will get in trouble.
Well, they're protected because it's not just their culture. It's that guy. We got Alish in the chat. What's up, Alish?
Hi.
Shouldn't you be at work?
Yeah.
Day off, huh? You playing hooky?
No, I worked a double yesterday, so I took off today.
And you decided, what the hell? I'll just join 24/7.
That's right, man. This is the place.
Yeah, it can be nice to listen.
Oh, well, strap in your seatbelt, man. It's a little rough in here today.
Yeah.
A lot of belly aching. A lot of grown men just straight up crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What is that about? But
good. Alice is here.
He's been.
Oh, I want Alice to call these dudes pussies, man. I want to hear that.
What?
These whining adult males. I want to hear you call them pussies for whining.
They are pussies.
Because they are. They're crying like little babies. You know, I came in just to talk about it, and now you're attacking me.
Well, yeah, the one dude was spam pinging. What's his name? Jin.
Oh, me. That's me. I'm Jin CBR1.
Yeah, the dude was spam pinging you.
Yeah, he was trying to, but he was losing. He's a loser. All the stuff we.
Yeah, I timed him out so that he couldn't do that.
Well, I appreciate that. Well done. Yeah.
Alice, can I ask something?
Yeah.
Was that acting as a room moderator or a server moderator that you did that?
Was I what?
Were you acting as a room moderator or a server moderator when you did that?
A server moderator.
All right, okay. When did you get server mod?
About a week or so ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I won't try to do anything in your room without your permission, but if they're interrupting the live stream, or if they're interrupting you guys by spam pinging, you can hear it over the VC, then yeah, I will have to.
Yeah, but I'll ask nicely. I'll let our room moderators deal with it first, please.
Yeah,
if it's an obvious TOS breach or a complete server breach, feel free to step in. But yeah, we do like to let them dance a little bit, and a few spam pings. Yeah, maybe they'll calm down afterwards. It's not necessarily room to kick them out. But yeah, I saw you timed them out for a little while, and that's a great idea. I like that.
Yeah, it was just for a minute too, and then he he DM'd me. He was like, "Please stop! Please untime me out."
I think that's fair. I mean, that's totally fair.
Yeah, I mean, just a minute is not like something like like 7 days or something, and not something they can be like, well, flat earthers got the server mods to No, it had nothing to do with us. Maybe you should think about your own actions. That doing this type of bullshit ain't gonna fly no matter where you go. It wouldn't matter what room you're in.
Yeah, you're not allowed to spam ping people, and you're not allowed to. Well, he was basically interrupting the VC by spam pinging because you can hear it through the microphone. So.
Yeah, you could exactly. And the thing is, the memes that I post, every one of them has so many millions of words. You could talk hours just of one meme. So powerful they are, and again, all from this server and various other places that I've gone to collect this stuff. And yeah, I use them all the time. It gets them upset. I love it, and I kill them in the VC and I do them in the chat. They don't have a chance. And when they start trying to speak to me, I just ignore them and respond with another meme. I let the memes do the talking.
Oh, you shouldn't kill people though. That's kind of
no. When you know what I mean when I say that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna say it. You know what I mean when I say that.
Yeah.
We destroy their momentum. Their momentum is curtailed and stopped. Dead. It's good stuff, man. That's what I'm saying. Today has been exceptional. It's been really good. Wow. Just been, yeah. satisfying.
These days don't come on, but once in a while, so kind of.
Yeah. I do love it though when you put them under pressure, get that now. I'm going to mute you until you go and get that now because you made the claim. We want to see it. Now go and you're on mute. Go and get it. There you go. And what did he do? He changed bridges on you. Oh, I can't get that bridge, but there's another bridge. There you go. And even that bridge didn't have anything.
That bridge didn't help him either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's been fun and games, hammer and tongs, crying like babies. Yeah, I'm feeling harassed. One guy just said, I'm feeling harassed now. India was putting me under pressure. It's worse for you do the second one. Don't you get it? Then he dived out. Too hot. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just been really comical. All due to just the simple standard of proving your evidence, proving your claim. That's all they had to do. Nothing more than that. And they start misrepresenting us. We told the guy, we don't do any believing here. We know the earth is flat because we've gone out and measured it. We know. Okay, so now that you believe the earth is flat, just like that, Didn't understand it at all, did he? Or you know what it is? They can't say those words that the earth is flat. They can't say it. They find it hard to say that we know the earth is flat. They can't say it, can they? Yeah. Such a great position to be in. Once you know that is. That's it. Lay my life on the line for that quite easily. The earth is indeed not a ball. It's not spinning, not hurtling through no universe. It's not doing any of those things. It's just not. Huh. Well, you can just get on a rocket and go up and see it, Get on a rocket and you can go up and see it from space. Yeah, oh yeah, and then it's satellites. Oh yeah, forgot about the satellites as well, don't forget. But the satellite images that show us that the earth is a globe, And then you ask them, have you got on a rocket there? Have you checked that the satellites are up there? Well, big in a question fallacy there already. Haven't checked anything.
And we're going to have to do a Frontline Unfiltered episode with you talking about Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, I'd love it.
Be a good one.
Oh, I would love it. Yeah, it'd be good. Bringing in all the psychologies of the globers and then the psychology of the listeners themselves. Are you that type of global listener? Yeah, that's right. Start looking to yourself because that's where the answers are. Look to yourself and then go out and investigate. You have that right. That is your right, given right. Get out there and check it for yourself. Don't be listening to the so-called experts because they're not. Rocket science doesn't get you to space because it's not science. Pseudoscience nonsense. I'm glad I know about rockets. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here's a psychological attribute I have not been able to figure out. And though it's a sign that something is seriously amiss.
Thank you.
The fact that this topic turns seemingly intelligent, rational, logical, intelligent people into blithering freaking idiots at warp speed. You know what I mean? Just as soon as they hear this topic, they just go crazy, and they know so little about it. Right? It's like this disproportionate thing. And the way I think about it is like this. It's like imagine you're a person, you've never read the Bible, you're not really a Christian, but then you participated in the Spanish Inquisition, burning heretics. That's how these guys are, right? They're fighting for a cause they don't even understand at all, and they're so mad about it they want to burn us at the stake, but they don't even know what we're saying relative to the globe, whether it's correct or not, because they don't know anything about the globe in the first place. It's so crazy to me how angry and crazy they just upset they get over this topic.
Yeah.
But it's disproportionate to their knowledge of the topic, right? It's like they know nothing, but they're very upset.
And what
that
you've
to
just
me is like a sign of brainwashing. Like
Well,
if you want a sign of brainwashing, that's it.
Yeah, what you've just described is what the Vietnam veterans have done. That is why they're killing themselves, because they were brainwashed. They believed they were doing the right thing. They killed and burnt these Vietnamese people, babies, grandfathers, uncles, aunties. They burnt them in their huts. And now they came back. They came back and they started killing themselves because they found out that that war was an illegal war anyway, and they were doing the wrong thing. Do you see what I mean? That's exactly what you're describing. That's exactly what you're describing. What
I have a good friend. He's old. I mean, he passed away like a year ago. But he's a Vietnam War veteran. He went to Vietnam at 18 years old. And you know, did some of the things you described. Though he did it kind of remotely. He directed artillery fire through. He was a radio operator, so he directed artillery fire. But he was like, he bought into the whole idea that, you know, the domino theory, right? That like, if I'm communist, they're going to somehow come to America. And he was like, they didn't even have toilet paper. There's no chance of them doing anything to America. There's like zero chance. They didn't have anything. They're a super poor country in Southeast Asia. Like, how were they a threat to America? It doesn't even make sense what they're doing, all these horrific things to these people under the guise that they're a threat. His whole life, literally, his whole life revolved around that experience of him at a young age, right?
Yeah,
it colored everything he did, said, the way he interpreted the world. It just completely colored it.
Yeah, thank you, Indio, because that's the truth of the matter. That scarred him for life. You see, when you do something like that and you are responsible for people dying and they needn't have died because it was your country that was wrong, you are scarred for life. He was strong enough not to kill himself because others just had to end it. They couldn't live with themselves knowing that that was a massive mistake. You see what I mean? This is what we're
living. Let me tell you something else. So he was there in '69. So when they did Apollo, even though he believed in the moon, he was very upset that that's what they were doing, right? While like his friends are dying and all that shit. Like they're sitting there fucking around going to the moon while, you know, they're in a war, right? He was very upset about that. But he also told me this, that every once a month he could call home to his mom, who lived in Boston. Yeah, it was called the Military Auxiliary Radio System. So it was a radio transmission through repeater towers back to America. He said that can only work on a flat Earth. He said the two-way delay was 18 seconds.
Wow.
Now this is the height of technology back then, right? Two-way delay is 18 seconds. How did they talk to people on the moon?
I knew you was going to say that. Yeah. You know, because it was only like a two. No, it was less than that. It was less than a second, 0.9 of a second, right? And NASA was caught with their pants down. And you know what they did? They removed that and extended the delay. But unfortunately, people had already recorded the original one, so it's still around. So yeah, you're right. How could they have talked to the people on the moon? If here on Earth there's an 18-second delay. Wow, that's a massive delay.
Yeah, and it's a radio transmission. It's a radio hop system. That's what it is. It's not. There's no cables other than like from the radio transmitter to the AT&T in Boston, and on his end, right? He talks on the phone. It goes to a radio transmitter. It hops. Like I think the first hop was Japan from Vietnam, which should be behind the curve of the Earth, right? So the first hop's Japan. Then the next hop's Hawaii. And the next hop's like Iowa or something. Then the next hop's like Washington D.C. Then the next hop's Boston. So
and that technology wouldn't work on a globe. It wouldn't work because everything's horizontally. You see, so you need to have a flat Earth for that. That's flat Earth technology right there. What you're explaining. See. So yeah.
And he didn't tell me in the context of flat Earth, right? Yeah. He was just telling me, like, you know. Because there was a protocol. That's what he was laughing about, was the protocol that they had to do, because you had to like say something then go over, right? And then they'd have a sensor listening to the phone call, right? So there's only certain things you could talk about, right? Or otherwise they'd just kill the phone call. So it's pretty funny.
Wow. They had that protocol in place. And ladies and gentlemen, once a month to talk to your loved ones. You're catching bullets, bombs, right? It's raining hell, and you get a once in a month phone call to your loved ones to talk about. And you have to be careful what you talk about as well. This is what I mean, It's a terrible world, even when you're in the military. It's not good. It's not good at all. You're literally cannon fodder. That's what you are. It's a bitter pill to swallow. I was in it for a short while. Glad I left. But man, glad I didn't kill anybody. Really am glad. Because that wouldn't sit well with me at all. Wouldn't sit. I like to do things perfect as possible. And something like that, that's an imperfection. That's a scar. You've killed somebody. You have to live with that. That's why I look at these leaders, generals and that, and they're seeing the men die. How can they go to sleep? How? How can you sleep when... How? You've got to be inhumane, literally. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen, because you're paying your taxes towards that. And there was a guy called Gil Scott Heron, anyway. You said your man was complaining because they're catching bullets whilst they're going to the moon. Gil Scott Heron wrote a poem. It was called Whitey on the Moon. And it's all about the poverty that's in the US and Whitey's on the moon. Everyone's skint. No one's got any money. Everyone's struggling, but you've got Whitey on the moon. Do you understand what I mean? That's a poem by Gil Scott Heron. Please look it up. Very, very compelling. Highlighting the ridiculousness of that situation. And they never went anywhere.
If people look at that time frame in some kind of a vacuum, like that was like the high watermark of American exceptionalism, and they're afraid of communists. But didn't you tell me that competition with communists got you to the moon? So then how can you say that communism is somehow uniquely evil and horrific, and as goes Vietnam, as goes the whole world, this tipping domino effect, and international competition with communism put boots on the ground on the moon? Like, riddle me that. Like, how do you ask those people, how do you do that? How do you square that? How do you say that we land on the moon for world peace, and then say that we includes all of humanity? Richard Nixon did not consider the Vietnamese, liberals, hippies. He didn't consider those people part of his we. He had the enemies list. He had a list of people that he thought were like suppressive, that were undermining like America. That he had the FBI following around, Martin Luther King. So you're looking at this. So how do you guys do that? How do you put yourself into Richard Nixon's we when he wouldn't consider himself part of his we?
Yeah. Thank you for that critique, Crit. For your namesake there. Did a great job there. Yeah. Very true.
Another good words indeed. Another good one too is like the you said earlier about that their lack of humanity, that they will sit there and drop napalm on kids, that you'll sit there and watch service members be killed live on TV. Like family members would see their family member shot up on national television. That's how they learned that their son was like killed in action. They saw it on TV.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you've got this giant leap forward for all mankind. That's why like Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, said that these people, they're not people. They're reptiles. America has been taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. That's where that conspiracy theory comes from. Because he was dumbfounded as to why he came back after Apollo 14. You've got 11, 12, 13 didn't make it, 14 came back. He thought for sure something was going to change. This giant leap forward, it was delayed, it was going to happen, it was going to work, and jack shit changed. This giant leap forward was a nothing. Nothing changed at all.
Yeah, look at where we are today.
He couldn't figure it out. I can't figure out. I'm talking to these politicians. I'm telling them. So here, let me drag politicians out into space and say, look at, direct quote, "Look at the Earth, you son of a bitch," and they just laughed at him. So he said, "So they don't care about humanity, so they must be some sort of reptile, but they look like humans, so they must be like shapeshift, and they don't care about the Earth either, so they must be from
He was telling the truth
extraterrestrial."
there, wasn't he? He was telling the truth all the way. Now, he died recently, I think, Edgar Mitchell, he died recently.
Yeah, they're kind of dropping like flies now. I mean, they're all like in their 90s and stuff.
Yeah, he was. He was
Why do you have to
95,
be
I
not
think.
from the planet in order to not care about humanity?
Because this was going to be a giant leap forward. It's called the overview effect.
Sure,
hold on. You got to pay attention to the answer. Seeing the Earth from space, as claimed by the astronauts, was a instant, not delayed, not contemplating, an instant cognitive shift that they viewed all of humanity, all of Earth, as a one singular thing, all completely interconnected. As soon as somebody says they don't see that, why? You got to ask, why don't they see it? Because this is supposed to be an instant cognitive shift. Even a photograph, they told you. A photograph would do it. So then you got to ask why. Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut who landed on Apollo 14, said the only possible conclusion that they are reptiles from outer space.
So if someone sees a picture of the globe and doesn't immediately have a massive cognitive change in the way they see the Earth and the humanity, that means they're not human?
No, that would, if they're a shot caller and they don't even reflect on that, that would mean they must be.
What do you mean by shot caller?
Somebody who's in charge of.
In charge of what?
Well, like say Richard Nixon, he would be a shot caller. He was a shot caller for the
president of the United States.
Yeah, or politicians or whatnot.
Okay, so so the contention here is that if the politician sees a picture or even goes up to space, and they don't immediately have the similar reaction that this one guy had, he's not a human being.
One guy, all the astronauts, United said this is an instant cognitive shift.
Okay,
Every single one of them.
There hasn't been a single astronaut that hasn't had a similar experience?
No, they've all had
all
it.
the astronauts agree that
all of them.
That's a universal experience.
Yes, it's they wrote a book about it.
Has any of the shot
they
callers
wrote a book about it. They wrote a book about it. Hold on, they wrote a book about it.
Hold on.
Called
Hold on.
Overview.
Hold on. I understand about the astronauts. That's fine. But has anyone who's not one of these astronauts?
The astronauts who you think went to space came back and told you exactly.
Hello?
Yeah, if you said anything, no one heard you. I didn't hear anything for a minute.
Crit
I didn't either.
last thing I heard Crit say was exactly.
Okay, so this isn't our claim. This is their claim.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand that, because this idea to me doesn't really seem like it's any ethical to any conversation, because if only a very small subset of people have actually physically, allegedly, right, gone up and seen this, and that was the visceral reaction that they had, just because somebody else doesn't have a similar reaction doesn't make them all of a sudden not human. I think that's just kind of
listen, I agree with you, but this was where the reptilian idea came from. Edward Mitchell said they must be a bunch of freaking lizard people if they didn't act this way. The powers that be, or should not be, whatever the case may be, if they don't have the same reaction, then they are reptilians.
Okay,
this is what Mitchell said. I don't agree with that. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Sure, but for decades now we've had pictures and stuff allegedly, right? We're not, because you guys won't agree that the satellite imaging is real, but whatever.
Satellites are not up there. That's why.
We've had decades of alleged pictures of the planet from space, and we haven't had a similar visceral reaction from the general population, right? Does that mean that they're reptiles?
Well, look,
it's desensitization.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. Okay, so let's. How about then? the beginning, right? The first 3 years of
Ask
these types
Mitchell,
of images.
dude. Why are you asking us if they're reptiles?
I'm not asking you if they're
in his
reptiles.
criteria.
Right?
In his criteria, they would be.
Okay, but and do you think that
Yeah.
this is something that's like
The first
sound?
3 years, you're not paying attention. The very first years after the Apollo program, you had the birth of the EPA. You had environmental movements that spread across the whole world. You had nuclear disarmament. All these peace and environmental organizations sprung up out of nowhere. Organic.
Nuclear winter. Nuclear
They had
fallout. All these ideas come from that time period.
Nuclear fallout does not have anything to do with that, my guy.
That's incorrect. Carl Sagan invented the idea based upon something hitting Mars because he was an astronomer. The whole idea of nuclear winter, the greenhouse effect, all this shit comes from Carl Sagan, a published paper he made on observations of Mars. They like something hit Mars and like obscured Mars' surface, according to them, right? They couldn't see the surface anymore, and they said if something like this happened on Earth, then you'd have a nuclear winter where the sun would be blocked out, right? And we'd all freeze to death. Okay? And the only thing that can do that is either asteroid or nuclear bombs. Okay? This is where that idea came from.
But the nuclear winter doesn't come from the explosions, right? The nuclear winter comes from the fires that come after the explosions.
Doesn't even matter where they come from. It only matters that this came.
It's a pretty big point into what you're trying to say here, especially as well if you're talking about the EPA. EPA is from '62. The first beginning was, I think it was called Silent Spring. I want to say was the
Rachel Carson
publication.
Rachel Carson, Silent Spring, exactly.
Yeah, so that's 1962, right? That's before Apollo even made it to space.
That's right. Kennedy brought that
so
in.
The idea that the EPA was spontaneously came into fruition because of the ideas of the astronauts and the pictures they've been taking is just kind of irrelevant. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the creation of the EPA, wasn't it like wasn't there like something that Nixon did with this like 50-point thing about all these different things that the government needs to do to start fixing the environment because there was like
it was DDT. DDT.
Yeah,
was
and there was like a big poisoning of rivers and
if you're listening,
all
DDT
kinds of this
it
stuff.
was.
Yeah,
And acid rain and all that stuff.
The idea that the EPA and all these various things just decided to come into the cultural consciousness because of a few people looking at the Earth from space, I think that's a bit asinine.
Okay. I mean, this isn't even my argument. But the culture is that you got to take the culture in its totality. Okay? That's part of it, right? They show the blue marble where on this little teeny, like, there was the pale blue dot, there was all that crap, right? So this is
insignificant by Carl
we
Sagan.
only have this little teeny home, and then whatever we do, we're going to destroy it and kill ourselves. All that.
Sure.
The dinosaur theory, the dinosaur destruction by asteroid theory wasn't even fully fleshed out back then.
Sure. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but yeah.
Because it's the same idea. The dinosaurs died because of an basically asteroid caused winter.
Yeah,
and when I was
the dinosaurs died from something that has no control of anything on the planet, right? That's an outside.
Dinosaurs never existed.
But when I was growing up, the nuclear winter was that radioactive ash, not from fires, but from blowing material into the stratosphere. Because you got to remember, back then there was something like 20,000 nuclear bombs that this in totality would block out the sun.
No, that's not what they said. The reports had nothing.
That's what they taught us in school. I grew up.
Then I guess you're old and you're a boomer and you don't remember it properly because that's not what they said.
I do remember. That's not what they taught you, but that's what they taught us.
They didn't teach me. I wasn't alive back then. This is what I've read from EPA reports, from the Department of Defense reports, various primary sources that had to deal with the possibilities of nuclear exchanges, and no scientific body would say that nuclear winter was caused by the explosions themselves. All of the ideas of this ash and this radioactive cloud and all this stuff, the size of the until the fission bombs even came out. Though that wasn't even possible. Most of this comes from the idea that a fire made by the size of an entire city, we're talking 50 square kilometers of raging inferno that would not be able to be put out by anybody, basically, right? We can even look at modern day, look at Siberia. The Russians can't even put down a multi-million acre fire, right? And that, plus what happened with I think it was in 2022, the Tonga volcano, those two things have affected the temperature of the planet. The most of the stuff of the nuclear winter wasn't even necessarily the idea about radiation particles. It was about all the ash and things going up into the atmosphere from various entire cities going up in flames, and that gets up into the atmosphere. That's what ends up blocking out the sun.
That wouldn't go into the upper. That wouldn't go into the upper stratosphere, though. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be some shit, and would eventually dissipate.
Yeah, but I can just drop this.
Atmospheric blockage is what they were talking about, which they taught us is that the blast itself, which would throw stuff so high into the air,
that's it.
Right?
That's
it. It would be atomized, basically, infinitesimally small dust particles of radioactive debris.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly
what they taught us, dude.
Yeah, that's what they said at school.
Tell me what they taught us, dude. That's what they taught us.
Yeah, let me just tell you now. That's what they said. They said the asteroid slammed into the Earth, okay, and kicked up the material. And because of the Earth's rotation, the material covered the whole of the Earth and blocking out the light of the sun for years. And that's how life ended. That's what they told us at school.
You got to remember how clouds form. Clouds form by nucleation of water droplets on small particles. Okay, clouds are actually water. They're in water form. They're not gas. Clouds are not steam.
When you climb mountains, you know it. When you climb up high like Mount Fuji and higher, the clouds are wet. You get wet. I know. That's a fact.
So because there's more particulates in the air than there were before, you're going to have more water vapor, more water nucleated, and more clouds, and that would block out the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened. The sun was blocked from the impact. But that's not true at the end of the day because dinosaurs never existed. They never existed. They never existed.
The impact on that asteroid was way
The asteroid never impacted. There was no impact.
Type of nuclear
there was no impact. There was no impact. A lie. The dinosaurs never existed. Ever.
Dinosaur. Okay.
And they've had thermonuclear bombs. The first test was the Bikini Atoll test, right?
I think Bikini Atoll was the first fission device. I think you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like in the 50s.
Say dinosaurs never existed is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy thinking dinosaurs didn't exist. I mean, okay.
Okay, we're not going down there.
Wait, is every fossil a lie? Are they all in on it?
Yeah, it just told you're not going down this rabbit hole.
We're not going to go down the fossil.
Yeah, that's paleontology, and what do you think?
You don't need flat. This is the best part. You don't need flat earthers to talk about why the overview effect or the Apollo program didn't happen. You can use globalists to do that. You don't need to talk about the fossil record. You don't need flat earthers for that. You can use globalists for that. There's plenty of people who think the Earth is a globe who both have fully rejected the overview effect, have fully rejected the Apollo program, and have fully rejected the fossil record. There's nothing here for you in that topic.
Okay.
Yeah, because we just go over the Bone Wars. Well, go watch the Bone Wars, and then you tell me what you think.
He thinks paleontology is an exact science.
I do. Did you hear me? Wait, did you hear me say that?
Prove it that a bone in the dirt provides evidence.
Say that I think
provides evidence that there were giant creatures that lived millions or if not billions of years ago. Provide evidence that paleontology actually proves that.
What's even better than
guy
that?
was like, oh, they don't believe that dinosaurs exist? Yeah, part for the course, dude.
What's even better than that, you just had 3 astronauts go to the Ark Museum, the Ark amusement park, and give a whole speech about young Earth creationism. You don't need flat Earth for that either. Just go talk to these astronauts who are young Earth creationists who deny dinosaurs and the whole thing. They'll tell you about being a biblical literist. The guy who ran the final experiment, young Earth creationist, doesn't believe in dinosaurs either. hates flat earthers just as much as you do, just go have your anti-flat earth circle jerk with people who vehemently disagree with you.
Huh?
That's hot.
The anti-flat
earth. People talking, then that's not us. I mean, I wasn't even all the things you just said. None of that is anything I said.
What he's saying
is not an exact science. So why do you think that we're saying that dinosaurs were not creatures that existed long ago? There's no evidence of that, dude, and you know it.
I guess if that's what you say. I mean.
Well, I mean, provide the evidence.
Let's not go into it.
I'm not the one making the claim. You are.
Can we dodge it?
Then why are you opening up your yapper, dude? Let the guy speak then.
Let who speak? No one's speaking. You're the one speaking.
Yeah, you're the one now talking when I was asking that when people, whoever said dinosaurs are real, like, go ahead and provide evidence that they are.
The fossil records, the figures, the numbers,
the data. Dude, your whole world has been built on nothing but narratives. All these narratives that control? Yeah, your world, dude.
How do you even know what my world is?
Because everything that you argue against in this room has to be about a narrative that you think is true. That's what it is.
Name one thing I've argued against, AV. In this room so far.
You're challenging the position right now when we talk about like nuclear war and all that stuff. You're saying that could be a thing, nuclear winter. Like you're challenging the narrative.
AV, what was my wait, AV, what was my contention?
You don't even know, like when you talk about, that's heating up the planet. All these fires are heating up the planet. That's turning up climate change.
AV, what was my contention about the nuclear winter? AV, what was my contention about the nuclear winter?
Are you not disagreeing that the fact that AV, is an actual thing that's occurring throughout time?
Thing? I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nuclear winter, dumbass. Isn't that what you're saying?
What was my contention when it was brought up? That you're telling me that you're able to tell me what my worldview is based on? What was my contention? Obviously, so much
the nuclear disarmament wasn't brought to
I was asking AV, man. I was asking AV. Hold on. Because like AV is purporting that he knows my entire worldview, everything that I've been explaining about, but from what it sounds, he wasn't even listening to a thing I was saying. So it's kind of asinine for him to go off and say that he knows all the things about how I feel when he wasn't even listening to what I said in the first place. So
well put.
So before AV, you start going on telling other people what they think and what their worldviews are. Maybe you should listen to what they're actually saying before you start putting words in their mouth.
Yeah, with your fucking diatribe of what you're saying, you're not saying anything. So what was your disagreement about the whole conversation about that? What was it? What was it
you actually weren't listening, right? So you don't know
what was it about, dude? If you're saying I'm mischaracterizing you, then go ahead and clear the record.
Holy shit, AV.
Clear the record.
It's about the dinosaurs.
AV, I'm not even saying you're mischaracterizing.
If I'm mischaracterizing
you're not listening.
Then clarify
AV,
right now.
AV,
what am I saying that's
You're
incorrect?
not listening, bud. You need to stop.
No.
Listen
You're going to be put on mute until you actually say where I was saying mischaracterize what you said.
I
Go
never
ahead.
said you mischaracterized what I said.
If you don't want to take the floor for that, you're going to be put on mute.
Then let me speak.
I hear some sort of mathematics is involved.
AV, if you're gonna
no.
Am I gonna speak? Am I gonna be able to speak, or are you gonna keep interrupting me?
Yeah, if I mischaracterize you, then clear the record. What did I say that was incorrect? Go.
I never said you were mischaracterizing me. You were just
all right. Then shut your pie hole, dude. If I'm not doing that, then shut your pie hole. Then
because you're just putting words in my mouth and saying things that I didn't even talk about. That's what I'm trying to say.
What I got out of it
you thought I was saying what I was saying about global warming and this and that. I didn't even bring that shit up.
Yeah, you can hear it in the tone of your voice that you buy the whole thing. Just come on, dude.
Yeah, you don't want to admit that what you were saying about
Roll your sideburns and regroup.
To be true.
Yeah, well, somebody should have something good to say after all that good talk he just had. I got something out of it from the Ark because I lived close to that Ark that he's talking about creationists and some sort of mathematics I'd like to hear more about because I've heard that one day is like 1,000 years. So if God created the earth in 6 days, then he rested on the seventh, that would be more like 6,000 years. So is that what we're talking about? Am I just clueless?
I don't know. I would say one day with you would be like 70,000 years. But
I'm kind of loud.
Okay, let me give you a conversation.
Being an actual thing that occurred.
To talk
And it turns out, what's going on here?
Okay,
you want to re-summarize this, please?
I'll re-summarize it. Okay, so to re-summarize it, we were talking about that, like this guy had a problem with boomers. That he was very upset that boomers existed in this conversation. So we told them that
was before I came in.
Yeah. Okay, so we said that there are people who are boomers who are also globalists, who also think the Earth is a globe. And Indio gave an example of a friend of his who is a boomer who was very not invested, but that he thinks Earth is a globe and all the other stuff. So that his logical syllogism that somehow if you got rid of boomers, you get rid of flat Earth. That's false. Then we went on to explain to him how the Apollo program, these conspiracy theorists and stuff like reptiles in space, came from the same era. This era where that people have lost trust in systems of authority and power because they see their actions as in direct conflict with what a globe worldview would predict.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of liars.
Yeah, so this was shown by Edgar Mitchell believing that the shot callers were replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space, or as Carl Sagan said, the Apollo program was the most ironic token of all of human history. I put the quote there in text chat. He said, Nixon says we land on the moon for world peace, and then we systematically carpet bombed countries in Southeast Asia. Then it came into somehow that the overview effect isn't in effect anymore because of desensitizing. Too many people have seen the Earth from space. Well, sure, that would be possible if they were like affected by the overview effect at first. And then he said that never happened. And we're like, well, yes, it did. The peace movements, EPA, environmental movements, all nuclear disarmament, all these things Earth Day came from the Apollo program, and now people don't give a fuck. No fucks given. So then the question was, why? Why did people stop believing? And to add more to that, Tyson gives a very powerful speech about why we stopped believing. It's called "We Quit Believing" speech. It's kind of old, and you could look it up, but he'll answer the question. He'll answer the question as to why people stop believing.
Were you guys not talking about nuclear winter, and now he was challenging whether or not it's something that can actually occur, and that's what destroyed the dinosaurs? Was that not the conversation I was listening to, or was that another one?
Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah,
clearly hear you guys say that.
Yeah, that was correct, Miggy. That was correct. That was the one. Yeah, because
was he not saying that is true? Was he not advocating for the position that is correct?
He was saying that was a true event that happened, and I said no, there was no asteroid hitting Earth, and the dinosaurs never existed. I made that, and I backed it up. I posted the documentary. It's in the side chat, so you can be if he's interested in learning, go ahead.
My characterization of what he said was true about what he was saying, and then he kept going on this long rant of how I was mischaracterizing him. Did he not say that? That's exactly what I was saying.
You got him banged to rights. He is supporting the narrative, and that's what you said, and that's what he was doing. Nothing else. That's it. Perfect summarization. You didn't abuse him. You didn't throw any insults. You only stated what he exhibited. His position was he follows the narrative. That's what he was doing.
Okay, hold on. Let me add something to this. All these ideas go together. Global warming, asteroids hitting the Earth and blowing shit into space, nuclear. That's what me and Kurt were trying to do. Is that this idea that Earth is some, in their worldview, a contained system, basically, and that if some bad event happens here, it will affect everybody in the world universally. That idea comes from the Apollo program. Okay, and it was like I always get a kick out of people that weren't alive telling me what the propaganda was. Like, bro, I saw the propaganda. I lived through it. Crit lived through it. Alpha lived through it. I know what it was. They were saying if something bad happens, some asteroid, nuclear explosion, we don't stop the smokestacks from burning coal and other things, we're all going to choke to death on the surface of the earth. We're either going to freeze to death or we're going to burn up into flame. And this idea came from the same thing. And the idea that Apollo program wasn't used to promote so-called peace and nuclear disarmament is crazy, because they literally have an Apollo Soyuz, like where they met up in space and shook hands by connecting their fucking spaceships together.
Yeah.
So don't try and rewrite history. I remember what happened, dude. I was alive. You weren't. You're reading about it in a fucking textbook.
That's right. That's the difference. These young whippersnappers.
Let me say this, the textbooks. Hold on, shit. My son, his 5th grade textbook, history textbook, it came to Vietnam War and it said, insert text here. It had nothing on it, as if it didn't exist. Okay? Y'all ain't gonna pull this fucking shit on me. You ain't gonna Mandela effect me. You're not gonna fucking bamboozle me to not know what happened. I was there. It happened.
Yeah, that's right. And these young whippersnappers coming in, they're trying to say they know more than you, and you lived through it. I lived through it. So you can't know more than me. You wasn't even born. You weren't even born at the time, so you can't even know more than me. You haven't lived as long. You haven't lived as long. You don't have the data. Don't have that. You weren't around at the time, so you cannot know that. Sorry, and you have to accept
information
that.
was way more controlled. There was only 3 television channels in the United States that you got over the air. Everybody got subjected to the exact same messaging.
Yeah, we got it in England. Same, no doubt. So feel sorry for these young whippersnappers, man. Trying to outsmart the elders. They always think that the elders have nothing to give and it's all over. Go and sit down in the corner. Not me. You're the one that's in the corner because you don't have anything.
Yeah.
You're inexperienced.
In the newspapers was the other way to get information, and those are pretty much controlled by AP, UPI, and Reuters,
right.
which were news. What the hell do they call them?
Broadcasters, outlets.
Yeah, so individual newspapers would buy the stories from AP, UPI, and Reuters. So basically, you only had 3 news sources. Most newspapers did not do any original reporting.
Right. And do you remember Kennedy's speech about he wanted help from the reporters and the newspapers because they had a responsibility of informing the public so the public can make an informed choice. And he was asking for help in that regard. Remember that speech? Do you remember? Does anybody remember that speech from Kennedy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So there you go.
And there's Operation Mockingbird.
Thank you.
That Carl Bernstein exposed that the CIA had infiltrated all the television and all the newspapers in the United States.
Right. You would only know this when you live through it. That's how you know it.
Yeah, the question now is why did the space age fail? Because we're 60 years, almost 60 years out. Why was the space age abruptly ends in 1972, is replaced with an information age that is marked by disinformation? You can't find shit anymore. Yeah. And start asking why. Do an autopsy here. Do a deconstruction of the historical record.
Mm.
And why did things turn out? Why did things turn out this way when they weren't supposed to?
Yeah. Obviously, people.
So I just read today. It's either a bill or it already passed in the Ukraine Rada. It's called a right to forget law, and the government is claiming they have the right to get rid of any information that is old and no longer in the public interest. So basically, erase history. And they can't report on any corruption by government officials until they've been convicted.
Look at that. You see? You see what they're doing? They're packing up the football pitch and everything and the goalpost. You can't score any goals now. That's what they're doing.
Just like Edgar Mitchell said, reptiles from outer space.
Wow, man. And then did you hear Donald Trump's speech today?
It's actually the parasites.
Yeah, welcome, Gemsy. Welcome.
Gemsy, you're 100% right.
I've been telling you. I mean, I didn't make it up, but people have been knowing this for a while now.
They come in with the debate pro garbage, bro. I think they're going to get a W because they're trying to get on a technicality. It's like, there's no way, dude. Everybody in here knows what we're saying and how we're saying.
See, the issue is they want to do a critique of flat Earth worldview while ignoring solid claims made by people who think the Earth is a globe. Right. They're the ones who said that it's not flat Earthers who said there was going to be a giant leap forward. They said that. One small step for a man, a giant leap forward for all humanity. No problem. Let me see this giant leap forward. Well, we're going to burn books instead. Really? Okay, what else are you going to do? Oh, we're going to bomb third world countries. Huh. What else are you going to do? We're going to ramp up domestic surveillance and start a war on drugs. Really? That's all? These are giant leap forwards for you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. Totally. This is what did you think we were going to do? I don't know, world peace or some shit? Like,
What about the never-ending wars, the war on drugs, and jailing huge sections of the population for non-violent crimes? What a giant leap forward.
Yeah, it's like Nixon at the time, he said it's not illegal if the president does it, and everyone just laughed. Both parties. People said, wow, what a kook. I can't believe that guy got through it all the way to the White House. But good thing he's out. And now people clap. Like Trump will sit there and say virtually the same thing. It's not illegal if I do it. If my guys commit bribery, you got the ICE guy just got handed a sack of cash by the FBI, and he's like, oh, it's okay, it doesn't matter. It's not illegal. And you're like, wow. I mean, just think how Nixon's just spinning in his grave. Just like spinning. And they talk about conspiracy theorists. These two parties are supposedly conspiring against each other. Hillary Clinton talking about vast right-wing conspiracy, trying to attack people from or the deep state and all this other crap. That's them talking about conspiracy theories, and they're fighting each other. But they're on the same side apparently. Because anytime there's any bill or any law that's going to limit your rights, they all agree on that. Roll out the Patriot Act. They all agree on that. So, I mean, I think that, they should really embrace it. These globalists who really think the astronauts are legit just embrace the astronauts' claim that the people these shot callers, have been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. Just go all in. Don't just dip your foot in globalism, jump in the deep end, and just accept it. This is the world you live in, brought to the people that you believe are telling you the truth.
Yeah, great critique there, Britt. Thanks a lot. That was good.
Yeah, here's this other one too. They come in here with this massive ego. They're better than flat earthers. They want you to know it. Here's Carl Sagan. It's been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. Perhaps there is no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish a pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know. He said, you ain't going nowhere. This is it. You can look up at the sky, but you're not going anywhere. your whole life will be right here on Earth. And the way you treat other people should be based on your worldview, and it's not. It's just not. So your read of astronomy is completely opposite of his. He's supposed to be expert in astronomy. He said he's humbled by the result of how massive the Earth is, or how massive the universe is, and how interconnected everyone is. There's not. When that part of the speech, he said, "What you think is a separation between you and another person, there isn't any. The greatest war hero and the most cowardly villain, there's no difference between the two. The most just ruler and the most titanic dictator, no difference. You've all lived the same human experience. And yet you'll get these globalists come in here and barely be able to recognize flat earthers as human. And you're like, wow, you're so far in heresy of your own model. It's not for me to replace it with some more bullshit. Just get right. Just find some way to match your worldview with your own ideas. And it won't. And once you've got the contradiction, start asking why. Why did you do that? How do you walk yourself into some deep-seated logical contradictions?
Yeah, exactly. They casually call us apes, just like that, Not even thinking at all. Just can't prove their case, know nothing of the model. They don't know how to prove. They can't prove anything. But we're apes, ladies and gentlemen. We're apes. It's just mad. Yeah, it's just absurd. But there you go. That's the situation you're living in right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're living in. Remember, Carl Sagan didn't tell you the truth about the universe because we don't know if that's out there. We can't go out there to confirm that. It's all mathematical formulas. It's all they're using, remember. Let's not forget that. The universe is not a real place you can go to. We can't go there. We're not a spinning ball. Right, there's a lot of lies being told. When you know these things, it levels your... and it humbles you as well. And we're waiting for these globers to understand that point, because they've got no shame. Even when you tell them, look at Miggy was asking, AV that is, was asking the man to be humble and admit that looking to the sun and the moon and the stars doesn't dictate the shape you're standing on the earth. There's no connection there. He couldn't do it, could he? Could not admit that. Oh, there you go. That's what we're fighting against. The gold standard is to measure the ground under your feet and not to be, you're looking in the wrong direction when you're looking up. Okay? That's looking up is a precise, not concise. It's completely wrong. You want to know what the surface is doing? You measure the surface. Clearly obvious. See it. It's the only standard you should be accepting. Nothing else. But everybody's looking up. And then they offer up stupid things like satellites. Or you can get into a rocket. Ridiculous like that. Oh, what about all the astronauts?
Yeah,
they
that
never
was offered up today too.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
The surface of Earth is just measured flat, and there's no getting around that.
That's it. What it is, yeah. And flatness doesn't mean a shape. It means what the surface is doing. It's not curving as it should be if it's a ball, or an oblate spheroid, or an egg shape. It's none of those things. And we do not know the shape. All we know is that the surface is level, man. And it's at least 7.6 miles in thickness. That's how far they drilled. So
the shape is not good. I would say the Earth is in very bad shape.
Yeah. It is indeed. It is indeed.
You got the giant Pacific garbage patch island of garbage just floating in the Pacific, the South Pacific.
Yeah, that's
They're
terrible,
hunting
that.
whales to extinction.
Yeah,
They're trying to build walls on the ball. You got two world superpowers getting upset over having mineral rights in Ukraine.
Right. And really, they're friends anyway. Anyway, that's another ruse. That war. It's just another ruse, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
Innocent people are
imperialism.
dying.
The goal here is just to grind the country into collapse, and then the two superpowers carve out the parts they want.
Mm.
It's so globo, you know.
Yeah.
You know it's a case because American foreign policy never changes from administration to administration.
Oh, that's right. It's a seesaw game, isn't it? They'll have the power for a while, then the Republicans will have it and undo all the Democrat stuff. And then when the Democrats get back in, they'll undo all the Republican. They're just playing silly games, aren't they? Come on.
They do the same thing, whether Obama was in office or Bush or Trump or whatever.
Yeah, nothing changes. Like you think your vote matters, it doesn't.
No, it never did because they selected them well before your vote is coming in. So you're just going through the motions because you're being fooled to think that your vote counts, and it doesn't count. There's a brilliant meme from James Collier. Now, James Collier is an investigative journalist who did the documentary called "Was It Only a Paper Moon?" looking at the lunar excursion module. Okay, and he highlighted how that could never have worked in space. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about James Collier, the same guy, and he has a meme on his book called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. And what you have is you have the ballot box, right? And under the ballot box is a basket on fire. And your ballot is going through the box into the fire, as if to say it means nothing, as Crit just said. There you go. And that was from 1999, I think. Or 97. Sorry, 97. There you go. Because he had spent 25 years investigating the election fraud, basically, because that's what it is in your country, in America in particular. It's fraudulent, it's rigged, and they spent 25 years. They would be him and his brother, and it culminated into a book called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America, and you can get it on YouTube. You can see him being interviewed, and he calls Americans the most dumbest people on earth. That's an American telling you that Americans are dumb. There you go. All because of when it's okay. That's all.
I mean, just in general, Americans seem more stupid than other countries for sure.
Mm.
But I mean, that's our education system's the worst in the world. I mean, it's horrible. You don't learn anything.
Well, I should tell you something because that's part of the executive branch of the federal government. If they can't even provide for education, they're uniquely bad at doing something as simple as educating youth. A mission they said they could do. They said, we can do this. And people are like, well, I guess so. I mean, we'll see what happens because there are some of the states that are lacking behind. So maybe we'll standardize the education system under the federal government and let's see what happens. Now, all states are lacking behind. Wow, great job. So that's the same branch of the government that's supposedly exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Really? They can't even run a Department of Education. Everything they do is a complete oxymoron. Their Department of Education is a department of stupidity. They've dumbed down America into like the 40 years or whatever they've been doing this. Another thing got kind of brought to you by Richard Nixon, the Department of Education.
Yeah, when you go back to the 70s and then go back from there, going back in time, America's education was to die for. Everybody wanted to be educated in America. That was the truth. That's what I picked up as a 10-year-old. Okay, that America's education was the best in the world. Well, okay, maybe we had Oxford and Cambridge that would be rivaling that. Okay, and Eton and Harrow. Okay, but again, people would want to go to America to be educated. That was the standard back then, you see, when you go back. And as you keep going back in history, that's what you find. Now, their kids going to school, they don't even know where places are in the world. Now, that's a surprise, that is. They don't know where countries are. That's shocking for me. You know what I mean? You know.
Like,
There you
even
are.
people who are educated, like, they've done things where, Jay Leno, Man on the Street, or Jaywalking, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
They would ask, like, people be like, hey, so, what do you who are you? I'm so-and-so. I got a, master's in business, an MBA. Like, oh, sure. Can you tell me where Turkey is? And they'd be like, well, that is kind of a Thanksgiving. We serve turkey at Thanksgiving. And you're like, wow, well, thank you for that. Next person. You're like, that, no fucking clue. You're like, hey, how close is Turkey to Greece? And they'll be like, well, Turkey and Greece are kind of opposite because Turkey is a very lean bird. So there isn't a lot of grease in Turkey. And you're like, holy shit. Like, holy shit.
That's fine because Trump will change Turkey's name to chicken. And if they don't like it, we'll make it steak.
Yeah. Well, with what's going on at the moment, and there's a lot of incidences going on, I do feel they're trying to inch us towards World War III. Okay? Trump has denounced the United Nations. He wants people to come and join him now, right? This is what Trump said today. And remember, this speech came from the higher ups, because the higher ups are telling us what's going on, right? And I'm telling you, I'm getting that funny feeling that we're moving towards World War III. Too many things are going on that are fragmented, right? And with Trump's speech today, okay, and then Israel saying we don't recognize this Palestinian state that's coming, right? Then you've got the Ukraine still going on there, all right? You've got Denmark now going to recruit women. They have to do their service. What do they call that? The draft. So Denmark's drafting women into the military now. It's like they know something. Why would you do that? Why would you want women to be in the army? What's going on? Something is coming. I do feel something is happening. It's becoming unraveled again. This is the next phase. Okay, and then when that World War III comes in, a pandemic is going to come in on top of that. Something's coming, I tell you. I'm not really happy with what I'm hearing at the moment, and it's not looking good. I do feel they're trying to push World War III. That's what I feel. Could be completely wrong, but that's the nuance I'm getting.
Don't watch TV then.
I'm not watching TV, actually. It's coming from independent media stuff. I don't watch TV. I haven't in 6 years now. Nice to hear your voice, Bradwin.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. You've missed all the action, man. You should have been here. Going on. You would have been great. You would have had a lot to say. Yeah. Get here on time next time.
I'm at work.
That's about it.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, good. Fantastic. What brings you in today?
Oh, just looking around.
Was that Angel, Archangel?
Yes. Hi.
Okay, I thought I recognized your voice. Yeah, what's up, dude?
Oh, not much.
No cameras. Okay, just when we refresh that. Okay. I know you like to put your camera on, but in this room we're not doing cameras.
Yeah, it's all about the bandwidth, and that's not necessary. You see.
Okay.
But what do you
And
say?
also-
What do you know? What do you hear? What's the
It'll
news?
limit the room too, so we got just be careful. I mean, just want to like oh, he left. Okay. Yeah, I figured that's what he would do. He likes to put on his camera.
Yeah. I mean, he came in and left. I mean, what's in? Wonder what's on his mind. Came in, no camera. Okay, I'm gone.
That's the crit effect for some people.
Wants
once
people
they
to
hear,
see him and look at him and stuff.
once they hear crit, they just press the exit button. Happens with Indio and with Quantum Eraser sometimes.
I think we've all experienced that when you welcome them in, and then boom, they're gone.
Well, he said he was looking around, so that was he's
Yeah.
doing his laps.
I was going to ask him, is he window shopping for some curvature? You know, window shopping for some curvature, maybe.
No, he's kind of a unique dude. He's got some pretty interesting takes. One of a kind, you know. But the thing is, he likes to put his camera on as he's talking about it. He's very animated and stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but yeah, he's kind of funny. He's kind of funny, dude. He's like, but he'll go off topic a lot. That's kind of
Is he on the fence, or is he firmly in the Glober camp?
Yeah, he's kind of like the Earth is like flat, but it's not flat like we're thinking. It's a different type of flat.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Like he's got his own sort of flat Earth version.
Yeah. I heard him. Yeah, I heard him the other day. Actually, yes, I remember him now. But silly, really. At the end of the day, it's a silly position. Because whatever he puts forward, you've got to prove it and measure it. Can you measure what you're telling us? Show me. That's it. Can't. Don't mind, you've got to have a different version, but you've got to prove your version. It's got to be out there. Have we overlooked something? We flat earthers, have we overlooked? No, we haven't, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't overlooked anything. How can you overlook a curvature? It's got to be there, or it's not there. Simple.
Hey, Miss Tree.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Tree. Are you there?
Yes, no.
We're here. We're here.
I know. I just know. I know Miss Tree from another channel. She's the lady of the day.
Not of the night.
Lady of the day.
Lady of the week.
Lady of the
week.
Lady of the week. Unless she doesn't hear me.
Lady of the month.
Well, hold on now.
She hears you, but she's making sandwiches.
Yeah, monthly. You know, they have the monthly magazines for these women, don't they? Women of the month, women of the year. You know, they're there. Women of the moment. They've had them all. Women's weekly magazines. They have the Women's of the Week, monthly, Women of the Month on the front cover. Yeah.
So why does Flat Earth Batman use the word Batman in his name? Is he here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't talk a lot because he's normally working, but he'll have it on, so he can't really get. There's a lot of background noise. So I mean, generally the take is to make fun of the globalists because a lot of the anti-flat earthers like to fancy themselves as a superhero. You'll see like this guy called Mick Toon. He calls himself Batman. Like he'll say, "I am Batman." Like they think it's funny. You've got Mr. Sensible fancies himself as as Superman. He's got like a big S on his chest, and he's got like a cartoon character of himself, like where he looks all Buffy, and he's got a cape, and he rips open his chest, and there's a big S on it. You've got this guy called Fight the Flat Earth. He fancies himself as Green Lantern. He's got like a magic ring that can just conjure shit. Not just those guys. There's a bunch of other ones. They seem to, when they picked this anti-flat Earth persona, they seem to also pick a superhero identity. So F.E. Batman had kind of like, in a way, he's kind of mocking them for doing that. Like, dude, what the fuck? Comic books. There's probably something you should have left in your mom's garage. Okay, that wasn't something you should have brought to your childhood or your internet persona. And you'll see that too, that a lot of them, they play with toys. Like you'll see these guys who they fancy themselves as a comic book hero. They got a bunch of Legos and Star Wars toys in the background. And you're like, what the fuck, dude?
Good answer. Thank you.
Another toy that they have in the background a lot is a globe that they buy at the store. They put it on the table. Just globe toys.
Yeah, I've got some toys from my childhood, like the Thunderbirds, memories of my childhood. So I've got that. Yeah, so I have that, and I introduced Thunderbirds to my kids as they were growing up. Remember, they were born in Japan and not in England and not in the United States and not in the West. So I wanted them to experience that because I thought it was good. There was some moral fiber to be picked up there, and the never give up attitude, always lend a hand where you can, sort of thing. So I thought that would be good, triumph over evil and that. Yeah, so I introduced them to the Star Wars, to the Captain Scarlet, for example, and Batman, of course, and Thunderbirds. Yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot to learn for the kids there. It's good entertainment. And then I introduced them to Lego as well. Good for motor skills, and you're learning and that. Looking at the manual and then putting things together. Yeah, it's all good. It's okay. I think that's okay. I don't think that's a negative really, but it depends on how the person is. You're an anti-flat earther, then you're a worry. I was thinking that they were devaluing those characters because they're nothing like the characters that they put up as a persona. Nothing like them. They're the complete opposite. They're insulting the character, actually. McToon. As what? Batman, was it? What a war.
Yeah, or like Superman and all these other characters like
Green Lantern. I like Green Lantern.
Like I know it's like they're so dumb. Like they're so dumb. They have no idea what the story is, what the moral lesson.
Yeah. They're nothing of the character. They've got no integrity. So for you to put yourself up as Batman, you are tarnishing a good name doing that. That's what
again with the Globo Homo. The heroes are all like gay. Thor and Kronos, all those little G gods are actually homosexuals.
I didn't pick that in the odds. I didn't pick any of that. Oh, I didn't pick any of that in any of that stuff. I didn't see that.
Well, that's why God said don't worship little G gods.
Yeah.
Because then you get a cape and you start running around in your pajamas.
Yeah, but then again,
furry costumes.
Yeah, but then if a kid is doing that, obviously he's reliving the action that he saw and he's been good. He's not replicating the baddie, is he? He's repeating and
Well, I
mimicking
did
the
mention
good.
furries, didn't Ty?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't pick up any homosexuality.
Let me take a video this Halloween of the little children, what they're wearing.
Well, Gene, what you don't get is that Superman, he is the evil one. He's saving the planet.
Well, yeah. He traveled back in time, didn't he?
We got witches, we got voodoo. Wonder what little G gods we've brought into our country.
Yeah, I used to do the Spider-Man at Halloween for the kindergarten kids, and I used to do the Spider-Man right up until the stupid injection came along. You know, the boogie thing that we had to all run away from. Right up until then,
Everybody's wearing a mask now. That's funny.
Oh, silly, isn't it? Yeah, ridiculous. But yeah, I used to do the Spider-Man at Halloween's.
This is how another thing bizarre where government is. Like after 7-Eleven is an inside job, they said no one can wear masks. It's illegal to put a face covering because a certain religion wore face coverings as part of their practices. So they said now you're scaring people if you practice your
religion.
If you want to be modest about your appearance in public, that's illegal. That's a crime. And then you fast forward, like 20 years later, the government says it's illegal not to wear a mask. You must cover your face. You're like, which one is it, motherfucker? Which one? Like, am I supposed to put a mask on or not? Do I cover my face or not? I mean, can you make up your mind? Like, what the fuck?
Another twist to that is that people were using those masks that the government told them to wear to go commit crimes. Because now I can wear a mask everywhere I go. People, and they will steal and commit crimes, and then you couldn't arrest them because they weren't stealing like over $1,000 or something. So they make it the government made it illegal to arrest the criminals wearing the mask. It's kind of crazy, or not punishable to punish the criminals.
As they say,
lucky 303's here. They're new.
Who's new?
Lucky 303. One that walks alone. Are you new?
That's me. That's Mur. I just changed my name for a bit.
I got you. Anyways, carry on. Yeah, I was gonna say, Pete Davidson got everyone to cover themselves with tattoos, and then he got all his tattoos removed. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
It's like a big game of charades. It's a big game of charades and follow the leader. Blindfully ignorant people following ignorant people that are blind.
Yeah, the hokey pokey. Stick your left arm in, stick your left arm out. I saw a bumper sticker a long time ago, 15 years ago, that said, "What if the hokey pokey is what it's all about?"
I like that one. I'm gonna put that as in my bio.
Well, that's what the powers that be like to do. They like you to go over this line, then they say, "You can't be on this line, you have to go on this line." Then you go on the other side of the line, and then now you have to walk down the middle of the line. I don't know. Luckily, we're able to see through it, but that's, as you can see with the parade of people that come in here, they've got them hook, line, and sinker. Koreanese, hello.
Is a Koreanese like half Korean, half Japanese or something?
Or just fully Korean? I don't know, north and south. Who else is here? Guess that's it.
Aren't Koreans like half Japanese, half Chinese? They don't like that, I think.
How about Truth by Proxy? Anyone ever talked to them? Sounds vaguely familiar.
Nobody's ever
Nice
really
yacht.
talked to me because I'm not too available while I'm listening.
I got you. Nice yacht. It's a yacht, right?
Yacht?
Your
In the picture?
PFP, what the hell is that?
In my little picture there, that's a ice house and 4-wheeler, I think. There.
Oh, okay. I see it now. I thought that was a dock and a yacht.
Oh.
It's a nice ice house.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's I don't know, Cabela's brand, I think, or something. Bass Pro Shop.
Oh,
Yeah,
Anthony
I'm
Burroughs
often
is
listening,
here.
but not saying too much.
We have a writing enthusiast, Anthony Burroughs. Or is that the same Burroughs? It's Naked Lunch. Is that Anthony Burroughs?
No, I'm not him.
Oh, okay. That's good. I think he's dead. Welcome to the chat, Mr. Burroughs.
Yeah, we're all getting an inheritance from the end of the world. Those of us who need it will get it. Those of us who don't need it will keep being blessed.
Is that like a post-dated check or?
How much are we getting?
He didn't say.
And were there any improvements or progression with JJ and the other dude today? Or is it just the same BS as always?
Yeah, nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
I would say there was room for progression, and it was sort of happening, but interlopers derailed, dude. There was too much. The fire was started, well, incendiaries were thrown onto the pile, and it was the mutual agreement to be cool for a little while was lost. It's getting there. What can I say, mate?
I don't really understand like how. Well, I do kind of understand at this point, but it's truly insane how individuals can claim to be logical, but at the same time be so emotional and illogical.
Well, it's part of the lived experience. I would say that it's not possible to separate the logos, pathos, and ethos from the full human experience. You're going to have to, all of it is combined to get a full, complete worldview. So if you say, hey, use only logic to get to your conclusion, you're not going to get there. You'll never get there because it's 60% of the human condition is being factored out.
Yeah, logic has become referred to census and mass populist theory, or what the mass consensus is, or referred to authority.
What you just said, Crit, is so true. If you're too logical, you fall into the logical trap. You have two hemispheres for a reason. You have to use both sides.
Yeah, sort of like the connection between mind, body, and soul. You got to really understand. Use all of it. The whole experience.
Yep. If anybody knows about that, that should be people or individuals like us here, and especially people who are like syncretists and understand both the metaphysical and physical.
And that's when you get the best learning and the best breakthroughs, is when you've got somebody who say logic and emotion, or logic and ethics, when they compete with each other and you have to square one against the other. You have to find a way to match the contradiction. That's when some of the best, most breakthroughs happen. And that's kind of... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, sorry.
That's why I keep bringing up like the overview effect and trying to stay inside the globalist worldview, because that's when they find the contradiction. They'll find the contradiction in their own worldview, not doing some sort of external, internal critique of flat Earth, which they don't understand anyway.
Yep. You can see that just by the memes that they post with the straw man of like this disc shit in outer space, which is a straw man within a straw man. But hey, people, again, it's kind of like taking candy from a baby, right? And they start crying and whining because you're taking something away that they love, right? And you've been with that your whole entire life, so taking it away is very detrimental to your ego, and the ego is the enemy of everything.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the channel.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Enjoyer is a new person. How are you, man? Welcome to the channel.
I'm not new here.
My bad.
Nice to have someone greeting at the door, actually.
Yeah, I just rejoined to ask again if you guys have found finally any evidence regarding that container around Earth. What's it made of?
Nobody knows the trouble I've been through.
Can't go far enough to find out what it's made of, dude. All we've got is natural law and the fact it's an antecedent to gas pressure, if indeed, or whether or not we're in next to a vacuum, an infinite vacuum of 10 to the negative 17, whatever.
Just because we don't currently know or understand what it's made out of or built out of doesn't change the fact that we have a container around us and that we live in this realm called Earth.
How do you know it's for a fact that you have a container when you can't find the container? If it's supposed to be, if it holds the gas in there, then it should be a physical container, correct?
Can you firstly, well, there's, what is that video? Somebody help me. It's been a long time since I've watched this. Is it the Go Fast rocket that kind of already shows it to a degree, right? But secondly, even if we haven't actually like shown it to you, right, it defies the second law of thermodynamics. So if you can give us any gas pressure without a container, you've proved us wrong, but you can't. That's physically impossible.
Okay. Now, if gas requires a container to be contained, why doesn't water then? Why does this ocean also need a container to be contained?
Yes.
So why isn't the ocean just floating upwards then?
Why would it float upwards? Buoyancy and density would decree across the.
Wait, do you know what gas pressure refers to? Is water a gas or no? Let me ask you that. What is water?
But gas are molecules and particles, right? With less weight,
but they're different. Are they different states? Why doesn't a rock levitate upwards? Why doesn't a rock levitate upwards then?
Hold up.
That's
they are different.
Question, bro.
It's not really stupid.
Gas is a fluid.
It is.
Not really, no.
Shine da ake haɗa sabon robot ga sunan robot artificial intelligence AI kala-kala kuma za ka zo ka shi wannan robot ɗin don su maka duk aikin da yake so wannan shi to ba kamar yadda wuce gani wannan shine da ake haɗa sabon robot ga sunan robot artificial intelligence AI kala-kala kuma za ka zo ka shi wannan robot ɗin don su maka duk aikin da yake so to wannan shi to ba kamar yadda wuce gani wannan shine da ake haɗa sabon robot ga sunan robot artificial intelligence AI kala-kala kuma za ka zo ka shi wannan robot ɗin don su maka duk aikin da yake so wannan shi to ba kamar yadda wuce gani wannan sabon robot ga sunan robot artificial intelligence AI kala-kala kuma za ka zo ka shi
Archangel.
What the hell was that?
I kind of think it was something to do with prayer about AI.
Well, regarding the container, like the gas pressure, do you accept that there's a measured gradient of the gas pressure on Earth? So as you increase in elevation, the gas pressure goes down?
Yes.
So why doesn't the higher pressure at the surface rush to the lower pressure above it?
It's a thermodynamic environment. It's created and the gas is released at ground pressure. But it's a thermodynamic environment, and sometimes it can change quite considerably. You know what thermals are?
Yeah, but if you have a gradient that exists, and that gradient is because of thermodynamics, then why would you need a container? Why would you need a container?
You have to add pressure gradient. It's pressure gradient. You wouldn't have a pressure gradient without a container.
What?
You can have a pressure gradient within a container. You wouldn't have a pressure gradient without a container.
Why not?
Because if you had this vacuum out there, the gases will be expanding towards it, and there will be no pressure at all. There would be no you breathing air.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hold on. I got this.
Gases will be escaping
I got
your
this.
lungs violently.
Okay.
So
Okay,
you
why
have.
does
So we
container
have.
increase
Hold
the
on.
deeper you go in the ocean?
Enjoyer. Hold on, Enjoyer.
One at a time.
dude.
One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, I was trying to respond to the person who responded to me, but. So, so if we have a gas, if you accept that there's a pressure gradient, and as you increase in elevation, the pressure goes down. Theoretically, couldn't you have a point where there's very, very, very low pressure next to the vacuum, and then there wouldn't be anything to create a movement of differential between the two?
You're operating within certain ignorance because you don't have the measurements of pressure at certain altitudes. Beyond a certain point on the atmos, you don't have a pressure measurement. So you're believing that it goes lower and lower and lower until whatever imaginary number you're thinking, but that's not the case. You don't actually have that. So you're making an argument out of ignorance.
Okay, can I take over here? If there's a pressure gradient in the atmosphere, and you claim okay,
there's no if.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting to it. And you're claiming that there's a container that has to keep it there. So why is there a pressure gradient in the ocean as well, and there's no container keeping the ocean in its place?
Of course there is. It's called the Antarctic, which is the highest average land mass on Earth. It's the container of the waters in general.
Why isn't the ocean just floating up into the atmosphere then?
Buoyancy and density. That's why, because the water or the ocean is more dense than the atmos itself. Simple logic.
So how do you explain the pressure going higher the deeper you go? Then how do you explain that?
One more time. I didn't hear you. Another person spoke.
How do you explain the pressure increasing the deeper you go into the ocean?
My God.
Isn't that depth within the container? You have depth, you have an up and down within the container, and at the bottom of the container.
Do you understand how pressure works?
You have depth and you have more pressure there. You have gases being produced at the surface, below the surface. Yeah?
The deeper you go, the more water you have on top of you.
The more water you have on top as well. And remember, we're speaking about gas pressure, but you're going into the ocean.
Which is not gas pressure, it's water pressure.
Yes, it's pressure, nonetheless.
That's like saying.
Well, listen real quick. That the water requires gas pressure, because if the water was in the vacuum, if the vacuum was next to this water and gas, there will be no water and no gas, because all of those things will be.
Okay, can you explain to me how pressure works, Mexican guy? What is pressure?
Pressure, like me pushing against you?
Yeah, but how does pressure work?
Force that it exerts on the walls of its container, dude.
That's not pressure.
At elevation or under different temperatures, it can vary.
Okay, the gases exert a force against the walls of this container, causing the pressure.
That's not pressure.
That is the definition in the gas laws.
No, that's not pressure.
Wow.
The more molecules, the more molecules of whatever gas or liquid you have in a enclosed space, the more the pressure. More molecules that press against each other, the more the pressure is. This is why when you go deeper in the ocean, the pressure increases.
Push against each other, and I guess the walls of its container causing the pressure. Yeah, that you agree
Here
with.
is the definition. Here is the definition.
So he knew the answer to his question.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Pause for a second. Here's the definition. Gas pressure is the force that gas particles exert on the walls of their container due to collisions. It increases with higher temperature or when the volume of the container decreases, as more particles collide more frequently and with greater force.
Okay, there's no container on the surface of the ocean. So why is there pressure in the ocean?
Pause. I'm not done. What Jimsy just stated about gas pressure being when particles are pushing against a container is true, which you claimed it to be false. So are you going to concede to that or not?
No, I'm not conceding anything, and you're interrupting.
Okay, you're a moron.
And I asked. Okay, well, you're a moron, okay? Because you don't understand how pressure works. Obviously.
No, you don't. This is the actual definition of pressure in dictionaries that I just pulled up for you.
Okay, cool.
So you're smart in a dictionary,
sure, if you
apparently,
understood,
but obviously you're not.
Yeah. If you talk more, maybe you'll be more right? No, you're wrong. Why is there no container in the ocean, surface of the ocean then?
Enjoyer,
why is there more pressure the deeper you go?
Enjoyer, you say he's wrong, but can you post something in?
Can you please let the guy speak? Because I asked him, sir.
Well, I'm just saying you say he's wrong, so can you post something against this instead of jumping on?
No, I'd like him to answer, sir. You're trying to.
He's actually firstly, again, if there's more, as I'm going to repeat this again for you, gas pressure is the force that gas particles exert. So let's just change those gas particles to water particles, right? The more depth, the deeper you go down into the ocean, there's more water particles pushing downwards, aka there's more force. So it's the same principle. Again.
Exactly. Well done, sir. Thank you. So because molecules have a weight. No, wait a minute. We didn't concede anything here. Because the molecules are pushing, because they have a weight, they're pushing down more and more. And the deeper you go, the heavier, the bigger this mass becomes of water, and it's heavier, and thus the pressure increases. And that's the same concept with gas.
That's incorrect.
So why is helium? Why is helium such a light gas, and why does it go up in the atmosphere? Why isn't it?
That's incorrect. The pressure in the ocean is in all directions. It's not a downward vector. You guys are going to have to try harder than that. Unless you can prove that the vector of pressure is downward.
A vector downward.
The mute Nazi's back. You're going to constantly mute me.
No, dude, the pressure's increased volumetrically because there's so much water above you. It's not any sort of downward force.
Are you? Did you join just to interrupt and disrupt this conversation? Say who, or because you're gonna start muting me for whenever you don't like what I say.
I was just correcting you on your poor assertion. That pressure is in all directions. Yeah, I addressed it while you were speaking. Like right now, I'm talking, you're interrupting me. I decided to correct you. You totally ignored it. So I thought, well, since you're in here all the time doing this same thing, I'll just correct you and then unmute you. You can either bleat about the mute or you can address the point.
Just like every time when I join, you just mute me when you don't like what I do.
All right. So I guess you're choosing to bleat and you're not going to address the point. There is no exclusive downward vector of pressure at the bottom of the ocean. It isn't all vectors. It's volumetric pressure. Just like old dude said. Can you address that, or you just want to cry about being muted? Which one?
I will give you one chance to have an actual conversation.
Okay. See, I don't know why you're threatening. You don't have the authority. So can we talk about the topic instead of talking about the mute? Why can't you be civil in here, man? Why can't you be calm? You and I have had many conversations. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, guys, I got a dip. Take care.
Stop fucking muting me, dude.
Where was the other guy besides him that was talking about this? He took over the other guy.
That's true. He did it.
That was me. I was talking about the pressure gradient, and then if you get to the edge of the pressure gradient, the differential pressure between the very, very edge of the atmosphere and the vacuum is so minimal that it wouldn't cause movement, so you wouldn't need a container.
Where is the edge of the atmosphere? That's a contradiction in terms, by the way. Air doesn't have any inherent shapes. So what is an atmosphere?
I mean, we don't need to really. Why do we don't want to argue semantics, do we?
Well, you got to remember that when you say atmosphere, you're implying that this air and this gas pressure is around a sphere, and that's what you're saying. And next to that is the vacuum of space, but you cannot demonstrate that in reality. You can only demonstrate it within a container. And you're saying that there is another option, another way of doing it, but you cannot demonstrate. And when you say atmosphere, that's why he's trying to tell you that you're contradicting you're contradicting the way gas behaves. You're just adding a shape to gases when they don't do that.
Right, but the reason why we get when we get pressure moving from from high pressure to another, when we get matter going there, is because there's more space. There's more space in the lower pressure because it's not exerting as much force, right? So that you get matter to move. But if the force is so minuscule, or the differential is so minuscule, then you might not have as much movement, or you might not have any perceivable movement between two different.
Well, what are the two different volumes that we're talking about? Because we're talking about an extremely high pressure system, which is the Earth, and then apparently an extremely low pressure system, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Right, but we measure a gradient, and then if that gradient continues, then eventually the differential will be so minimal that there wouldn't be any cause for movement, or it wouldn't be such a violent movement between the two.
Well, gas fills volumes. That's what it does. So there would be a movement. It would be trying to fill the available volume of, space, that ever-expanding vacuum.
Right, but the vacuum itself isn't the one that's exerting any force, right?
I didn't say that it was.
Well, I'm asking if we're accepting that as true, that the vacuum is not exerting a force.
A vacuum is a void. It is nothingness.
Right. So it doesn't do anything. The vacuum's not exerting a force. So if the pressure differential is so minimal between the two, then the amount of force that the higher pressure, so minusculely higher, slightly higher pressure, would be so minimal that it wouldn't cause a violent movement of that pressure differential.
What are you talking about, bro? Where does this happen at?
Well, it happens like on Earth. If we have 14.7, if we have 14.7 psi at the surface, and then you go up 10 feet and you have 14.6, we're not feeling a violent updraft of the 14.7 rushing to the 14.6, right? So the difference.
You can actually demonstrate the opposite of what you're claiming, because on Earth you can have a vacuum chamber, you can have gases, you can have water, you can have a sphere, and you can put all the variables of the globe, and you won't be able to demonstrate what you're claiming about the globe. If you have all of these variables, gas, water, sphere, in a vacuum, and then you turn on you flip the vacuum, turn it on, the water is gonna go away, the water is gonna evaporate, the gases are gonna go away, and you're gonna have the sphere with nothing.
Let's try it this way. Can you tell us where the air pressure comes from in the first place?
Where do you mean, where it comes from, or what is being measured?
What is causing?
No, where does the air pressure? Yeah, what's causing the air pressure in the first place?
Well, it's the collisions of molecules that are on a surface, and then you measure the force of those collisions, and we translate that to a psi. So the pound of force per square inch on the surface.
Yeah, no. What is that surface? Is that a surface of a container?
It could be any surface that you have the equipment to measure the amount of force being exerted on it. So, like,
welcome to contained Earth.
Yeah.
Right, but my question is, so if we go up to
outer space is bye-bye.
If we go to the peak of Mount Everest, the psi there is 14.9, but at the sea level it's 4.9 at Mount Everest, and at the surface of the Earth it's 14.7. That's quite a differential, but we don't have the 14.7 rushing to the 4.9 to eat. So
I don't know what your point is. I don't know what your point is. So we have pressure still. Where's that pressure come from again? What causes pressure?
But we have a differential.
So gradient within a container.
So what? You have air pressure. Where does that pressure come from?
But the claim.
What causes the pressure?
The claim is that if there was no container, then the air should rush into space because of the differential of the air the air's psi with space being a near perfect vacuum, right?
Bro, no, that's not the claim.
That's
the claim is
that's what somebody said multiple times in the last.
Gas pressure requires a container. That's the claim. Gas pressure requires a container. Do you have any instance where we don't have a container and then gas pressure along with that?
Well, if you assume a container is around the earth, is around over the earth, then
nobody assumed that.
What example could I possibly
answer the question? Why are you avoiding my question? Can you have gas pressure without containment?
You can have a pressure gradient without containment.
Show me.
Because we have 14.7 psi at the surface of the Earth.
That's begging the question. That's begging the question.
Mount Everest, and we don't see the lower.
Thank you.
He knows how damning it is to give a straight answer.
I know. He won't give a straight answer.
Crazy.
Friend, you're begging the question, and then this is... Yeah, and it's special pleading.
No, it's because both of us are special pleading there because you're assuming a container. I would have to assume there isn't.
I'm not assuming a container. I don't know, dude. I'm not assuming a container, and I don't like you strawmanning me like that. I'm not assuming any container. Every instance that we can ever show is that gas pressure requires containment. Period.
So the air is a fluid, right? And we can demonstrate fluids having a pressure where it's not rushing into the lower pressure.
No, air is a gas,
without a container.
And it has fluid-like properties. That's its state of matter. It's a gas.
Yes, I understand.
It has fluid-like properties.
It's still a fluid.
Yeah, fluid is more of a property. Mm-hmm. Gas is a state of matter. So its state
behaves like
is
fluid,
gas.
Right? Wow, this guy.
Yeah, and also, fluids are not liquids. Fluids are descriptions and properties of how they flow, right? There are similarities between gas and water, but they're not the same thing. So what are you trying to get to here?
Because we can have fluids with a pressure differential without something over the container of that vessel that we're measuring.
Is the air fluid? A fluid?
I said yes. I'm the one that said that a moment ago.
It's a gas.
Yeah, gas is a state of matter. Fluid is a property of matter.
Yeah, I just said that. So,
right, I'm reiterating what you said to tell him that
without a container. Yeah. Gas pressure without a container. Can you prove it? Without special pleading or begging the question.
Yeah, if you have a sufficiently large container, then
okay, show it to me. Just demonstrate that. Don't tell me about it. I want you to demonstrate it.
If you have a sufficiently large...
just demonstrate it. I don't want to hear your explanations. I want a demonstration, please.
Dude, he's asking for an example without a container. Why is container in your first sentence?
I missed a word. I was going to say a container with an open top. Right, and then if you fill it with something like a liquid, you can measure a differential of pressure difference, but between the bottom of the container and the top.
Yeah, but it's still got gas pressure, and it's not next to a vacuum, so.
A vacuum is just a differential of pressure. So the surface of the ocean is at 14.7 psi. Mount Everest is 4.9. There's a vacuum that exists between those 2 points. And we don't have a rush of air going from the surface of the Earth to...
No, you're inferring vacuum in the wrong circumstances. No, there's a drop in gradient pressure. That's not a vacuum, dude.
A vacuum is just a differential of pressure, correct?
Sorry?
Hey guys, what's between two gas particles?
I don't know.
How would you describe the space? What fills the space between two individual gas particles? What's between them?
A given, what's it called?
Okay, all right, let me rephrase. Maybe this will help you. Let's say you have an enclosed container, just the way God meant it to be, full of gas, uniform gas, let's say hydrogen. What's in between the particles of gas?
Other hydrogens.
Other hydrogens. What's between those hydrogens?
Other hydrogens.
So it's infinite density?
No.
Okay, so at one point there's individual particles of hydrogen. What's in between them?
Well, can we see this? Can we quantify this, Peter? Can we actually see this? So
No, I'm asking about your understanding of gas laws, right? There's a number of particles. P V equals nRT, right? N isn't N the number of particles?
Volume and
I know, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So N is the number of particles, so it's finite. So what's in between the particles?
More of N.
So if I have, let's say, 1,000 particles, then between them is another 1,000. So it's 1,000,000 particles now.
Well, you would have to measure it to quantify it, wouldn't you, Pete?
All right. So I'm asking, given some number N of particles in a contained volume, PV equals nRT, what's in between the gas particles? It's a simple question. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So the glober can agree and we can agree. What's in between the particles?
Fence or some cushions, maybe?
What is?
A fence or a wall or maybe some cushions.
Your Scottish accent prevents me from comprehending the wisdom of your words.
Is it perhaps a garden fence that's between the particles, or maybe some
a garden fence in between the particles? How could that be?
Or some throw cushions.
Okay, so you're topping out. Physics has ended for you. You're topping out.
Well, I'd like to know what you consider to be between it.
I would think it's empty space.
Why would it be empty?
Because if all I have is particles of hydrogen, then what else would there be?
Well, that is the theory.
Well, there is no other gas there, right? Like, so what? It's like infinite gases in every container? What's your theory? Infinite gases?
Gas is solid, like fluid, like a fluid medium?
It doesn't matter. Look, dude, we're talking gas laws, right? I have a container full of gas particles. They don't even have to be uniform. Can be a mixture. Could be the atmos, right? Like a mix of hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever. I have a finite number of particles. That is known. If it was infinite, then PV equals nRT, infinite pressure. So N is finite. What's in between those particles? Empty space. The answer is empty space. The answer is not, cotton candy or whatever you said. The answer is empty space.
Now, when you say empty space, is that volumetric? Is that pressurized?
Yeah, there's a certain volume in between the particles. There's a distance in 3 dimensions, x, y, and z. Therefore, there's a volume.
Yeah, but so the empty space is also part of the pressure then, as well as the gas particles.
That's what I'm saying, right? Because pressure is just a measurement of, it's a statistical quantity describing the distribution of kinetic energy in a volume. PV equals nRT. T is kinetic energy, right? Temperature is mean kinetic energy in a given volume. That's your T. So PV equals nRT. V is constant. R is constant. N is set in a given situation. So you're actually measuring the N and the T using the P.
So you can now go back and give your academy professors a bar of chocolate for being correct. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. We're all correct. We're just speaking over each other out of emotion and, years of grudges and whatnot, globe versus flat. Here we can unite because we're talking about gas laws, have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. Except that it can't be a ball in space, really.
All right, back to Kiro-san. Smoke screened enough for him.
But we've accomplished something here, right? Another successful bit of research done here on Politics 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, and
high fives.
Did the last gentleman decide to leave while you were talking? Have you accomplished that as well, Peter?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well done. You saved him from the flat Earth. Well done.
Well, eventually he's gonna understand his mistakes the way I did. So he just needs more time. Took me 2 years.
Who's left? Oh, Enjoyer's still here. Let's see, hang on. Please don't be going crazy when I open your mic, Enjoyer. Hello? Hello, Enjoyer?
Yes.
Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. How are you now?
Pardon?
Good. How are you now?
He said, "How are you now?" I'll translate.
I'm still quite unhappy about being oppressed because I can't speak.
Yeah, it does have that effect, right enough, that's true. But it's nothing personal, dude. It's just to do with the decorum of the room and some such things as that.
Decorum of the room.
Well, sometimes it's to do with
people you don't like.
No. Sometimes it's to do with when people they don't, they expand a point too far, and we get it. We don't mean to cut you off, but sometimes we have to close your mic down to let you understand that we got your point and we can expand on it or answer you because you want to shut up. It's not personal. But then there's other times where there's so much over talking, that it's just pointless. So again, same thing, not personal. And then there's other times when people get tempered, and it's more of a mercy mute in that sort of regard to save us having to ban someone. Again, it's not personal.
I understand you saying it's not personal, but guy over there, he sure likes the mute button when he doesn't like what he hears.
Dude,
that's his superpower.
See, that's the thing. The other thing is, tone policing, or trying to mod the mods, or whinging about how the mods go about their moderating, or what abilities they've got and how they use it. It's more just, stop it, come on. And that's why people got annoyed as well.
I personally think all Globers should be muted by default. That way Flat Earth would...
No. People should have ultimate freedom of speech, and they should also have the decorum and the responsibility to be in charge of their own microphones.
That is true.
Okay.
Problem is, Peter, 90% of these Globers don't know how to use their ears.
90% of the Globers don't understand the globe model. Like I bet you this guy you're talking
I'll
to
take the
doesn't know
over
his
on that.
own model.
Excuse me. So then, why interrupt a person who's trying to say or complete a sentence just so that you can force your point of view?
All right, dude. Enough with the complaining about the past. How about we move forward?
Here we go again.
Enough! It's Discord. It's Discord. All right, dude. You don't know. You're a Glober, right? You don't know your own model. Why would we debate with you? We're not even debating the globe model. We're debating your misunderstanding of the globe model. It's pointless.
No, listen. You should complain to
my
Discord
misunderstanding of the globe
Discord
model.
Remove the mute feature of the app, and maybe that doesn't happen anymore to you. Because since you cannot govern yourself, other people gonna have to govern you. And now that you're not muted, you're talking about being muted. How about speak about the topic of the VC and not?
If anything, we should be muting people with crappy microphones that have scratchy audio.
Is that me? Is that
yes? Yes, it is you, Jamesy.
Jamesy's isn't too bad. It's actually quite clear. I've got you turned quite low down, James, and I can make you out quite clear.
So now it should be better. So, anyways, there is a mute. There is a mute feature in the app for its necessity, right? If it's needed, it's gonna be used. So in this case, it was needed. That's why you were muted. Now that you're not muted, don't talk about being muted. Talk about the other topic.
Yeah, go cry to Neil deGrasse Tyson about it. See what he says.
You see how quiet the room is?
Yeah. Sorry, dude, I've been talking again and everybody goes to sleep.
I'm not sleeping.
Story of your life, mate.
Yeah, for the people making the argument about a container, I'm still waiting for that container on the ocean.
In which regard, the surface of the ocean or the underneath the ocean?
Glober, you don't understand. The container encapsulates the entire system.
Was I talking to you? Was I talking to you?
No, you weren't. I'm just giving you the answers you're seeking. You said
So
you're
why are
waiting,
you
and I
talking
don't
to
want
me?
you to wait because
Well,
I'm a
shut up,
helpful
Peter.
person. I don't want you to wait any longer. The container encapsulates the entire system. The pressure is the result of the pressure within the entirety of the container. Of course, the oceans don't have a lid on top of them directly.
Peter,
I'll put that
tell
in
him
your
why,
pipe and
Peter,
smoke
So
it.
how do you explain?
Peter, as you stole the
So how do you
floor,
explain
tell him
pressure
why
going
the ocean
higher when
surface
the
is
deeper you
what
go?
it is.
What's your mental gymnastics to explain why pressure increases the deeper you go into the ocean?
It increases because there's more pressure on it. There's more stuff above.
Yeah, why?
Why
Yeah,
there's
why's
more
that?
stuff above? Why is the question why there is more stuff? I don't know. Like, I don't know why there's that amount of stuff.
Well, if you want to know why,
Yeah,
just get on
because
your knees, pray to your God, and ask Him to give you revelation. He'll tell you
no,
why.
thank you. I don't believe in God.
It's
I
because
don't
of all
believe in
the
your
air
magical
that's
sky
above
daddy.
the water, guys. The air is containing the oceans.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you remove the pressure barrier, the pressure bleeds off.
maybe
The
Right,
water
the
comes
Glober, you should know that if you take a bunch of water and you reduce the pressure of the air above it, the water will evaporate much quicker, right? You know this, Glober, right?
So
You take
why do some gases have a weight, and why is helium the lightest gas going up all the way up high, and it doesn't stay low? Why is that?
relative density and buoyancy.
Yeah, and that's not even true. Gases mix homogeneously.
The physics of nature, bro.
So why
We
do
have different
denser
gases.
things have a weight? Apparently.
Yeah, everything has
Why
weight.
are denser
Weight
things
is weight.
heavier?
They have more weight.
Okay, so if they have more weight, then that explains the gradient, right? At least in the atmosphere and the ocean, correct?
Yeah,
There's
that's
a pressure.
why,
Hold on, guys. There's a difference between pressure gradient and atomic weight, right? You have the same homogeneous mix and ratio of gas in Death Valley as you do on Mount Everest, despite gases having different
go
molecular
higher.
densities.
No, that's not true.
But you have less
You're
pressure.
always dude. Like, what are you told to do in case of a fire on an airplane? Are you told to stand up, or are you told to get low to the ground to avoid the smoke? Like, even there's
You mean the excited heat, where the particles like to rise up because they have so much energy?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's cooler down below. Okay.
Yeah, and the heavier particles rise up the same way as the lighter particles?
No, not for gas. No. Avogadro's law demonstrates this principle that gas pressure is independent of molecular weight.
Yeah, because T is kinetic energy, but that's not the velocity something goes up. Something that has a lot of weight can have the same amount of kinetic energy at much lower velocities than something that has less weight.
Right. Well, the mediating factor is heat. Yeah.
Yeah, as they get more excited.
E equals mv squared divided by 2, kinetic energy. mv squared divided by 2.
Right.
A large m has a small v, a small m has a larger v. To have the same kinetic energy.
By heat. That's mediated by heat.
What? That's meaningless. You're just saying mediated because you heard that from
not. Absolutely not.
Ken Wheeler. Listen, kinetic energy is temperature is kinetic energy, right? Mean kinetic energy in the volume, that's temperature. Kinetic energy, mv squared divided by 2. And that's all you need to know. A slow bus has the same kinetic energy as a very fast motorcycle.
Bollocks.
Bollocks. This guy.
Yeah, I mean, the same heat that's applied, the same temperature of a system, I should say, that exists, with the same number of moles within the same volume of containers, but different molecular weights of gas have the same temperature.
Yes.
I mean, have the same pressure and have the same pressure. Okay, you don't find a variance of pressure on the ceiling as you do at the bottom, or you don't have a variance of pressure between different molecular weights of gas.
What?
Yeah, that's true.
It's also a thermodynamic relationship as well, Pete.
If the molecules are heavier, aren't they? Can't they absorb more heat?
PV equals nRT. So it doesn't matter what's in the box. It doesn't matter what's in the box. The T, if it has the same T, then there's the same P. PV equals nRT, right?
Right. So pressure has nothing to do with gravity or mass.
What? PV equals nRT.
Nothing to do with gravity.
Nothing to do with the mass-gravity relationship.
Of course. Dude, PV equals nRT. Tell me where the M is in that equation.
It's nowhere to be found, so no gravity.
Yep.
It's in the T. It's inside of the T. T is kinetic energy, mean kinetic energy, and kinetic energy is mv squared divided by 2. So M is in the T. Gravity has nothing to do with it.
What can drive kinetic energy, Pete?
Because
can temperature change drive kinetic energy, Pete?
That's exactly what happens. Temperature is kinetic energy. It's a statistical volume made up to measure the value of kinetic energy in a given case. Not for an individual particle, but for a statistical, like a collection of particles. If you have one particle, then what's the mean kinetic energy of the system? It is the kinetic energy of the particle. So for one particle, temperature of that area is mv squared divided by 2. Temperature only becomes interesting when you have a larger system that consists of many things. Then you want to measure the mean kinetic energy. Oh, hi-fi.
Okay, so that's the second time you've managed to steal the dance floor, Petey. Is the other guy still around? That was asking where's the container?
He's researching the globe model.
No, that was Enjoyer. He's gone now.
Fancy that. Well, how unusual. Couldn't get an answer, funnily enough, for the strangest of coincidences. Could he? Your timing's impeccable, Petey. I've got to say that.
Dude, I'm a pro.
But didn't Kiro-san start this whole thread? He's still here.
No, I didn't start it. I chimed in.
Yeah, in the beginning.
Still not wondering what Peter's rebuttal is.
A rebuttal for what?
Enjoyer wasn't making a good argument. I'm a Glober, and I can say that.
Yeah, none of you Globers are good at presenting your own model. We know more about your model than you do, so that's why we're not Globers.
Yeah, I would accept that's generally true.
I mean, that makes sense considering you guys don't have your own model to talk about, so you can only talk about a model that exists, right? That makes sense.
Where's the globe
Yeah,
model?
but to refute the model, one doesn't need to replace it. One just needs to point out contradictions
I mean,
in the other model.
that would actually be helpful. If you did have a model, that would actually be useful instead of
Where
just
is
wasting
Providing
time.
an
You guys
alternative model that better explains reality would be.
being like denialist.
globe
Maybe
model?
if you actually did
So
some
the
science
the globe being a model is not a plus; it's a
uncovered some
minus
kind of
because
truth
a
about
model is
reality,
not
that'd be
reality.
helpful.
Where's the globe?
Exactly.
Smoker, where is the actual globe model? What is the scientific working globe model? Where can I find that?
Where's the
You
curvature?
find
Let's
it
start with the
pretty much
curvature.
anywhere. I mean, you've never seen a globe?
No, globe model. You said so
I thought you said, wait a second. You literally were just saying that you guys know more about the globe model than us.
Has
So
nothing.
how is it that now you need to explain
Yeah,
it?
it's like knowing about Star Wars. Like knowing, I know more about Star Wars than you.
Did somebody say that flat earthers are better globe experts? Did somebody just say that or not? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I'm a Marvel Universe expert.
Okay,
Yes.
so then why are you asking me what a globe model is, or if there is a globe model?
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you. We know what
Okay, well,
it
then
is.
maybe you can answer that guy's question since you're an expert on the globe model, right? You should be able to answer.
Yeah, there is a globe model. It's a sophisticated model. It has a whole cosmology attached to it. We know all of it.
Globe for the globe. Now, you guys.
There you go. So now you've answered. Now you've answered the question for the other flat
about globe, but there's no globe model. There's no scientific working globe model, but there are claims made that claim a globe. But there's two different things.
Right. There's a theoretical model that we can agree on, right? Has a cosmology attached to it, has specific dimensions of many things, time dimensions, length dimensions, mass dimensions.
Right. There's no one working.
Anyone can have a model. Yeah, models are like assholes. Everybody has one.
Yeah, it's like a model of Superman going to the blue sun and getting more power or less power than going to the yellow sun.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're missing the point or the problem. Is that there is no working. Everyone can claim. All of what you said is that there are many, many claims that are all separate that all involve the globe cosmology, but there's no.
Hey, dude, I have an advice for you. Every time you're unsure of yourself, don't just say the word claim because it makes you look weak. There's a theoretical model, and that's it.
Claims of the globe. They are claims made about the globe, like the
just doubles down on the word claim.
All of these things are claims, but there's no working globe model that incorporates the gravity and the core and all of the different rotation speed. No, there's no model existing somewhere that incorporates all of the claims made by the globe.
Why is that a problem if you guys don't have a model either? If you don't need a model, if a model is not important, how is that?
Because we have reality. We have reality. We don't need a model.
No, but you don't have a model. You don't have a working model that takes everything into consideration.
Sure, but reality existed. Reality existed.
Imagine this. Imagine all the criticism.
I'm imagining, but you're making no sense.
I'm leveling them right back at you. How do you defend it?
Dude, did reality exist before models existed? Did it exist? Or did reality not exist?
My fundamental question, okay? You were just leveling a criticism, a critique of the globe model by saying the globe model doesn't take into consideration all of these variables, all of these factors.
You're not ready for the critique.
Now you're saying all that, and then I say, okay, so where is your model of the flat Earth? And you say, models actually are.
Well, and I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you that
I don't need you to explain anything. I just need you to answer simple questions.
All right, I am answering.
I'll ask for an explanation.
You're just repeating. You're just repeating.
Very simple. Okay.
You're repeating the same question over
the legitimacy of your cosmology.
No.
Okay, so then it's not a problem if the globe doesn't model every aspect of reality. Then you agree?
You claimed you had a globe model, and I'm saying you don't have it.
So do you agree, yes or no, that us not having a globe model that is complete in your definition is not a problem? Because you don't need a definition. You don't need a
That's
model.
fine. So can you point to anything in reality that substantiates the globe then?
The problem is that you claim to have one. You didn't claim to have one. You claim to have a globe working model, but you don't.
But even if I claim it, what does it matter if the model isn't necessary? Why do you care? If the model is not important, then how can you use? My question is really simple. It goes against your argumentation, and if you can't admit that you're arguing in bad faith, then that just proves that you're a retard. If you can't understand that if you're saying a model is not important for the flat Earth, that we don't need one, that it doesn't grant any legitimacy or delegitimize our claim, that's fine. But then you have to apply that same logic. You have to apply the same logic to all other models. Nobody else needs a model now. And having a model or not having a model does not legitimize or delegitimize your claim. Do you agree with that?
No one here said that they claimed they had a model.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no? I'm asking a simple question. Do you agree with that line of rhetoric?
No, we don't agree. No, we don't agree.
Okay, so then, then exactly. So then you guys don't have a model. So
for reality, you don't need a model, and the globe is the one that is listen, the globe, your side, the thing that you're basically asserting is you speak about a model because that's all you have. You don't have reality. That's why you have to speak about a model.
Okay, stop trying to divert and do your little game, your little philosophy, bro, like word games. I'm interested in the facts of the matter, so I'm not gonna play your little game where you jump around topic to topic.
You don't have facts of the matter. You don't have facts. That's the issue that you have. You haven't realized it.
How about you don't be a retard and you just think about this logically? If you're saying a model is not necessary for the flat Earth, explain to me why a model is necessary for the globe. If models aren't needed,
you claimed you had.
Are models needed? Yes or no? Just answer the question. Are models needed? Yes or no?
No, models are not needed. No.
Okay, good. Got it. So then I don't want to hear from any of you retards anything about the globe model or about our model. I don't want to hear a word out of you because models don't matter. So you need to figure out another way to argue your response.
So don't claim one, okay? Don't claim you have one and you don't.
I do have one.
Here we go.
Great. Can you present it? I'd like to take a look.
No, I'm not going to present it to you. You wouldn't understand it.
Post it in the chat. No, you don't. That's because you're lying.
That would be like me trying to like explain the globe to like a 2-year-old.
Fine, don't present one. Don't present one. But what do you use yours for?
Be able to understand.
Maybe you can tell us about it. Do you find yours useful? What do you use it for?
What do you mean? What do I use it for?
Well, I mean, do you use a globe model for something? Like, what is it? What do you use it for?
Question: do you need to have a use case for everything in order for it to be useful?
No, we already answered that. No, I mean, in this case,
45.
I don't need a model.
45-foot ruler.
I don't need a model
ruler
for a measurement.
Hey, and you say, hey, how often do you use a 45-foot?
What is wrong with you, booger?
Am I trying to have a conversation here, or you? Listen, I'm not claiming one because I don't need one for a measurement.
Okay, listen, retard. This is very simple. Okay. There is no use case in my practical everyday life where I need a 45-foot ladder or a 45-foot fucking ruler. It's not necessary. So no, I wouldn't use it very often. No, that doesn't legitimize or delegitimize anything.
You said
that type of thought process is so stupid. So if I'm not using the globe to be able to go from here to the corner store, then therefore the globe is no longer like that. It has no value. That's actually fucking retardation.
Great, sounds good to me. So what's your point?
This guy thinks like if you're not using it in your simple everyday life, then it's not real.
No, nobody made that claim, dude. I'm asking you. I asked you how you use it, and you went on to tell everyone you don't. So wonderful.
No, I don't use it on a daily basis.
Great, we can agree on that. You have something in common with flat earthers. This is wonderful. We have common ground.
Yeah, I mean, we have tons of common ground. We all exist on a spinning globe in space.
All right, how do you know that's true?
Because it's been proven. We've been to space.
Okay, we know it's true because it's been proven. Great circular reasoning there. How do you know it?
Okay, have we been to space? Yes or no? Have they sent missions out into space and observed the Earth? Have they been?
I don't think so. Not like how you think of it. I'd like to see evidence of that.
You need to now, since you're saying that this established thing that has millions of people involved, thousands of workers.
No, you need to establish it.
You're saying it's not true. So now
I'm not going to automatically believe claims that are contradictory, such as what outer space is.
You need to be
look,
able.
I'm not an auto believer like you. I'm not an auto believer. Why don't you establish it?
That it did not happen. So go ahead and prove to me that the moon isn't
automatically
real,
accept
that the sun isn't real. Go ahead and prove all
I do not
things.
automatically accept that they landed on the moon.
It's not about automatically accept. This is like established shit. We've been there.
What makes it established? You saw it on TV?
I mean, yeah, having video and photographic evidence is a part of it. Yeah.
Sorry, my standard of evidence is a lot higher than yours than a TV television screen, dude. Come on.
I told you if I presented you two hypothetical situations, I said, hey, I think that
hypothetical globe proof. Excellent.
Let's go. You stole the cookies from the cookie jar, and in one circumstance, I have no
what does
evidence.
This have to do with anything?
Let me finish, and then you'll understand, retard. Shut the fuck up and listen. You're like a child. I have to tell you, teach you I have to teach you how to be able to be quiet in order to have a conversation.
No.
And let me
you
finish
have to teach yourself how to be quiet, bro. You're like rambling like
I'm in the middle of speaking, retard. Shut your fucking mouth. How about that?
No.
You can't control yourself.
What about cookie jars prove the globe?
Listen, if you can't control yourself because you're too much of a child, then you can't engage in conversation, and you're wasting my time.
Having a conversation, you're rambling.
Exactly, you're fucking over talking. Shut the fuck up. Can you do it? Are you?
LMAO.
He's spiraling like a little girl. I don't know what's going on.
He's a smart ass.
Yeah, Booger, stop with the slanderous insults and the pithy attempts to be a little bitch, mate. If you want a conversation, have one, but otherwise, don't. I take it that's you don't then. Bye.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he bolted, yeah.
Okay. Listen, yeah, the insults are over the top. I was gonna, kind of try to get him to relax a little bit and allow someone just to speak to him, reset the whole thing, but he was just...
Yeah.
Not controlling
he gets
himself.
That way, Jamesy. He's gotten better over time, but he does get that way. And yet again, I do believe that he came in right in the middle of sort of addressing somebody else. I've got no idea. I just lose all track of who we were talking to when this happens every time.
So
He was putting the rope against his neck by himself, but now he's gone. But anyways, go ahead, Newt. Someone else is trying to say something. My bad.
Yeah, that was me. So I live near. But this is I'm not trying to offer proof or an argument or anything. I'm just presenting an idea for an experiment and see what you guys think about the experiment. So I live pretty close to the Kennedy Space Center, and so there's a lot of rocket launches that happen there. And when I say pretty close, I'm probably 30 miles away from it as the crow flies. What do you think about running an experiment? Because I'm right off the beach. If I were to set up myself and some other people to set up a surveillance equipment like cameras or whatever, video cameras at different points from the beach where I live, and then at 5 mile increments going up until you have a direct line of sight of the space shuttle or of the rocket launch pad. Do you think that if we were to
first of all, that would...
Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, well, what's the point of contention here?
So what I was going to say is, sorry, what, Fuzzy?
Well, it's just that's not necessarily an experiment. It's more just an observation.
Yeah, we get that. He's using it colloquially, so let's move the conversation forward. So regarding this, right?
And then I think that we could make predictions on when each point with their known distance from the rocket launch of, if we assume they were this flat, then how soon should we see the rocket at these different points from sufficiently far enough away?
Right,
and then
how do you get your known distances? Wait, hold on. How do you get your known distances?
Do you have a source that you would trust?
Well, I'm asking you.
Generally,
how do you get your known distances? Are you going to calculate distances using map coordinates, assuming a ball?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
But
GPS coordinates. Sorry, go ahead, Fuzzy.
Well, no, technically these things. If all you're trying to do is see things beyond where you quote unquote shouldn't be able to, these kinds of tests have been done all the time, and this is just another version of that same thing.
in this particular example, what I would be looking for is the time it takes. So if we have it monitored at multiple locations and we're pointing towards the direction of the rocket launch, is the time it takes from the rocket to launch to where it eclipses because there's multiple points where I'm at where it would be water between an observation point and the it would just be open water between the observation point and the launch pad. Right, so we wouldn't be dealing with like hills or trees or anything like that. So we would get those variables out of the way, and then the idea would be is predicting when you should see it if the Earth was curved as they say it was. Right, where would each observation point have the line of sight of the rocket, and then you could use the time it took for. Like if there is a difference, like you don't all see it at the same time, or if there's a difference in when you see it, then you can compare that to an assumption of flat versus assumption of curve between each of the observation points. But I do understand your contention. If I'm using GPS coordinates, that automatically assumes a globe.
Right. It risks circularity. So here's an idea. How about each observation point has observers that can see other observers across a flat water?
Yeah, and I'd have to see if there's because there's the Indian River that separates the barrier islands where the rocket launch is at, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty much flat between the rocket launch pad and the land to the Indian River. So that would get the hills and stuff out of the way. And then if we're all on a coastline, perhaps we could be in direct line of sight of each other.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Or we could see if we are in flat. Because I know, like, if I go to the beach, the part of the beach that I live at extends out a little bit more. Then as you go north, the coastline recedes west. Me being on the east coast of Florida, and
right.
you
So
can't see all the way down. I know that, but granted, you're dealing with a lot of refraction in the air because or a lot of distortion and atmospheric.
And what about the geometry of sunlight and the reflection into the water? Can we know the surface, like the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, when we measure the Earth flat using planar surveys, yep.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like when you see like the sunlight, reflecting into the ocean, you can know how it is the surface. If there's curvature, like the sunlight into the water will be seen different, right?
Oh, if it's reflecting off a curved surface or not? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, like a sun setting. If for a 6-foot observer, the horizon is 3 miles away.
Yeah, I think even on a globe, the variables would be too much to be able to account for all the variables to get a definitive.
Well, I believe the sun is local.
I think it's a good globe. I think it's a good globe debunk. Honestly, seeing like the sunlight reflected water from the horizon all the way to your feet, it's kind of the same as the salt flat producing a perfectly mirrored surface.
Well, Yoder, I will push back on that. It's not a perfect reflection because if you take that reflection and flip it and then transfer it over the top of it, it's not a perfect reflection. It's actually
a straight line to your feet. The moon will make a straight line to your feet, dude.
So
I mean,
what about the sunlight going through a cloud, man?
I did it. I don't know if I still have a copy of it, but you can do. That's something you can do in Photoshop.
So what's the prediction? What's the prediction?
No, it's to test the claim that it's a perfect reflection.
Okay,
so if it's a perfect reflection, if you take the bottom half of where the reflection line, like where the demarcation would be, and flip it, and then compare it to the top of the image, if it's a perfect reflection, you would expect them to line up perfectly, and they don't.
Well, okay. So the degree of perfection is in contention. So what is the actual prediction?
Well, I wouldn't try to make a prediction off of that. I think it's too close to a margin of error that it wouldn't.
Well, we've actually got the prediction with the geometry for the globe, and based off of the optics of reflection and the diffraction limit of your eye.
I can agree with you, man. I don't know.
For a 6-foot observer, the reflection should start to stretch at about 0.67 miles away from your feet.
Yeah,
So
from 3
how do you
kilometers to 5 kilometers.
on a
Yeah,
picture of a specular refraction? How do you determine what's 6.7 miles away from your feed?
You can. There is tools to do that. You know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do that, but here's the thing: if you're on a globe, the horizon should be 3 miles away from your observation height. So everything
and below your eye level.
How do you
Yeah, so
think they
everything
know
from
the
0.67
how
miles
many
away
the
to 3
moon
miles
is?
away should be. So everything from 0.67 to 3 miles away should be stretching.
One question then: how they know how big it is the moon? How did they measure how big is the moon? With
Oh yeah,
calculus?
they don't
Like
have
with
an actual
physics?
measurement.
With physics or what?
Well, it's not with physics. They
I know.
measure it based
We
off of
can measure
angular
it by the
size. It's the only
distance
thing they
from
got.
how far it is, right? As we said.
They don't know how far it is. No.
You know, I believe the sun and the moon is inside the containment. I believe in that, you know.
Cool story. Yeah, I don't believe that.
No? You believe it's far away, bro?
I don't have any beliefs about the sun and the moon.
I think it has to be in order for everyone on Earth to always observe the same face of the moon. It has to be either flat or really far away.
Well, what is it you're even looking at? Are you looking at an object or an image of an object?
I think because I've looked at the moon. I looked at the moon through a telescope, and you could see texture. You could see like the 3-dimensional shape of craters and shadows.
That's fine. Is it an image? You don't have any parallax effect at that distance to determine anything
I don't know
either
if
way.
the moon is physics. You can touch it. I don't know
Bro,
either.
you kind of like interrupting every single time someone is speaking. Can you stop? It's annoying.
Yeah,
as
please,
fuck.
man. It's actually annoying. Please. I'm sorry then, boys.
So we got off the topic here. I don't even recall what it was.
Well, we were originally going over my idea for an experiment or for an observation.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, let's say you got like observers, maybe in boats 5 miles apart, like a string of pearl.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do boats. I would do them like right on the shore, so we can easily measure sea level, like height above sea level for each observer. On a boat,
So we've done like we've had observers in our community do this dozens of times, or they'd actually take mirrors to the beach at the shoreline, and they do mirror flashes over many, many miles, like 5 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles, 14 miles, 20 miles, mirror flashes along the shore. It's pretty cool. Like if Earth is curving, then you shouldn't be able to see a mirror flash directly above the surface where the water meets the sand from like miles away where the water meets the sand. There's going to be a hump of curvature in the way.
But we know that when you have like a focus point of light of some kind and it gets near an edge, that it can get greatly diffracted, so that could mess up your experiment, right? Regardless of flat or globe.
So why did you want to set up cameras?
Like you're seeing the flare, like the diffracting over the crust.
Because mine was to look at a rocket as it takes off with the because if it's a globe, you would expect a farther away observer to not see it as soon as an observer closer because of the curvature of the Earth blocking line of sight to the rocket.
Yeah.
So that would take away the edge of the water, causing a diffraction of light. For like long distance mirrors and stuff like that.
Yeah. So how do you determine how high the rocket
on a flat Earth? You would assume something as close. That's same observation can be true easily on a flat surface.
Depending, I would say let's say hypothetically, if I'm 30 miles away and it takes 15 seconds after launch for me to see the rocket, but I have a direct line of sight in the direction of the rocket, the launch pad by compass direction, then why did it take me 15 seconds when an observer with direct line of sight of the launch pad, can see it right away?
You can't see the base of a mountain from 50 miles away.
What does that have to do with the globe? And besides, for your thing to work, you need to have a verifiable altitude and velocity of the rocket.
And Amish, wouldn't it be just repeating the
I was going to say that too. You got to trust
Wouldn't it be just repeating the same exact thing that Dr. Mike did with the star and its inclusion with the mountain? Just to
Well, no, so
replace the
hypothetically,
star now, it will.
Yeah, it's like Al-Biruni all over again.
Yeah.
Well, hypothetically, if I included a theodolite and then I marked the time of when it crossed the eye level of these observers, then I could do a tangent and measure the drop from where I'm looking at the rocket and the distance from the launch pad it should be, right? As a prediction, not as a proof.
Or you could just use infrared and watch something in the distance in the ocean, right? Where light refraction can even happen because of infrared, and then you have no
infrared
problems.
Infrared is less affected by refraction, but it's still affected by refraction. So it doesn't remove that variable out of the way completely.
Yeah, but it diminishes by quite a substantial amount, which you can then basically ignore, right?
So,
which we've also done.
if we have these
you're
mountains,
doing is circular in reasoning.
no, someone claimed that amount, like we can't see the bottoms of mountains for 50 miles away.
Yeah, but what
And
you're doing is circular reasoning, dude. Do you not hear it?
No, I'm making predictions. I'm not using any of this as proof. I'm saying that if I do these observations, and then we can compare what we would expect if the ground is flat between the observation points, and if the ground is as curved as they say it
would. See
would.
the bottom of the mountain from so far away, like through such a narrow viewing angle, where the base of the mountain meets the surface and diffracts and destroys all the information that you'd normally expect to receive.
I mean, I would expect that on a flat, but I would expect it to look. It would work different than if the Earth was a globe, obviously.
You got a couple.
Like it would make sense on a globe. It would make sense on a globe for like a really tall mountain for half of it to be obscured by the curvature of the Earth, but not necessarily from that same distance for a flat Earth.
I mean, you can get half of it obscured due to just path loss and narrow viewing angles through the path loss.
You mean when you say narrow viewing angles, you're talking about because it's the light's traveling across the surface, and the surface causes closer to the surface has more refraction, so it compresses like the bottom portion, but not the top. Is that what you're?
Well, the angle that's created. So you've got your height of eye, and you've got
your height of what? You cut out there.
Surface
Sorry.
that you're standing. Okay, so you got your height of eye, and the surface when you look down at your feet is at a 90-degree perpendicular angle to your perception. And as you look at a point in front of you, the surface rotates in your field of view. It rotates from 90 to like 45 degrees. And as you look further away, it starts to rotate. By the time you're seeing in the center line of your visual space, the horizon line is angled almost parallel to your vision, but not quite. The most you could see is a negative 0.02 degree tilt. So anything within that band at that negative 0.2 degree tilt is actually going to be invisible. That includes the bottoms of objects that are along that degree tilt. And then add to that, you've got cars and trees and buildings and houses that you can't see within that narrow band that may also begin to be seen slightly as they get closer, as the band widens, and you can resolve it better. And those things will be cutting off the bottom of the mountain. It could be even another 10, 20, 30 miles beyond it.
Right, but you can if you get a sufficient view of the mountain, like across a large body of water, then you can get rid of a lot of those variables, but it would introduce other variables, obviously.
So some people say, how about you look at the top of the mountain? Has the top of the mountain sunk behind Earth curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, and has it scaled with perspective in a linear fashion? Both of those calculations present at the same time for the globe. And that's a great question to ask, but now you've got a problem too. Second problem is that the air density gradient changes from where you're standing below to where the peak of the mountain is. You're looking from, in many cases, a warmer, potentially marine layer just above the water surface where you are, looking up to a peak that could be 13,000 feet high and snow-capped. And the propagation of light is not expected to take a linear path.
Yeah, and you could reduce the effect of those variables by increasing your elevation from your observation point.
Yeah, or use infrared too, right?
It'll help, but it won't completely nullify.
It'll help tremendously. I mean, it's so good.
Infrared is still
It's
light.
a good
It's still
military
affected by a lot of these.
Yeah, well, I mean, very little relative to the visual spectrum, especially in like the green-blue range where most of your visual acuity tends to reside.
Do you know or do you have a source that describes the difference of effect of refraction between like regular visual light and near infrared light?
I've got tons of this stuff. I'm on my phone and driving right now, but I can tell you it's not hard to find.
Okay.
Sorry, Amish, I wasn't really listening, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh, just so we're going through basically. Yeah, hello. Yeah. We're going through. He brought up basically Jesse Path of Light's Mount Shasta observation, but didn't name it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. The visible light. There's something from Jay Tolan in the text chat. It's certainly worth a look. I won't even try to explain it, but it kind of explains why we lose ocular resolvability at distance, even with optics. It might help.
Yeah, that's a great video. One of my favorite videos.
I'm familiar with Jay Tolan. One of his videos, I think he misidentified the bodies of water he was looking at. Like when he said the Hudson Bay.
Bullshit. So yeah, no, that he didn't. That's Ole de Hesselier's debunk was wrong.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with who that is. I looked at it myself.
That's where you're getting the information from. Listen, I know where you're getting a lot of your information from. Like the mountain claim has to do with Jesse Path of Light's observation of Mount Shasta. I know because that's presented here like 50 times a day. I know. Well, we have. I mean, we've talked to Jesse like dozens of times. We got hours of recording discussing the same things that I briefly went over with you that are some of the problems with that observation. The second observation with regarding Jay Tolan, I know for a fact that comes from Ole de Hesselier's YouTube channel, where he goes through the same thing and actually he misidentifies the things that Jay Tolan correctly identified. I mean, we can keep doing this dance if you want.
No, I'm telling you,
we've been doing this a long time.
Like maybe I heard the Mount Shasta one and it just got imprinted or whatever. But for the Jay Tolan one, I looked at it. Well, I was specifically looking at the Hudson Bay claim. But I know he wasn't saying that he's not ready to say it's the Hudson Bay, but he was he mentioned it in his video about it being the Hudson Bay, and he provided enough information in his video itself. Jay Tolan did, for anyone to kind of use various sources to try to verify the bodies of water he was looking at, or he claimed he was looking at.
Yeah, he's got dozens of other observations. Actually, one of my favorites is his view of the Baja Peninsula, which is quite obvious and clear in the infrared, along with other mountains and ranges he identified and bodies of water. He was in northwestern Texas, looking approximately southwest from 35,000 feet. And from that distance, the globe horizon should be at about 230 miles away. And the dip should continue aggressively beyond there. And he could see the Baja Peninsula at 760 miles, which should be about 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. So when operating at these scales, you don't have to be so precise.
How did you verify eye level from his video?
What do you mean eye level? He's seeing mountain ranges that should be obstructed by 180,000 feet of curvature.
Yeah, can you? I know you're driving. What was the name of that?
Yeah,
producer.
The Baja Peninsula. It's Baja. He's got actually 2.5 minute outtake. Yeah, it's a little 2.5 minute video, and so I actually put together a little meme pack where I took the screenshots from his GPS device while he was on board the airplane. I took and then I also took screenshots of the map that he used to demonstrate where his plane was at that particular point in time. The flight's confirmed, the time confirmed, and the direction also confirmed. And you can plainly see the Baja Peninsula jutting out south of California after he hyper zooms in with his super cool infrared hyper zooming optics. It's wonderful. I mean, the math checks out, the time checks out, the orientation checks out, everything checks out. You know, he's a pretty thorough guy. I got to hand it to him.
Is it the Southern California and 3D infrared?
No, it says like something has the word Baja in it, and it's like 2.5 minutes. Just a quick 2.5 minute. And I think it comes from another video of his that was longer. That's either still up or he may have taken down at some point.
View of Baja from Texas at 760 mile distance.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So again, the globe Earth horizon should be like 230 miles away, and the Baja Peninsula is 760. It should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. Crazy. So we like infrared, we like scale and distance because precision, as I said, doesn't matter. So what if it should be like 40,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth versus 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth? We are operating at such scale where the margin of error could be so fat you can drive a bus through it and still debunk the globe. Anyway, I got to get back to my desk. I'll be listening.
Understood.
Perhaps topping all of this is the CloudSat image, taking a limb view of Earth out the side, not straight down, where you can see 1,120 kilometers of a flat horizon, and an infrared electro-optical, so you can see the evaporation and condensation lines of clouds and rain. And it's all nicely parallel and perpendicular.
Can you link that satellite image you're talking about, or CloudSat or whatever it is? I was scrolling up to find it and I couldn't see it.
I'll find it and share it for you. Who's asking for the stat imagery?
Travis.
Oh, okay. Let me find it. I posted a couple.
Very cool. Thank you. I'm gonna dig into these images. That's great. So basically, Yoder, that bottom one, those are vertical imagery, right? They're not looking down. Is that right?
Yeah, he said he's in the office. He might reply to you in the text, but It looks like that's what it is. Vertical.
Yeah, he sent a pretty cool PDF I'm going to be looking through with 19 pages of good stuff in it. Thanks, Yoder. And you too, Jimsy.
You're welcome, bro. Thanks.
So Yoder, maybe you can ask in the side chat for the video of or answer. I mean, in side chat for the video of Jay Tolan from the view of Baja from Texas at 706 mile distance. At 1 minute 25 seconds, there's an identification for Cabo San Lucas. Do we know what his optical zoom is at that time? I think the direction I might be going is because
if he was using the P900, it was probably 80 zoom, 80 optical.
Well, 83 is the max zoom for P900. I don't know if that's what he's using in his infrared footage.
Okay.
But the reason, because if we know the optical zoom and we know the size of Cabo San Lucas, then we could compare what the angular resolution or angular size should be with that amount of zoom at that distance away, and see if what's pointed out as Cabo San Lucas is too big to be Cabo San Lucas or not. Because for me, like 7 or 6 miles away, it looks really big. So I'm not convinced that that's Cabo San Lucas, but I would like to investigate further to see if I could maybe actually find some evidence that it isn't.
So it's not apparent to be so, based on the features of the land. It's
Yeah,
something.
I was wanting to see how he verified that was that was Baja, the Baja Peninsula that he was looking at, and Cabo San Lucas isn't that big. If we look at the max elevation of it, Cabo San Lucas max elevation, it's just a few hundred feet, right? So it's not very big. So I was wondering what it looks too big in the video that's pointing out that it's Cabo San Lucas. Well, Cabo San Lucas is only a few hundred feet above in elevation. Yes, we're talking about specifically the end of the peninsula where the mountains are. It's not like we're dealing with 1,000 feet mountains. We're dealing with a couple hundred feet in elevation. Won't let me post videos. I was going to take a screen clip of, but it's at 125 and I'll post a video I'm looking at. But also we can consider if that is the Baja Peninsula, we could determine like what's the how long is the Baja Peninsula, and then use that as our basis of measurement to say, is that mountain, the size of that mountain, sufficient? Does it correlate with how long the peninsula is there and is? We can even use, if that's a Gulf of Baja, we can do the measurement of the distance there between the coastline of Texas and. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with those mountains. I'm referring to specifically 125 in this video. He's pointing at Cabo San Lucas, which is the peninsula on the end. It's at the very end of Baja, California, right? Or not California, but at the end of Baja there. So I was curious how, like, what
You're obviously not just looking at that small section, bro. Like from that distance, what you're looking at is a huge section of the earth, including Cabo San Lucas.
I never said there's no mountains. I said that the end of Cabo San Lucas isn't like really high in elevation. Thank you. That's what I was screen grabbing.
Wow. I guess no one's talking.
Is anyone a believer in the infinite plane flat Earth theory? Nobody speaking? Oh, shit. The infinite plane flat.
Well, hold on. If it were infinite, how would you be certain of that?
No, you can't really be certain of anything, can
Of infinite. Yeah, you can, Dad.
You said you
Sounds
have
like you
hands?
haven't had your coffee today, bruh.
Well, I am drinking my Monster, so there you go.
Well, you can't be certain of that, though, right?
No, you can't.
Oh, okay.
But you can't be certain the Earth
So
is
you can be
a
certain of
finite
things.
flat plane, though, can you? I'm just saying,
You're the
doesn't
one
it make
asking
sense?
about infinite.
Well, I mean, like, people say the
No, I don't
universe
think
is
you're mean.
infinite.
You're pretty nice.
What?
Huh?
Okay, you're obviously hearing things, so... Did you take your meds this morning, man?
Luckily, none are prescribed.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry about that.
You said I'm mean. I said no.
I never said
You're
that.
pretty nice. Yeah, you don't even hear yourself saying it. So go on.
Okay.
You do
okay,
agree
so
that
you're
if the Earth
schizophrenic.
were
This
if
dude's
the Earth were
schizophrenic,
now
okay.
you're projecting.
No. Pretty sure that's what you're
Methinks the
doing,
gummy
buddy.
worm doth protest too much. But go on with your troll. Continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's not a troll.
Well,
You know,
we
just
agree,
because people
but we
have
do agree
different
that if the Earth,
ideas than
listen,
you
dude,
doesn't
we do
mean
agree that
I'm
if
a
the Earth were
troll.
infinite,
You know,
there's
maybe
no
if
way
you were a
to go
little...
and confirm that.
You know, I don't need this. You obviously don't want to expand your view of the world, so, you know, I don't need to be here.
Well,
Goodbye.
it's not going to be expanded by a gummy worm like you.
Took me a second to get that I mean joke there, but I liked it now that I figured it out. It was good.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why can't people just realize that it's ironic that the Earth is flat? Culturally, scientifically, color, earth, water, fire, money, they're all God's creations. And they're all magic. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. We have magic money. Social Security is magic. Insurance companies are the devil.
I guess that depends on whether or not they pay out on when you wreck your car.
That's a good observation. Also, the ones who charge when it's not their fault, charge the victim, the accident victim, when it's not their fault. I mean, they raise their prices. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And when that happens, I agree.
So you say when Mr. Batman or when globe earthers come in here and you straighten them out, they usually end up leaving like a superhero, like a rocket. Because they're all peed off. They don't know what to do. So they just explode. So it's always quiet in here. I sure would like to see people chime in. People who aren't just here to mess with us.
You mean always quiet?
Well, not always, but when I come in here, it's quiet.
It's been pretty active most of the morning, but it's a quiet time, yes, I agree.
There's nothing wrong with a little silence, but I'm going to go out on my porch and take my Discord with me.
Maybe if there's any new people that want to ask questions and talk about the topic, possibly there will be a conversation.
And the topic is...
Go ahead.
The topic is...
The name of the VC.
Flat Earth. "24/7.
Dude, the world's not flat. Grow up. Grow the fuck up.
took me a little bit, but I think I identified some of the peaks in that video from Jay Tolan looking at the Baja Peninsula, or claimed to look at the Baja Peninsula. And I'm not, which if those peaks are identified properly, then that wouldn't be anywhere close to the Gulf of Baja, the Gulf of California.
So it will be what, Arizona or something? Texas?
Yeah, Chinati Peak is like on the border of Texas and California and Chihuahua, Mexico.
Sounds good.
Which would put that peak about 200 miles from, probably a little less, from where Jay Tolan's GPS coordinate was. Granted, there could be some time difference between when he showed the GPS coordinates and when the video actually was taken. So it's not an exact measurement of distance.
Whichever pixels are, still the Earth is not a spinning ball through the vacuum of space, right?
Just looking at this particular one because it was presented as seeing too far.
Seeing that far, it wouldn't be too far? Too far?
No, the claim was, so it was Jay Tolan from a plane in Texas with a infrared video looking towards Baja California, or towards what was claimed to be the Baja Peninsula. So I was looking at the video, and I'm not convinced that the identifications labeled in Jay Tolan's video are accurate, and that's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. You think it's some other mountains or something?
I'm pretty certain. So if you're looking at the video, I don't know if the link, somebody linked it in the side chat, and it's at 125 in the video. It labels the Gulf of Baja, which Gulf of California, and then it labels the landmass as Baja, and then to the left of that, there's a label for Cabo San Lucas. at 760 miles away from the observer. And in this case, it would be Jay Tolan on an airplane, with a video camera or with a camera, infrared camera, looking out the window of his airplane. He provided enough information that I can kind of guesstimate his GPS coordinates, and then using that information, I'm pretty sure I identified 2 of the peaks in the foreground, which would be way too close if they're accurate for those labels to actually be Cabo San Lucas 760 miles away. So I was trying to see if I can identify what I think to be the actual peak, not Cabo San Lucas.
What's up?
Dude.
The who?
I don't know. Getting around.
You don't know what?
I don't know what his purpose was.
Oh.
He showed up. Said, "What's up?" I said, "What's up?"
What's
He
up?
left.
I'm right here. I didn't leave.
Who left?
Not me.
Charlie's here.
Yeah.
How you doing, Charlie?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. Welcome.
Is someone in here able to give me permission to add a screenshot in tech in the chat? I'm just conversing with Yoder and wanted to provide him a screenshot, but I don't. It doesn't look like I have the permissions to.
Information about what?
What we were discussing, I was analyzing a claim that Yoder made about being able to see Baja California from a video that Jay Tolan produced. And I was analyzing the peaks to see if we can verify that it was Baja California or not, or the Baja Peninsula or not.
So, what was the result of your analysis?
So I've identified what I believe to be the peaks in the foreground of Jay Tolan's video. Not the ones off in the distance. I have but the ones in the foreground would be, if my analysis is correct, it would be Chinati Peak to the left of where he labels Gulf of Baja, and then just to the right of where he labels Gulf of Baja, the mountain would be the Sierra Padre. So I was trying to provide a screenshot that showed so people can compare it to Jay Tolan's video and see if they agree or not.
If you send it to me and it looks legit, I'm happy to post it.
Okay. So who is that? Was that Charlie? Okay, I'll DM you.
Yep. I thought you said it was a screenshot.
Yeah, that was the video relevant to my screenshot, which I'm grabbing right now. Let me widen that screenshot so you can have more features involved. I was using Peak Finder. I reduced the visibility so it didn't have all that background noise. So you just look at the Chinati Peak and Sierra Padre. Actually, it's not. Let me adjust my viewpoint.
Would you like me to post it as a reply to a particular message?
Or
just
if you want to provide Yoder asked me the question. If you want to just post it as a reply to him.
Hold on a second. Let me expand.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Where the fuck is this? There we go. Yoder. Reply. There we go.
Huh?
Did someone ask what's up?
What?
What?
Huh?
I thought someone said what's up. My bad.
Yeah, you just did.
Yes, I did.
Oh, what's up?
That will be the sky, clouds, flying airplanes, flying birds, the sun, the moon, the stars, that stuff.
But how would there be a sun if the Earth is flat?
Wait, the earth is below your feet. That wouldn't be up. It'll be below, under
Yeah, but
your feet.
you don't know that.
What do you mean? I look down, and the earth below my feet. What do you mean I don't know that?
Well, you have never been the bottom of the ocean. You have never drilled a hole deep enough to discover what's beneath what you're standing upon. So it's just like you've never been to space before, so you don't know space exists. Well, same thing applies to the ground you're standing on.
You mean
May,
are you saying that there is not when I look down, that's not down?
I don't know. Maybe when you drill deep enough, you will see yourself on the other side of the earth, right?
You've seen yourself of the other side of the earth?
I mean, you've never been to space before, so you don't know if there's a sun or moon.
But
You can see it.
I am occupying space right now. I'm right here in space, and there's space between you and I. So
You
what are you
don't
talking
know
about?
that. You don't know that.
There has to be space between us because that's why we're communicating through this
Well,
interwebs.
what if we are at the same position, but somehow there's this like dilation that prohibits us from interacting with each other in real time. So this kind of like reduces the dilation, and I'm not sure how we are separated um in this physical realm, but it is possible that we are at the same position, right?
Do you normally just make stuff up as you go?
Am I making stuff up? Do you think I'm making stuff up?
It sounds like it.
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know if you're making stuff up?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'm being reasonable.
Repeat what you said. Explain it to me again.
I think I'm being reasonable.
Just make the nonsense make sense.
I mean, so far you haven't have any counter arguments for my claims.
Bro, I just said that when I look down, I see the floor below my feet, and you said that I don't know that, and you
You
made
don't
a
know that.
spiel about it.
Yeah, you don't know that.
So when I open my eyes and I look down and I see my feet, and below that, you're saying that's not the ground?
You don't know what the ground is made out of, right? Just like how you don't know what the space is made out of anyway.
Have you ever had food before?
Well, it's possible that I did have food, but like I said before, I don't know what the fundamental nature of what the food is made of. So perhaps I'm like having dinner instead of having
So you're
food.
saying that you don't know if you ever eaten before?
This is like mental gymnastics 101.
Well, I mean, I would assign a high probability of me having food, right? But I wouldn't say it's like 100% certainty, right?
So you think you're like a brain?
Solipsism.
You're like a brain in a jar, but you just don't know it.
Well, no, because like I know
No, he's saying
that
it could be.
you have a mind, right? Like I'm not making you up.
Yeah, the
As
Earth
far
is
as
not
I'm
flat,
concerned,
guys. Sorry to
if
break
I
it
am
to you.
making you up, then I will control you. I can make you do whatever I want you to do. I can log into your online bank account and send me
Earth is not flat, bro. You
all
should
the money
like
you
get
have in your
knowledge and
bank
shit.
account. But I cannot do that because I cannot control you.
Okay,
You're
just
not
hold that
living
thought
inside
for
my
a
mind.
second. Someone is trying to say something about the Earth. What was that about the Earth?
No,
It ain't flat.
don't mind him. All right, it's between you and me. All right, don't run away, bro.
Now it's between, because you don't know if it's between you and me because you don't know anything. So let's just talk to
No,
someone that might
I'm
know
in a high
something.
Yeah, I would
probability
not take that
that's
personally.
between you and me. As a matter of
Well,
fact,
how do
I
you know?
know that you do
How do
exist.
you know that, bro? You don't even know if you ever had food. So how do you know it's between you and
I
me?
gave you my justification because I cannot control you. So therefore, you must exist. If you are within my mind,
Wait,
it's
is
like
that
I'm.
Leave? Wait, Leave. Is that you speaking, Leave? This is Leave, right?
Yeah, this Lee.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. The other guy that had the other question. Go ahead.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious,
Alright.
Leave.
Me?
What's up, bro? It's like why you
Leave,
do?
leave. Just leave or mute yourself, or either or.
He got muted. That's terrible.
No, Leave joins this chat to do what he just did. He doesn't know anything about anything. He doesn't know if he had food. He doesn't know if he has hands, and he's just gonna keep saying that to no end.
He's trying to tell you that he's a solipsist. I think it's a totally reasonable thing to say.
I think he said he was going to break into our bank accounts.
How does he know you have a bank account?
Okay, but
how does he know banks exist?
All right.
Don't you think that in order to criticize an idea, you have to understand the idea first?
Yeah,
understand a nonsensical fantasy idea.
You guys repeatedly claim. You guys repeatedly demonstrate that you don't understand solipsism at all. You just say,
So
"Oh, it's
what?
retarded," right? You,
No,
like you
what if I don't
strawman it
want to
so
entertain
hard.
it? Hey, have you considered that I don't want to entertain it at this moment? And that's it.
Yes, that's fine, but then don't
So
criticize
there you
it.
go. That's exactly why he's muted.
No, but you're
Exactly because
criticizing
of
it.
that.
If you don't want to entertain it, totally fine. But you can't at the same time criticize it without
remember when
understanding
Charlie? Remember when I asked him to mute himself so we can speak to the other guy, and now are you that other guy?
No, that was
what?
me, bro.
No, I'm not. I am not another person. No.
Okay. So thank you, Charlie. What was the other guy that had a question?
I'm glad that I cleared up your confusion about
It wasn't a
me being
question.
another person.
Yeah, because when I said leave, just mute yourself so we can speak to the other guy, then you jumped in, but you're not the other guy.
Yeah,
I'm not interrupting anybody. This is an open forum, my friend. All right.
Yes, but when I said let's speak to the other guy, that wasn't a cue for you to say, "Hey, I want to say something."
That doesn't reserve the room for you.
Low, bro.
Watch this, Charlie. Boom. There you go. Problem solved. All right, move on with the topic.
He's gonna mute everybody who disagrees with you. That's like the second guy. That's crazy. Okay.
So okay, you had a comment when you jumped in. We tried to open the floor for you, and you're complaining about it.
Appreciate it. No, I appreciate it, dog. I didn't. It wasn't a question though. It was just a statement that I said.
Oh, what was the statement again about the Earth?
It ain't flat, bro. That's dumb. It's a dumb thing. It's a dumb.
What does that mean? How do you picture that? That it's not that thing.
What do you mean? Elaborate.
When you say the Earth is not this thing flat. What is that? What does that mean?
It's not. Well, I've listened to a lot of hours of flat earthers describing what they think, or what they guess the world is like, and I don't think it's that. I think it's a globe. I think it's round. I think space, black holes, galaxies. I think that's true, and I don't think we live in like a stationary plane where there's nothing up there. I think space and all that shit.
I think that's dumb.
So what was your step? What was your step on step experience that you reached the conclusion that the Earth is a globe spinning to the vacuum of space?
Just seeing like billions upon billions of people agreeing, fact checking, verifying, and not like a couple of YouTube cultists like.
Yeah, so willing gullibility then, XM4.
You said what?
So it's just willing gullibility.
No, it's not.
Do you need it in French, or
argue that you guys are being more gullible than I am?
Well, why didn't you say so?
What? Why didn't I say what?
That we're the gullible ones.
Yeah, I think you guys are in like a cult.
Well, why didn't you? Now you're projecting.
Am I really? I'm projecting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that so?
Yeah, because all you keep saying is, I think this, I think that. Well, none of your thinking has anything to do with reality. It's just what you're thinking.
Okay. Well,
yeah, you can point to reality and show no curvature. You can point to reality and show flatness.
Yeah. Do you think there's like anything? And I'm asking this like genuinely, right?
So do you see how you're? So do you see how you're the religious one? XM4. Listen.
There's anything I can show you that's gonna like genuinely make you kind of.
I don't know. What do you got?
No, I'm asking you, like dead ass. Like I'm being sincere. Right?
Dead ass. Like, is that French? A dead ass.
Is there
What's your
anything
obsession with France?
That would
like damn, leave the language alone, please.
Like use your imagination, right? Doesn't matter how like weird it sounds. Just anything that can be shown to you.
Yeah, if I played make pretend with you, yeah, if we did that.
Oh my god.
Your shouts to God are noted. What do you have to present, dude? What do you have? I can show you mathematical proof of Superman's leaps and boundings.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna use my imagination. I'm gonna use my imagination to imagine the way I have experienced the Earth, and I experience it not curving, not in motion, and I can imagine myself breathing air that requires containment. All of those things, all of those things debunk the globe right there. So it's not a globe, but just using my imagination.
That's how like a 5-year-old sees the world, though. That's literally how a child sees the world.
So how does an adult see the world differently than that?
Like more rational, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So where have you seen this globe? Let's see how rational this is.
There's thousands of verified images.
Okay, that's not it.
Tests you can do.
Okay, let's see one of them. Let's see one of them.
You can do these tests. The thing is, like, you can do these tests.
Let's see one of these images, dude.
Yeah, but you want me to. It doesn't matter what I'm going to show you because you're just going to say.
You have thousands.
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. You said thousands. Just give us one.
There's literally so much proof of the globe Earth, but none of the flat Earth.
Dude, this doesn't sound very rational on your part.
You don't have any proof, though. Prove it. You can't.
Show one of your images.
Got them.
If you're so confident in them.
Can we skip this? Because, if he shows an image, he's just going to say that, it's false, this photoshopped.
Yeah.
Like, can we just skip the whole conversation,
doesn't
please?
Matter. It doesn't matter.
We can all suss it out together.
Listen, we have a future teller. The lady can predict the future, so...
No, but it's true,
just make sure.
I'm in here all the time, and it doesn't matter what I show you guys. You guys are just going to scoff and go,
Athena doesn't even have much confidence in your images that you won't present.
I do, but
and
it doesn't matter what anybody shows. I've been in here a lot too, and it's like it's just the same shit all the time. You show a picture,
that's the correct
approach.
You
say Photoshop and stuff, like it doesn't matter.
Yes, the Globers need to understand that there is nothing you can show these guys. Nothing.
Well, show us something.
Yeah.
There is nothing. You guys
matter.
Or we should phrase it this way. We should phrase it this way, rather.
Every single time.
You guys
every Glover should say.
Show us what you claim to have.
All Globers should say, I have no proof that you will accept. Period.
With the meta. How about show us some actual evidence?
But the thing
Charlie,
is
I know your feelings are hurt from your satellite derailment session yesterday, but pipe down. We're talking to the guy.
You guys don't prove anything. You only
who
try
said
to
there's
disprove.
thousands of images.
But you only disprove things. You never prove anything. Can you prove to me that the Earth is not a square, or that it's not a triangle, maybe a prism? Why are you saying that it's just flat?
Who's making a claim? Who's making a claim that it is?
You said it's flat. What shape is it then?
Doesn't matter. Flat. You don't need to know the shape.
It doesn't matter.
Flat.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
that's
You
a
don't
very-
even know what you
It
believe.
sounds like Indio.
So the whole flat Earth thing is just basically you see what you and you believe that. It's not really a concrete argument.
You're wrong.
Science.
You're wrong. See what? What we see and we believe. See what? See and believe what?
You see it's flat, so then it's flat.
No, that's
what
wrong.
you believe. Okay, well then can I
But
see
that is
proof?
what. But that let's agree that that is
Okay,
what we
you
see.
said
We
it's
all
wrong,
agree we
and that's
see flat.
right.
No, we all agree we see flat. Do we at least
So
agree on
because you
that?
see it's flat, that means it's flat, right?
No, I didn't say that. Listen, I asked you a question. Notice how you didn't answer my question. You just asserted
was the
what I
question?
am saying. The question is, can we agree that when we go around the Earth, when we look out,
On
it
the
looks
Earth.
flat?
Do
Can
you
we at
say
least
we go around the Earth? You go around the Earth.
Okay,
I'm
listen,
sorry.
listen. I can go around my house. I can go around my house.
Yeah,
Does that
but
make
it's
my Earth a globe?
ironic. It's
Wow.
really
Your
ironic.
logic is falling apart so fast because you can't answer a simple question.
I didn't even say
Okay, I'm
anything.
gonna ask the question. Yes, you said you're trying to accuse me of using the word around as if it implies that the Earth is round. That is stupid.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, we agree. The idea of your logic is a joke. I do agree.
That's what the fuck are you going on about? I said that thing was a joke. The around the Earth was a joke. But anyway,
Right.
what was
So
your
that
question?
means
When you go around the Earth,
that everywhere you go on the Earth, when you're looking at the Earth, it presents itself as flat and stationary. That is agreed upon, right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, you're claiming that no, it's not as it appears, it's something else.
Exactly.
We're claiming it's exactly as it appears. So then you need an extra point of arbitration to say whether you're correct or not. Now, at that point, you have the burden of proof to prove it's not what it looks like. Not us. But that being said, okay, you could just measure water and show it's not curving and then extrapolate the physics of water across the
Yeah,
surface
except
and then
you guys
find
have
out
the
that sea
same
level
belief system
and then
as people
find out that
1,500 years
sea
ago.
level is flat. No, not at all.
Yes, you do. That's exactly what the ancient people believed. They saw it was
It
flat.
doesn't
so they knew
matter.
it was flat.
Doesn't matter.
But then
No,
we
you're
had
wrong.
Aristotle.
Okay,
that came and proved that it
Athena, I'm
wasn't.
sorry you're too dumb to pay attention because they don't teach you that in the school that you grew up in. But let me
Oh, you mean
explain it to you.
engineering school? Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't teach you how to pay attention when people are speaking. So I didn't say they just look at it and then make their conclusion. I said measure it. And you completely omitted that from your critique. Why?
Measured.
You're trying to straw man our position intentionally so that you don't have to deal with it?
No, it just doesn't matter what I say. You guys just don't believe anything. It's pointless.
No, listen. What you said was completely
Hey, calm
omitting
down.
the fact that I said measured.
Hey, calm down. You're acting like a woman. You're getting so emotional right now.
Oh, yeah, here we go. There.
Oof.
I'm getting emotional because every time that I speak, retards like you respond back with something I didn't say.
Oh,
And then try to tell me
now
what
you
I
know how I
said.
feel.
Oh, now we know how Charlie feels. Charlie, give me a case in point. Go ahead.
A case in point. What do you mean by that?
Of what an example of what just happened to me happening to you that we can commiserate together.
That you feel like you're just speaking to retards?
Oh my goodness! So we got another retard here who can't understand context and pay attention.
I feel like my point is quite clear. I feel like you can, connect the dots there as to what I mean.
Yeah, your claim that you just made that's implicit is that you're commiserating with me for her intentionally strawmanning me mid-conversation. So do you have an example of that from the Flat Earthers doing it to you? That's all I asked for.
I mean,
I
it
didn't need to
happened
be accused of
literally
being
5 minutes ago on solipsism. Like, literally 5 minutes ago. And I actually don't think that you guys do it necessarily intentionally. I don't think you have the capacity to understand some of these points. And instead of doubting your own capacity in order to understand the points that you're making, you instead default to this, I don't understand it, therefore it must be wrong.
No, not at all. So, for example, I know that many people who interact on this forum when it comes to solipsism mischaracterize what it is, and the person who they're arguing with doesn't really correct them in a manner in which the other person is going to understand. I understand that. Okay, that happens routinely. However, that doesn't change the fact of what we're actually talking about, which is whether the Earth is curved or not.
Right. I mean,
and not that it simply just looks flat, therefore it is flat, which, by the way, is perfectly rational. It looks flat, therefore it's curved, is not rational.
I agree. I fully agree with you on that point.
So that being said, now that Athena learned something by listening to an interaction between a glober and a flat earther, now she could be unmuted. Hopefully
she's not wrong. She's making the same point.
No, she is wrong. No, she is wrong. And you're too dumb to recognize how she's wrong and correct her. So I'm going to have to do it for you. So she said that the conclusion that flat earthers are reaching is the same conclusion from the past, that it looks flat, therefore it is flat. That's not the argument that I made. I said the baseline is we all agree it does look flat. She said yes. I then say, okay, well then we need another point to arbitrate whether or not it's curved. Now on your side, you're saying it's not what it looks like. It's curved, even though it looks flat, so that's your burden to bear. However, you can measure it and determine. She then reiterated, oh, you guys just believe it because it looks flat, completely ignoring what I said. So she's in cognitive dissonance, trying to soothe her pain, because she can't fathom that flat earthers actually believe what they believe or come to know what they claim to know based on something other than her lampoon of what she thinks they're doing. So, for example, we get morons in here all the time who say, you're only a flat earther because you're religious. You're only a flat earther because it looks flat, etc., etc., etc. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some like that. It's the same as with the globe. There's plenty of globers who only believe the globe because it's the consensus mainstream. If it wasn't that, they wouldn't believe it.
Dude,
But that doesn't mean all globers are that way.
There's no evidence to show the flat Earth.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm right. You know that.
Okay, the first point of evidence is that it appears flat. That is evidence, whether you like it or not. Now, from there, you have to build on that, right?
No, I'm not building on that.
Yes.
Because perception is deceiving.
Okay, so then if perception is deceiving, then what do you have to do to the surface to determine whether it's curved or not?
Have multiple evidence.
No, the correct answer is measure it. The correct answer is measure it.
No.
Yes, measure it.
There's pictures from NASA, dude. So crying.
Well, pictures from NASA, sure. Of what?
Of Earth.
Of what?
I just said Earth.
Okay, so I have pictures of Earth in my backyard. So what do you mean by pictures of Earth?
Again, I'm not just saying like a part of Earth. I'm saying the whole globe. They went to outer space and took a picture.
Oh, that's their claim. How could you possibly validate that the picture that they presented to you was actually a photograph taken from the location they claimed to take it from? How could you do that?
Well, it's validated through how credible they are. They're NASA.
Oh, okay. So appeal to credentials, right? So because they're credible, and I believe they're credible, therefore, whatever they present to me and claim as a photograph, no further scrutiny except just faith in their credibility is required. I got you. Makes sense.
Yeah, because they went to outer space. Yeah. That makes
sense. I mean, that's their claim.
No, it's not their claims. We've seen them go to outer space.
No. You never saw them do any of that, dude. You never saw them do any of that.
Dude, there's multiple recordings. What do you mean?
Recordings of what, dude?
Of them going to outer space.
No, there isn't. You might want to look at that again. No, there's photos and images and videos of them being allegedly in a rocket, the rocket going up, and then them allegedly being from the inside of the capsule looking out. That's it. There's no unedited footage of them, quote unquote, making the journey that you can validate. That's just not the case.
Dude, again, I keep saying there's multiple videos that show the rocket going to outer space.
Yep, sure. Why don't you go get one where it shows the rocket from the ground traveling and then validating that it's made it to quote-unquote space versus high altitude, and then that it quote-unquote made it to a location in free space relative to the Earth where they're far enough away to take an image of the Earth and then validate that it's actually a photograph. Why don't you do that? The answer is you can't.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Sorry, can I get unmuted from the chat? For some reason I'm muted. And I would like to post, like, proof, but I can't.
How new are you? Maybe you don't have enough rank.
No, I've been in here for a while. Someone just got mad at me and muted me a while ago.
Wait, me too. I can't type in there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave that to the mods that are able to use their fingers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a video from Red Bull that shows a guy jumping from.
Okay, great. I agree with you. There's a video from
No,
Red
no,
Bull.
you just-
Felix
you said
Baumgartner
it.
went up to. Hold on, I'm responding to him. You claim there's a video from Red Bull of which Felix Baumgartner went up to 120,000 feet. Now, it's well known that if you critique the video, you'll see that from the inside of the capsule, when the door opens, it's a flat horizon. When he gets out, it's an extremely curved horizon. Now, many people claimed that that was the curve of the Earth they were looking at. The problem is that many people that are globers, famous globers, critiqued those people saying, hey, do you think this is planet New Mexico? Because the curvature was so extreme, it couldn't possibly have been a direct representation of the curvature rate of the Earth. Otherwise, the Earth would be about 1/16 the size. If that, it might have been 1/24 the size. In fact, famous people such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, who runs a planetarium, and rest assured he's a staunch glober, he said that from this height, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. It's clearly a fisheye lens, and people who are purporting this to be the curvature of the Earth are being foolish and making globers seem stupid, and they need to stop saying it. So if you're claiming that that is the curvature of the Earth from the Red Bull jump, then what is the size of the Earth you're claiming to look at? Because he's looking out over New Mexico, and it appears that New Mexico is taking up the majority of the curvature. So that means you have a micro-Earth belief. So you're a tiny Earther now. When actually the truth is that it's a fisheye lens.
No, dude. I told you.
Why are you shouting?
Yes. Because I like it. Makes me feel good.
But also, can somebody unmute me from the chat? I don't know if the admins are AFK or what, but I'm still muted.
Yeah, you asked already. Everyone who's present heard it. If they get to it, they'll get to
I'm
it.
making sure.
Can you just mute yourself and stop speaking, please?
No.
Yeah,
So Athena, in all that exchange, did you learn anything that some flat earthers sure might say it looks flat, therefore I'm just going to accept it's flat? But that's not the case necessarily. That it is the case that many flat earthers come to the conclusions they come to because they're presented with evidence of measurements of the surface of the Earth, on the surface, from the surface. Is that possible?
What you're saying is that you're presented with proof that the globe Earth science is fake, and that leads you to believe that it's a flat Earth, right?
See, one more time, you didn't address what I said. What is going on here? I said they come to the conclusion because they're convinced that there are direct surface measurements of the object known as the Earth they're standing on. Not simply that someone said, oh, science is wrong.
That's not what I said either.
Do you have a mental block? Yeah, do you have a mental block or something?
I'm
that
not
you
the one
can't even
shouting.
comprehend what people are saying? Shouting has nothing to do with mental capacity. It has to do with
No, but
lung
it
capacity.
shows how small your dick is. You gotta shout to compensate.
Well, mine got blown off in a war trying to protect the rights of idiot females like you. So,
No, yeah, idiot females?
no,
I'll
idiot
shout
females
if-
like you, not idiot females.
Okay, so then why are you shouting in a Discord?
Okay, why are you ignoring the question and trying to distract away from the fact you're not answering it?
Okay, what is the question then?
Yeah, the question is, do you realize that flat earthers can come to their conclusion the Earth is flat because they're convinced by being presented evidence of direct measurements of the surface, and not for the other reasons that you claimed?
Possibly, but I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Okay, so you haven't seen any evidence of measurements of the surface, okay? You haven't seen that?
Not from flat earthers, no. which is what you're claiming.
So how long? Okay, fair. How long have you been in looking at flat earther people? Like, checking them
I
out,
don't
checking
know.
out their videos.
I joined like a while ago, and I've been in the VC a couple times.
Okay, so very quickly, I'll run you through this as fast as I possibly can. Okay, the surface of the Earth is a physical structure, right? And that physical structure is either curved around itself like a ball, like imagine you're holding a bowling ball, or it's flat like a table, right? And the way to tell the difference is to just measure the thing. Now, we know that water is the gold standard for level throughout human antiquity. In fact, everything that's an elevation profile on the surface is referenced to sea level. And we know that according to the physics of water, if it's elevated on one side, it'll flow to the other side. So we know that water's not diagonal if it's level. Okay, so we have level as the standard. So on the globe side, they claim that level is curved around a ball, right? And the flat proposition would be that level is just as it presents itself, flat, level, and horizontal. So what you do is you say, I'm going to measure this. So you take a laser transit, which is just a laser leveling method. You shoot it over a sample size of the surface water, 25 miles. You validate that a 6-foot tall mounted leveled laser hits a 6-foot tall target 25 miles away. And that debunks the curvature by 2 orders of magnitude. Because if there was the curvature that's claimed, there would be a drop from the target to the laser of approximately 280 feet. But the laser hit the target with an error in the single digits. And so when you go from single digits to triple digits, that's 2 orders of magnitudes debunked. So this isn't like off by a few
But
feet.
you said there was
This
an
is
error.
off by hundreds of feet. There's no error.
Oh shit! I got unmuted, bro. Yeah, I would not
Okay,
take that if I was you, bro.
so
She said your dick is tiny. You gonna take that?
listen,
Oh my goodness, dude.
I can't like discuss with you because I can't send any like proof or anything in the chat. So feel free to speak.
Well, I mean, laser. Do you understand that how levels and lasers work in the leveling methods? I mean, if you understand that water is level, I know it. See, notice, friends, how it doesn't matter. Notice how she accused us of not caring about any evidence presented to us, but now the evidence of actual measurements of the surface don't matter.
I didn't
Wow, that
say
was
that
easy.
didn't matter. I said in general, it doesn't matter because no matter what I talk to you about, you don't care. You only want to.
Yeah, notice how you're accusing me of that while you are dismissing the direct measurements of the surface.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat and it's very obvious, why is there no science to back it up? Why has no one gone to the edge of Earth? And also, what
Going
happens
to
at
the edge,
Why-
going to the edge
I'm
of
not finished,
something
you're just
isn't
interrupting
science.
me. Yes, it is. Going to the edge is science because then you can prove.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's
Well, then
called
you-
travel. That's called traveling, not
Okay, and
science.
people travel to do science too. You have to travel for science experiments, no?
Right. So let's say it's true. Let's say it's true for sake of argument that the Earth is flat and it has an edge that no one's ever been to. Could both of those propositions be true simultaneously? The answer is yes. So the
No.
fact that no one's been
Not
to
in
an
this
edge or has a
modern
photo
day.
of an edge, no, you're wrong. So
Not in
see,
this
your
modern day,
appeals,
no.
your appeals is that in this modern day, therefore it must have happened. Okay, show me the logical necessity that that's true.
Okay, you're just getting
arguing
mad
from your
because-
beliefs.
No, okay, hold on. How about this, right?
I'm getting mad because you have no logical capacity to understand.
Wait, I
That's
have
why
barely
I'm getting mad.
spoken. You've been speaking the whole time, and I know you love the sound of your own voice, but you do have to give others a
Objection.
chance to speak as well. As I was saying,
You're Brit. If you
One of-
walk down the hall and take a staircase to the science lab, have you performed a scientific experiment on the way down there?
Yes.
In any case, as I was
Gravity.
saying, if the Earth is flat, there has to be an edge. Obviously,
wrong.
There has. How?
It's not wrong.
Are you saying there's no edge?
No, I'm saying
There's
you're
no
wrong.
ending. Okay, but I said that if the Earth is flat, there has to be an edge. Do you disagree with that statement?
Okay. If the universe is flat, there has to be an edge.
The universe isn't flat.
It is flat. You didn't know that? You didn't know that the universe is flat? Wow, you're not up to speed on modern physics.
Come on, Athena.
Okay, whatever. But still, you just dismissing my question. Do you think that?
No,
there's
I'm just
an
showing you. I'm showing you how your question doesn't actually do what you think it does. So, for example, where's the edge of the universe? If you can't describe the edge of
But
the
we're
universe,
not talking
then
about
there's
the
no
universe. We're talking about a finite thing.
Are we? How do you know it's
Yes, we
finite?
are. because people, globers, have actually science to back it up. But when it comes to flat Earth, it's a whole big problem. Some believe that there's an ice wall. Some believe there's just nothing. So how is that? How does that make any sense?
Science?
Science doesn't claim to know.
She didn't say how she knows that it's finite. She didn't answer that at all.
Correct.
Because if I take a plane to one area and then I go take a plane to another, I've somehow ended in another area, and there's people that's been all over.
Okay, perfect. So right, absolutely, I agree with you. The amount of flight paths, if you took all flight records and all flight paths that occurred from the time people flew till now, that would be a finite amount of flight paths. Why does that mean that the Earth is a particular size, shape, or orientation?
Sorry, what? There's a finite amount of flight paths.
Yes, there's only so many flights that have been taken from the time people started flying in airplanes till the present day. Take all of that accumulated data.
Some of them are more efficient. And
So what?
all of that accumulated data, I don't know if you've ever been on a flight like tracker, the one with the globe on it, but you can see all of them.
Right, so you mean the flight tracker in which somebody actually hacked in and spoofed the whole thing? You mean that one?
Spoofed?
Yeah, you didn't know that GPS coordinate pings can be spoofed? You didn't know that?
No, I know that, but it's not...
Okay, so that being said, if you take all of that data of all of the flight paths from now through antiquity, that means the past, what does that tell you about things that are beyond the flight paths? So, for example, if there's more Earth 1,000 miles past the furthest flight path, what would the furthest flight path tell you about that thing 1,000 miles away? The answer is nothing.
Okay, how about if I take a flight from one area and I end up in the same area after going one direction? What do you think that tells me?
No problem. So if I counter rotate around my vehicle and I go to the back, then I go to the side, and then I go to the front, and then I go to the side again, and I end up back at the driver's side, is my vehicle now a globe?
That's not exactly the same, because in your vehicle you take turns. If a plane does not take a turn,
Perfect. So show me proof of a singular vehicle that has taken off, not changed its lateral direction in any way, and arrived exactly back where it started. Go ahead.
Hold on. How about... Okay. Let me find one. One sec. I'm actually sure that there's going to be a flight path. That
Everybody says that. Hey, listen, Athena, I've been doing this for almost a decade. Everybody said what you just said, and nobody has produced any proof yet.
There's going to be one. I don't know where it starts, but it...
I'm so certain. Yeah, I know. Listen, I know you have faith. I know you have faith in your religion.
Again,
and
you're
so
not...
go ahead and do the
Oh,
research.
my religion.
You believe without any evidence that there is a flight path that exists. That's a religious claim. Go ahead and prove
I didn't say that. I said that they're going to make one. There's going to be one that opens.
Oh, in the future. Oh, so PLX ante, a logical fallacy. I get you.
Okay, so why has no flat earther gone to the edge or tried to prove it? If you really, really, really want to prove it, why haven't they? Because I know
that wouldn't prove it.
I know you guys
demonstrating an edge of the Earth.
But I know you guys hate talking about it. But what about the Antarctica?
Yeah, we know.
24-hour.
What about
one flat earther even?
I love talking about it. I love talking about it. I love talking about it.
He switched to being a glober after being a flat earther for 10 years.
Who cares?
How?
Who cares?
And even your Dave Flat Earther, whatever his name is, he refused. He didn't want to go.
I could care less. I could care less about what dumb people do. No, it doesn't disprove anything. Athena, pay attention. Somebody else's beliefs and not believing or claims or not claims don't disprove facts, okay? You didn't know that?
The fact is, he was offered to go to be proven.
Don't care.
Which he always tells
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't care because you're ignorant. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ignorant, so I'm gonna have to teach you something. So you're gonna have to go on mute because you can't compose yourself. So check this out. The reason why many flat earthers were disinterested in engaging in this is because actual flat earthers understand that the Earth is not the sun and that the sun doesn't dictate what the Earth is. Okay? It's that simple. So going to some location and witnessing something in the celestials doesn't necessarily tell you the shape of the Earth. Okay? So because Jeranism went to the south, saw something, and then it shattered his quote unquote belief in whether the earth is flat or not because he's attempting to synergize the celestials and the terrestrial. That's not my problem. It's not my problem that he doesn't understand that the sun and the earth aren't the same thing. Okay, so I'm not worried about talking about it at all because I understand they're separate. Okay, if the earth measures flat, it's flat, and therefore your interpretation of what the sky is doing relative to the assumption the earth is a globe requires the earth actually be a globe. And if it's measured to not be curved, it can't be a globe. So therefore your interpretations are proven false. So I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to air that out, that the 24-hour sun has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Go ahead.
Yes, it had nothing to do with the shape of the sun. It has to do with how it moves.
Could I expand on that, AI, if you don't mind?
You're going to have to ask Athena's permission.
Well, sorry, Athena, would you mind if I stepped in and expanded on the Jeranism, the TFE thing a little bit?
I appreciate you asking me, and if you unmute me in the chat, then yeah, you can go ahead.
Well, I'm afraid I can't unmute you in the text chat because I'm old and I can't remember the command, but if I do remember it, I'll unmute you in the text chat.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Jeren went to, allegedly, the South Pole with Will Duffy. The whole thing was originally posed by Will Duffy as a social experiment to see how many flat earthers would actually turn out. Some people think it's a doxing experiment to expose, names behind the claims, but that's irrelevant. In actual fact, if you'd known Jeren from the start, you would have realised that he wasn't actually a flat earther. He was, at best, on the fence and unsure of the globe and its claims. Now, the idea is that the sun doesn't set on a flat earth. It doesn't drop below the geometric horizon, and it certainly doesn't drop below some edge of a ball away in the distance. So they went all the way down to Antarctica. They observed a 24-hour sun in the sky. It didn't go below the horizon. We see the same at the other time of year at the North Pole. It's circling above Earth. Its transit is above Earth, something of possibly an ellipse. It moves between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn across the course of a year, giving us seasons. So this is what Jeren observed, and the other ones who were barely even flat earthers anyway. You'll find out if you look into Austin Whitsitt. Yes, he's a proponent of flat Earth, but if you actually look, he's on a bigger mission. So make of it what you will. That it didn't disclaim flat Earth, it didn't debunk or defame or any of that when it comes to flat Earth. If you're going to look into it fully from all sides, because you're probably getting a bit of a one-sided straw man take on it, that it debunked flat Earth and it did this and it did that. That's not the full story.
It didn't debunk it, but it did put holes into it.
Sorry?
And it didn't debunk it, maybe.
It didn't debunk it?
I'm not entirely sure. Okay, you sound really gay.
You sound really gay.
Okay, don't be weird.
You just proved my point.
Oh God, who's blowing their nose in the microphone?
Hey, Anglo boy, you got axed, bro. You had your chance and you blew it.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask, do you guys have like a map? Like, I don't mean like a representation of flat Earth, but like what type of map do you guys believe?
Well, there's got to be one, doesn't there? Or another one, or three.
Say again?
Crap, dude.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, when it comes to maps, we can't actually quantify exactly where the land masses are in relation to each other. What we do know is that celestial navigation has been given GP points on Earth from star coordinates to the stars in relevance to where you are in relation to north. We can, theoretically at the moment, we use north as a central and circumnavigation around north.
That's not really what I mean. I mean,
it doesn't imply a globe, it just implies
it's not that. It's just that I'm wondering if you guys have a map, or like which type of map you believe in for like navigation. Like, yeah, you can look at north and whatever, but how do you know where each continent is? And meanwhile, like, we obviously, I'm sure half of you at least have been on a plane, right? you can
Yeah.
agree that you've come from maybe like Australia and then you've landed in the US or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So obviously they know where they're going. The people flying the plane know where they're going. So I'm wondering if you guys have like a map or anything,
Well,
since you know.
The people flying the plane take off, rise to elevation, join a corridor of the corridor that takes them in the direction they're going. Then they then fly straight and level at altitude to a beacon point, and at which point they either turn or lose height and then land. It doesn't imply the ground curve. What you see is
It's
a
not
curve.
always 100% though. Sometimes
Well,
they
what you
do
see-
make detours.
Yes, detours, yes, right and left to other airports, but we actually have flight data showing that planes don't lose it or gain in any pitch or elevation. They fly straight and flat and level for hundreds or if not thousands of miles at a time, then descend. What you see in a pictorial representation of a flight path being an arc, it just implies a ball. It doesn't actually confirm it or affirm it.
Yeah, for example, I took off from Hunter Army Airfield when we in 2003 when we were staging to invade Iraq. I flew to Kuwait. We flew up the east coast of the United States to Nova Scotia. We then flew to Ireland. We then flew to Germany. We then flew to Kuwait. Now, if you put that on a certain map projection, it's pretty much a straight line. Does that mean that because the claim that, planes fly in a straight line and it's efficient to fly in a straight line, and therefore I assume that the plane flew in a straight line, and then I have a map projection that matches it as a straight line, does that mean the Earth is that map projection? The answer is no.
I didn't say that it is. I meant like if you guys had a map that you believe in. That was my whole question.
Okay, listen, the majority of world maps are synergized based on celestial points in the sky. So it's a celestial sphere model that's superimposed onto flat maps and reverse engineered from those angles, right? So the majority of the maps, in order to have them as a world map, actually have a model that they're being formed to get them to all amalgamate together, right?
And they
So
work.
the idea that somebody, as an individual would have an entire world map, right, contrary to what any other map exists. I mean, the idea of that is ridiculous on its face.
How is it ridiculous that you have a map that you believe in? Or that you know to be true as a flat earther?
Okay, so one more time. Unless I go out and I chart all these points, right, the only thing I can use is something that already exists. And like I said, that they're all reverse engineered from the assumption of the celestial sphere. Okay, so it's a celestial map. And all the models of the maps are put into that. But however, all maps that we actually use practically on a local level are flat.
Yeah, I guess. But it's mostly flat because we don't need to take into account the curvature of the Earth. It doesn't matter, really. We're not pilots.
Exactly. It doesn't matter, because it's not there. I agree.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter because it's like, okay, one example that I do like using is, for example, you're an ant. You like, okay, those like really big jumbles?
No, I don't care. I don't care about an ant on a beach ball. Don't care.
I didn't say beach ball. I said like a jumble. I'm giving you an example, and I know you don't care.
All right, a giant ball. An ant on a giant ball, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah.
You're not letting me speak. I've let you speak and I haven't interrupted. But you're on a giant ball and you're an ant. What are you going to see? Your point of view is going to show that it's flat. But it's not.
Don't care.
Okay, you don't
That's
care, but
great
it's a
and all.
fact.
That's great and all. So see, notice how you're saying, if you were an ant on a giant ball. Okay, go ahead and prove.
We are an ant
I know.
on a giant ball.
I know you're asserting that. So ipse dixit is a logical fallacy. It's called declare it to be true. Now prove it.
Okay. Walk south forever. See how long it takes you to get back to the same point.
Okay, one more time. You were challenged earlier to prove that anybody's ever done such a trek. You're telling me to do something in the future to prove something that you believe in the present. How does that work? I asked you to prove it. So if you already accept it as proven, then the proof should exist in the present, not in the future.
Okay. Here's a French thing that we have, okay? It's
surrender.
called... No, we have the most wins in history, but yeah, surrender, sure. So it's called the Vendée Globe, sorry, and it's a race that takes that happens every 4 years, and it's just like non-stop around the world sailing, like non-stop, you know, and it takes place every 4 years. So if you want to go look at that, that's fine.
Yeah, we've looked at it before.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
we
then
know
great.
about the Vendée race. Yeah.
Yeah,
By
so
all
then that's
means,
an
post-
example.
Please,
Yeah, the
please
speeds
post
don't
anything you've got on it,
match
yeah.
the
Oh, me too,
distances.
but
By the
again,
way,
like I said, I can't post it because I don't have permission to send messages in the chat.
Oh,
I would love to though.
Who can remember the code to unmute Athena, guys?
Not me.
If you go check in our guest rooms, they're listed there.
Just exactly where I'm heading, dude. See if any of these youngins get to it before me.
Yeah, we actually have tens and tens of hours of people presenting the Vendée Globe as proof, and when criticized, it actually doesn't stand up to prove anything
Vendée Globe.
about the
Okay.
Earth being a globe.
It doesn't. Okay.
In fact, the speeds and distances are actually anomalous when it comes to the claims of the routes that they're taking.
Okay. I'd love to learn more about that.
But I do agree with you that at least that is something that exists in the present. So that's
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's like some people that have done the same with a plane, that they start from Washington something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or, like, maybe
again,
it's
it's the same.
history.
It's the same issue. They pretty much went down one side of Europe, skirting Russia, basically, hooked the south, didn't carry on straight on a single heading.
Yeah, but it's
and
impossible
come back
to
up.
carry on
What
straight.
they did was they turned about 100 degrees and then come up the face of Chile and Africa and then America.
Yeah,
correct.
But I don't know how much you guys
So
know
that-
about planes, but it's literally impossible to go all the way around without refueling. So, like, it's literally impossible no matter what.
Well, they have had the longest flight. They had the what was it? The solar flight that they did. They circumnavigated, but that was that was the equator. You know, I mean,
Yeah, they didn't do circumpolar.
Yeah, but it's impossible to do it without refueling, but they still did go.
That's fine. That's fine. But the thing is that your claim is essentially a circumpolar navigation. Okay, nobody's ever done that in the history of the world.
Okay.
So that's what you need to prove your claim, and that doesn't exist at the present day.
Yeah, one sec. I'm looking for it. I'm not really like a flat Earth debater, so I don't have any.
But let's play affirm the consequent. Okay. So if you travel south and you arrive back in the north, therefore you traveled through a wormhole that transposes you from the north to the south. I went south, I arrived back in the north, therefore that wormhole exists. See how easy that is when you affirm the consequent?
No.
It's called logical fallacy.
Yeah, but take a ball and then move south on the ball, and then you end up back there. So.
Well, that's if the Earth was a ball and I'm traveling in this manner, I would arrive back here. I arrive back here, therefore the Earth is a ball. It's the same logical fallacy.
How's that a logical fallacy?
Because it's literally an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, verbatim. That's how it's defined.
Okay.
Because notice how I can use but just real quick, notice how I can use a quantum wormhole to get the exact same conclusion. So that shows you it's logically fallacious because it doesn't carry the conclusion of a necessity because it requires the if
so
in the
you're
first
saying
instance
that
to be
if
a
someone
proved
does
premise.
it, then it's a wormhole. Is what you're saying? Like, if it's possible to do it, then it means that there's a wormhole.
I could use this. Yeah, I could use the same logic. Correct.
Okay, that logic is dog shit because if there's a lot of different proofs that prove the same thing-
Exactly.
Yeah,
Now you're
no,
agreeing.
the wormhole thing. Because there's a simpler explanation, meaning that the Earth is a globe. Like, why would you go instantly to a wormhole? That's stupid.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Simple doesn't mean necessary. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Show me the deductive necessity that the simpler thing must necessarily be the true thing. Go ahead.
Why are you shouting?
I'm not shouting.
You're more emotional than a woman again. Like, calm down. Are you on your period?
Okay, cool story. So here's how it's gonna go, Athena.
Yeah,
just answer the question.
Bitch.
Ooh.
I like how your greatest insult that you can give me is accusing me of being a woman. So basically, you're just insulting yourself. Good job.
No, it's because every time I come in here, you guys always criticize me for being a woman. So I'm just using the same thing on you.
I didn't hear him.
Right. So you agree with me. You agree with me that to insult me, you're calling me a woman, which means being a woman must be an insult. That's the only way for it to have power against me.
That's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy.
No, that's logically consistent. So check this out. How about instead of talking about that, you actually talk about the merits of your claims?
Yeah, it doesn't help that I do that. Yeah, sorry, go on, Charlie.
For being a woman, you're doing fantastic.
Man, I'm tired of these.
Oh wow, what an insult! What an insult!
Than me, like what the fuck?
For being a lesser capable individual, you're doing great.
Yeah, I know you've got like 0 testosterone, but it's okay. Like, calm down, please. Control yourself emotionally. This is why men shouldn't be in like ways of power, because look how emotional they are, man.
Yeah. I like how you successfully distracted from the point.
It's not that.
Good
It's
job.
literally just useless to argue with anyone.
I mean, what happened? You said you weren't a flat.
It's useless. Hold on. No, it's useless. Okay, so I'm going to help you out since you don't have Odyssean self-control. You now can no longer participate in discussing with us because you've told me it's useless to discuss with us. So in order for me to save you time, so you can use your time on more fruitful endeavors, I'm just going to have to Odyssean self-control you and just mute you. Problem solved. Now you can be free.
Do you honestly feel like you don't strawman people? Like glowers in particular?
Give me an example.
Sure, okay. So when Athena said that you can't notice the curvature, right? You immediately strawman that to mean, oh, okay, yeah, you agree that the curvature is not noticeable because it's not there. And that's obviously
No, I didn't
not what
say
you
that.
meant.
That's how dumb you are. That's how dumb you are, dude. Okay, watch this. Watch this. This is how we play this game. Go get the clip. It happened within the past 10 minutes. Go get the clip and prove what you just said. So what you do is you open our YouTube chat. We have 2 bots running. Pick one. Open the YouTube chat. Rewind. Clip it. Bring it back. And then you can prove what you said. I didn't say that she was making that claim. That's where you fucked up, brother. I know that her claim is that you can't see it, but it's there. I told her you can't see it because it's not there. I didn't say she was saying that. So no, I didn't strawman her at all. But nice try. All right, let's unmute Charlie to see if he understood that or if he needs the tail of the tape. Go ahead, brother.
I'm not going to go chase down a clip for you, dude.
Is it 24/7?
No, it's not for me. It's not for me, you dumbass. It's for you because you're making the claim.
All right, buddy.
So, do you contradict my interpretation of the events, or do you think that I'm wrong and that I actually said she was making that claim? Which one?
You are actually consistently and repeatedly strawmanning people. And I mean, it's quite obvious.
All right, you're dumbass. Yep. So you're a dumbass, dude. So instead of addressing what I put to you, you just kept accusing me of strawmanning when your only example that you were giving was a mischaracterization of what actually occurred. In order for you to accuse me of strawmanning, you actually had to strawman what occurred. Isn't that funny? So since we all know that Charlie isn't actually going to back up his claim by getting the tail of the tape, we might as well just unmute him so he can bleat and cope and seethe. Go ahead, bro.
Do you feel more correct by muting me? Like, do you actually feel like you're more correct?
All right, I'm going to have to mute this dumbass again. All right, let me mute this dumbass. So notice, friends, how instead of actually addressing what I said, he characterized it as this, I'm muting him to make myself more correct in my own mind. Okay, notice how he had an opportunity to prove his point by just going to the tape and making a fool of me and demonstrating that I'm incorrect after I tripled down on my claim. So rather than doing that, you say, you mute me because you want to feel right or because you mute me. No, dude, I want you to get the evidence for your claim.
How long have you been doing this, Charlie? Like, why haven't you got this point as yet, mate? It's not, we're not trying to attack you here. We're just trying to, follow a process legibly.
Yeah, I know that's what you think. I'm aware. I mean, was that rhetorical? Do you have an answer to that?
Let's assume it's rhetorical. Do you have any evidence of the straw man that you claimed I did to her? Do you have any evidence of that?
I don't have any proof that you will accept.
Well, there's a 24/7
Yeah, I do.
live stream on YouTube.
Holy crap, dude. Dude, pay attention. I told you I would accept the tail of the tape. Go back and prove that I said what you said I said, and then I'll accept it. Duh. So you're lying now.
I don't have any proof that you will accept.
Well, Charlie, this is really easy. Go to the YouTube channel, find the clip of him saying it. That's it.
I don't have any proof that you will accept.
He's mentally ill.
You guys see this happening live? This dude's brain is literally detaching the neurons and they're cannibalizing themselves live on the air.
So do you admit that you don't actually have a claim then, Charlie, if you don't have the evidence to back it up, dude?
I'm not interested in making a claim to you guys at all.
But you did.
I stopped doing that a while ago, actually.
No, but you did. That's the point of going to get the tape. You insinuated that AI said something or said something or did something, muted something or whatever.
Why would I try to make a claim against somebody who I know is not sensitive to proofs or evidence?
Wow.
I don't know, but you seem to do it and then not go and get the evidence and the proofs.
No, it's more like I'm just here for several reasons, but also, I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to speak in spite of the things that I say implying stuff, right?
That's fair, Charlie. That's fair.
I just don't care about justifying the things that I say in general here.
Yeah, you don't feel like justifying what you say. Wow, that's great. So when you accused me of strawmanning her, you're right. So when you accuse me of strawmanning her, you just expect that accusation to just sit there and you don't have to validate it in any way. Good point.
Not to
I
you,
agree
correct.
with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe you need Athena's number. You two guys could like hang out and be best friends.
It's nice that you're here for several reasons, Charlie.
What's up?
Why do you got to be a lying scumbag?
Why do you got to scratch your own nuts? Oh, it's India. Why do you have to say the hard R all the time?
Why do you got to be a lying scumbag?
Oh, I'm not lying about that.
Dude.
Hard.
You're lucky. Me and you will never meet. That's all I'm going to say. You're very
or
lucky.
What? Or just say, if I threaten people, I don't have to be a coward and thinly veiled. Just fucking say it, you fucking coward. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Don't be a fucking coward. If you're going to threaten me, do it properly.
I'm looking at your name. I'm squinting. It looks like girly.
God.
Hey, Charlie, Athena's not here anymore. You don't have to simp.
I'm married, you fucking idiot.
Okay, bro. Unbuff, Charlie.
What?
Being married doesn't stop dude from simping, dude.
I just find this so incredible. Like, I feel like if you accuse someone of stealing from like a store, right, but you have a recording, right, like a security footage, but then you just won't go review it. Like, well, what's the point? What are we doing here, Charlie?
Right, because we literally have recordings of the Earth being round, and these guys won't accept it. Why the fuck would they accept anything?
Who's we?
Yeah, they are not sensitive to evidence or proofs. I don't give a fuck about justifying anything that I say to these.
Who's we?
Vermin.
Who's we?
Flat Earthers.
No, who's we? No, who's we? You said we have video of the Earth being round. Who's we?
I'm not. I don't care, India. I don't care. Whatever I said. Whatever Samantha.
Go away then. Go on mute. Go away.
So you and your
parents. You did your white knighting. You. It was a success. You freaking jumped into the way of the bullets to save Athena. Congratulations.
Is it the staff in the chocolate factory that have the evidence, Charlie?
I don't know how you haven't been permabanned from this freaking channel.
Wasn't he though?
Done it yet.
Wasn't he? Now that you bring that up, I vaguely remember he was.
Yep. Charlie's on a rerun.
We're such an echo chamber that we literally let people come back who accused us of TOS violations in an attempt to get members excised or the channel removed. And we let them come back out of the mercy of our own hearts so we can make fools of them for public consumption. That's how much of an echo chamber we are.
We have one moderator who works continually to unmute and unban people who we feel we've just muted or just banned. But he feels it's more pertinent to try and get them back into the conversation. So we work with that.
I mean, I wasn't even going to come in here, and then I heard Charlie go, I don't have proof that you're looking for. Oh, yeah. Instead of just saying, you know what, you didn't actually say that. Because he's a coward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just absolutely cowardly.
I wonder why it hasn't changed.
You, Charlie. Don't matter what.
It's been what, 2 years? 2 years?
Yeah, Charlie. Man, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, Charlie. Maybe someday you'll find out women are only impressed by white knighting for men they find attractive. Okay, just doing it randomly doesn't make you more attractive.
He's the knight in shining armor, dude.
Dude, as much as Athena was talking crap, the next man she's going to fantasize about will probably be me.
That's
Probably.
so true.
No
That's
doubt.
so true.
Has to be done with masculinity, Charlie. You'll get here someday, son.
Well, there's a thing with Athena because she came in here going crazy one day, and multiple people came back in white knighted for her. Just for being muted. Multiple. 2 dudes and a girl. White knighted for her because she got muted because she just come in freaking screaming right up the rip.
That's kind of annoying, huh?
And it wasn't even on topic screaming. It was just screaming.
Yeah. Right off the bat, more or less.
It must feel really good for her to have this like entourage of simps that follow her around the server, getting kicked out of channel after channel, while they wait behind and you know defend her honor. Craziness.
Carry her train and present her with her roses and her chocolates and her trophies.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, but who will? That sounds awesome.
What's up, Max?
How's it going, old dude? I'm back, bro. How are you
Hey,
doing?
dude, how's it going, man? Good to see you.
Of course. I was watching the live stream. That was something.
Usually I say.
Me too. I was watching also.
Oh, man. Guys, the expert is in the house.
Where?
Is that me? Maxwax, you got that coordinate system of the stars revolving around a central point known as Polaris that I asked you to make for me?
Yeah, it's called Latitude AI.
No, I asked you to draw it. I asked you to draw it in a picture for me. Did you do it? I just want to know if you did it or not. For goodness sakes. Don't make it so complicated.
I mean, I can. But draw the coordinate system called Latitude that's based off of Polaris. I'm not roboting, am I? I'm driving. So I might be roboting. And if I am, I'll just go on mute.
And yeah, but it's not too bad yet.
It's legible.
Oh, okay. I might have little areas where I might drop out. Well, what was the whole point of that? Like, all I simply said was there's only one pole star.
What's a pole
And
star?
I mean, we all agree on that.
What's a pole star?
A star in the sky that doesn't move, that everything goes around east to west, and it's like the only star in a fixed location that's always been there for human history.
What do you mean? What do you mean everything? What do you mean everything? What do you mean everything?
Well, what direction is the sky?
Okay, one more time. One more time. What do you mean everything? I don't need you to ask me a question. I'm asking you what you mean by what you're saying. So you don't need to interrogate me about anything.
Stars, sun, moon, all that stuff. All the perceived lights in the sky.
So your claim is every star. Okay, so your claim is every star rotates around in essentially a circle, plus or minus, different paths. It's going to be roughly a circle around Polaris. That's your claim?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, can you draw that for me?
Not currently, I can. I'm driving. But, if
But
you go
can.
to...
You can, though. You can, though. You can do it, though, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I'm sure it's been done before, hasn't it? I picture in my mind this looking like an umbrella. And if I do start roboting, just say so, and I'll mute myself. Because, like I said, I should be okay.
So do all?
Never know.
Okay, so do all stars have a ground position?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay. So if all stars have a ground position,
yeah.
So if all stars have a ground position, then according to you, if they're all rotating in the manner which you said, that ground position would essentially be a circle, correct?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Here's the real question is. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Re-ask what you. No, just say what you just said.
Yeah.
What did you say?
If all stars are traveling,
positions are a circle.
If all stars are rotating around Polaris in a circle and they all have a ground position, right? Then they would be inscribing ground position circles on the surface of the Earth. That makes sense, right?
Who's in a Duramax? Holy shit, that diesel's spooling up.
Definitely not me.
That shit's loud as fuck.
That's fire.
Spoolie boy.
Congratulations on the correct guess. It was, in fact, a Duramax driving by.
Yeah. I know my diesels.
Yeehaw.
I like diesels, but I'm just not a diesel nerd.
I am.
Fucking diesel nerd.
I'm so interesting about it. I'm such an interesting guy.
You are an interesting guy.
Thanks. I used to be an undercover agent.
Really?
Yeah.
For who?
That I can't say. That's my name.
Who's this dickhead and how'd he take over the conversation?
What?
Dude, it's actually more pleasant. It's more pleasant than talking to Vaxwack about pretty much any topic.
All right, fair enough.
That's not true. You just.
You're lagging.
Explain there's one pole star called Polaris. And I don't get it. Do you guys agree or disagree? Make sure you agree or disagree.
You're lagging like crazy, dude. Hold up.
Oh, am I? Okay, I'll go on mute.
Yo, old dude.
Aloha.
What's up, buddy? When are we drinking a beer together in Scotland?
When you get here. And what is up? Well, that would be clouds or the sky or celestial bodies, things up there twinkly things, sun, moon. Stuff down here is terrestrial. It's terra firma, tangible. What's up there is, yeah, you can fantasize about it and theorize about it, but you can't claim anything on it. Other than, yes, it lights stuff up and it makes you warm. But that's about your lot.
I don't know about that. I mean, everything moving east and west except one single star that does it. I can't All right, I'll pop back on in a little bit when I'm done with my errands. Sorry.
Sorry, dude, you're just coming and going, eh? I'd love to hear you, but I can't.
I see them, but I don't see them. That's I see them.
Anyway.
No, I hear them, but I don't see them.
My God, I get 3 words in and the place has gone to sleep. I'm going in permanent mute. I've had enough of this. Y'all can't stay awake for 2 minutes.
What's up, Max?
What's up, dude?
Same old, same old.
How's your guys' days going in here, guys? It's getting pretty quiet.
Perfect day so far.
That's good to hear. Good to hear, brother. Good to hear.
Am I still roboting? Probably.
It's legible, brother. We could hear you a little bit.
Halfway.
Oh. I don't understand. I got full service and I can hear everyone else fine.
Yes, you're roboting.
Bro, most cellular devices, phone calls,
and data are two different interchanges. So just because you have full bars doesn't mean you're getting data stream at full capacity.
Correct.
No.
Low Sinai.
Flat Earth is real.
Tell us something you don't know.
Well, what's your model of the flat Earth? Do you believe it's like a disc, or like how do you interpret the flat Earth? Just a disc in space, or is there more to it?
No.
What is a model of flat Earth to you? Like does the universe itself not exist and we're on a flat plane?
Well, how you think of the universe, this ever expanding outer space nothingness, yeah, I would say that's a no go. But yeah, the idea of flat Earth equating to disk in space. No one in here is claiming that.
Well, what's your model of flat
the surface of where we are in reality is flat. It's not curving. What are the expanses of this plane that we're on? Who knows? There seems to be a lot of water, though, in reality.
So is the universe like an ocean? and we're one island on it.
I don't know. Hawaii is 7 islands in and of itself, or 5, or at least. Yeah, who knows what the entirety of Earth is?
So if our model of Earth is not accurate and there's more continents.
Maybe.
You believe in the ice
They
walls?
sure don't like you going certain places. Isn't it strange, Sinai, though? Here we are in the middle of the 21st century, and the powers that be have deemed that there are places that you're not allowed to explore.
Well, what do you suggest those places are? Do you think they're gateways to outside of the places?
I don't know. I don't know. It's a mystery. I'm just saying, isn't it kind of strange that here we are in 2025 and
well, they do have their reasons. For example, North Sentinel Island.
Isn't it strange that they have their reasons?
Well, what inaccessible places are you talking about?
At certain latitudes, you're not allowed to go beyond. That was quick.
Oh my god. I'm finally on server meeting. Why were you all server meeting me all day long? Since 2 o'clock. I've been fucking server meeting. Oh dude, you server meeting me too.
Who's that needs server
In the past, I've probably server muted you, but you're not server muted right now, mate.
No, not anymore.
I can hear you talk. What's the crack?
Have you had any good Globers in here?
Well, define good.
Have posed any challenging arguments to you?
No. Most get tripped up in their own fallacious reasoning and trying to strawman us with some kind of model or fallacious idea that they think we have. And they're getting their own way, mate. Some of them bring van loads of rakes, spread them around, and then just go about like stepping on them, smacking themselves in the face.
Well, I can't ever say nothing to you. I'm fucking. To be fair to you, you got an answer for everything, like. That'll get past you. Is everyone in here a flat earther?
Probably not. Some like to sit quietly. Let me see. Who's in here? We've got 2 live stream bots going out to YouTube. That's a flare. I think that's a flare. That's a flare. That's a flare. That's a flare. Flare. Denial of flirt. Flare, probably flare. Pickly flare. Wearing a flare jacket and a flare t-shirt and a flare hat, but it's not a flare. Flare. Yeah, the majority of us are, yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of flirfs on one homo ape.
Yeah.
The only thing that's an echo chamber about it is the sound of snoring from around the room.
It's hard to pose an argument, to be honest.
It's hard to pose an argument.
Yeah.
That's a fair statement, dude. I'm glad that you've approached it reasonably and legibly, and that's the place that you've come to.
No, I do. I have an experience with this voice channel, and I don't think I've ever successfully. Made a point in here.
You have to take what you can get sometimes.
Well,
a lot of people don't get a Scouse accent, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people, they fucking. It's like I'm speaking another language.
Yeah, la.
Do you get that as well sometimes?
Yeah, la. Heathens, you know.
Are you religious by any chance?
I try and get up every day. I try and tidy up a little bit every day. I try and thank the Creator for what I've got and how I feel lucky in life and what I'm able to do. Ask for His help every day. But I wouldn't say that I get a rug out and I pray to Him in a certain direction, you know, like on the clock every so often, or I go to a building and do that. It's if anything, what faith I have is rooted in physicality, not just this is what I read from a book.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, look, for me,
no, I don't trust
religion is it can be many things. It can be polishing the buttons in your tunic for, going out in parade.
Yeah.
It's like if you learn to do it right, you don't even notice yourself doing it, but you do it religiously and you get it right every time.
Yeah.
Same as shining your boots, yeah.
Yeah.
There's like, you can religiously get into an argument with your partner regularly about the same issues and it just not go anywhere. Or you can religiously work towards making life better.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in any scripture either, I feel. So
I think all religion carries an element of truth. Possibly all religions were split from the one who did know maybe greater things. Stuff's being hidden in various religions, but religions become from something that's supposed to help you understand who or what the creator could be. They've become the people who they meter it out to you. They're the ones that you have to go to and worship them as opposed to the ethos and what's behind it.
Don't forget that the Catholic Church was fucking robbing families for indulgence as well. Say I was stuck in purgatory.
Yep.
They go to my mum and say, listen, he's in purgatory. We need all your wealth. The end of it.
Well, I mean, Rome didn't die, dude.
Yeah.
It just sort of like changed its robes somewhat.
Yeah.
And it took over in another direction. And even if you look through government, Rome's still there. Still there.
Too fucking deeply rooted.
Sadly, it's not seen how deeply rooted it is there.
Yeah.
But hey, we're fringe theorists, man. Stuck in a wee room in the corner of the internet. Apparently, I'm in my mum's basement. So what would we know?
Yeah, I know. Well, it's a fucking shame, innit? I wish some people like us could get it. Well, maybe not. Maybe not all Discordians, but some people could get into politics that aren't the fucking AI slop robot voice. Don't you think it's so odd how every politician reads from the teleprompter, though? I think that's a personal kink with me.
I think it's an alarm bell, same as all the other things that just seem to be getting away with being odd.
Yeah.
Anything to do with them being shady or iffy, or it should be blue lights and blues and twos, dude. What's going on here?
Yeah, I know, but there's so much of it now. It's like it's just normalised, isn't it? Barbarians.
How's my rugby team doing? Homo.
What'd you say?
My rugby team, St Helens, how they doing?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. I used to play St Helens, but I played Union.
Did you, dude? I've never seen you play.
No, I played fucking... I'm only 19, mate.
Oh, no, it was... when was I down there last? Oh, dude. Nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, fucking hell. It gets cold up there. On them winter days. I mean, I've had some games up there be called off because the fucking ground's solid.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about it.
There's some good bakers nearby. There's always somewhere to go.
Yeah. No, it is nice up there.
Yeah. I've got family in sunny Prescott, dude.
Oh, Prescott, yeah. It's only around the corner from me, really, though.
Yeah, I know your accent. I know it's not far away.
What are they all from? Are all your family from Prescott?
No, it's an extended bike club. That classes brothers and sisters there.
Yeah. Scotland are big on the bikes, aren't you? Yeah. My brother went to Glasgow Uni, but he done economics there, but he dropped out after 2 years. But when where about in Scotland are you from?
Originally just beside Glasgow, the Renfrew area, Paisley, and then I moved up to the west coast, up to Argyll, the ferry port to the islands, Oban, and now I'm over in the east. I'm over by Perth.
Yeah, fucking hell. Well, when I went up to Glasgow, I think the city's so nice and the fucking architecture, but don't you think it's plagued now by them fucking people there?
Yeah.
All the smackheads and that. It's fucking wild.
Yeah. I mean, the city culture across any city in this town used to be, it could be hard, it could be dangerous, but yeah, it was reasonably all right. You could go out and have a nice night, or go from town to town. But nowadays, you're nothing but a walking target. Or
that's what I mean, they're all robbing you, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's bad. I seen one having a fucking full-on fight with him, like a cash machine. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's Bosnia out there, dude, and people don't understand this, that it's actually Bosnia. And street after street, community after community, estate after estate,
Yeah, there's so much of it. What is it? Is it heroin or is it smack?
It's heroin, smack, and what's the one? It's a tiny little. The one that was killing the prisoners. They were putting it in the clothing and getting it in. They were vaping it.
It was fentanyl or spice.
Yes, fentanyl. But there's another new one as well, dude. There's another new one as well because they were spraying everything with fentanyl, whether it was a bit of grass or any kind of street drug you were getting or any kind of whatever. It was
kids around mine having joints dropping dead.
Sorry?
There were kids around mine rolling joints and just fucking dropping dead. Not long ago.
Dude. Yes, yeah. Well, before that, you'll remember it was the epidemic of what's the fake marijuana, the bush stuff.
Oh yeah, fucking hell. Yeah. Said you
Spice.
Yeah,
Spice. The spice epidemic, yeah. And then it went to it's gone to the everybody that's growing marijuana now. But that's all been treated with or sprayed. It's possible it's been sprayed with PCP or fentanyl. Yeah. There's another one now that makes fentanyl look like, I don't know, an elephant. Apparently all you need is maybe a milli or whatever a small amount of a gram of fentanyl used to be is enough to do, what 5 grams of fentanyl used to do.
Yeah. Have you seen videos of the police when they're searching fucking cars and they open the boot and instantly there's the overdose?
Yeah. Yep.
Fucking wild.
So many people are thinking that they can crack a chemical now, and they don't realise the chemicals that they're releasing into the oxygen into the atmosphere.
Yeah, I know.
And what they're actually doing to the oxygen in the atmosphere by doing things like that. It strips the oxygen out of the air and they just drop.
Some of the things they're fucking using are deadly as well. I'm an electrical engineer and I work on fucking all chemical factories, but I just don't understand what fucking goes through their head.
Crazy. I heard there was a big house explosion somewhere down south.
That's what I was literally about to say. They fucking had their own lab, didn't they?
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, it's the state of the economy. It's horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
There needs to be some fucking DEA formation over here or something.
Well, the march in London was a start.
Yeah. I feel like, what do you feel like about Tommy Robinson? Do you like him?
Tommy?
Yeah.
And, what's his name? Stephen Yaxley Lennon, or what's the other one he dresses up as? Tommy's a character. Tommy's a British character who likes to try and influence politics, and he's quite happy being the voice of the people. And a couple of these guys, is he a social influencer? Is he honest and true? Well, he's behind some seriously honest movements, and he's actually out there being vocal about the real world issues, not in a derogatory way. He's not slandering people or trying to inflict harm on them.
It's hard to get in between that line as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't believe Tommy hasn't been fucking killed by now, to be honest.
Iced.
Yeah.
Yeah, the British version of the guy Kirk. Aye.
Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, I think it's weird. Oh, you know, I mean, his wife, like, obviously, she must be going through a rough time, but she does act a bit weird on the camera, doesn't she?
The whole thing's sus. I mean, the more you look at life, the more you look at politics and these sort of unusual characters that come and go, like Mountbatten, who was there? Ranulph Fiennes, Thatcher's son.
Or did they all
Mark
get
Thatcher.
killed?
Sorry?
Did they all get killed?
No. They're all up to all manner of nefarity in the Middle East, or some little country somewhere creating a one of these jumped up governments or a political coup or something like that.
Yeah.
Mark Thatcher arrested in Botswana for something, and you find out why was he down there, and then you realise.
Yeah, exactly. I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like when you look into the beginning of the Ukraine war, and we were building fucking spy bases on the Russian border for them, and you just think, why? Why?
Yeah. It's all just one political agenda to make me think you're the enemy and you think the same of me.
Oh, no.
And the same internationally. And then off the war machine gets cracked up and off we go.
Yeah.
Time and time again, after generation. Man.
It's just however good your propaganda is.
It's the winners that write history, bro.
Yeah.
But there's been some people around now recording history and keeping their own versions of it for a couple of generations.
Yeah.
There's some people that are pretty sus about the information that went on the internet originally when it was what it was for. And yeah, collating data and putting it aside, and well, you start to weigh up the facts, and it's correlation isn't causation, but when you can test some of it, and when you actually see some of it in play, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
But hey ho, it's all right because Earth's a globe and we're hurtling through space, and someday the sun will just go into entropy and we'll all be dead. So by that time we'll be on the internet. Thanks very much, Mr. Musk. We'll all be, etherneting around, and life will be peachy. Hello, Kerosene. When I see your name, I think of fire starters.
What did you say? I didn't have my headphone on yet.
When I see your name, I think of fire starters.
Yeah, actually, when I was a kid, I wanted a new gamer tag, so we had a kerosene lamp sitting in the room, and that became my gamer tag. It was a kerosene lamp. That's where I got the name from. Been using it ever since.
So a lot of people don't understand what a good thing a kerosene lamp is, especially if you're not around any street lighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, we had in the backyard we had this huge garage, and on the second floor was like an office. That's where like my dad's gaming center was and my gaming center was, but it didn't have any air conditioning, so we had a kerosene lamp for the summer, for the cold winters.
Can warm a room quite surprisingly, yeah. It really can. Well, if there's nobody going to start screaming and shouting at me, I might as well have some whiskey. Buckies.
You said whiskey? What you drinking?
I said, if there's nobody going to start screaming and shouting at me, I might as well have some whiskey.
I've been getting into some Basil Hayden lately. It's pretty good stuff.
Nice. Yeah.
For non-top shelf whiskey, it's pretty nice.
Right, screw you guys. I'm going to put on some dance music. You bunch of boring gets.
Alrighty, I'm back finally. Hey.
Aloha. Where were you when you were away?
I'm sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Huh?
Were you far away when you were away?
I didn't fully catch that. If I was far away, what?
Were you far away when you were away?
Pretty far. About 20 minutes. It's funny, like, I didn't realize that that was a strictly American thing to, like, say something like if you drive into a store or something. Apparently, I don't know if they do it in Canada, but apparently it's like a North American thing. Like, oh, it's 15 minutes away. Like, apparently they don't do that in like England and stuff. Weird.
No. Our distances can be what you would class as 15 minutes away, but because of the road system and sometimes the volumes of traffic, that could be up to 2 hours away at times. For literally a journey that should be 15 minutes, it may be 50 odd miles or maybe 60 odd miles an hour. Yeah, a few hours.
So I thought that was the point for like giving a time instead of like kilometers or miles. Like, if something's 5 miles down the road, it could take you, like you said, it could take you an hour and a half to get there based on the conditions. So typically, like that store is about 10-minute ride, unless there's like a bunch of cows standing in the road or something.
Well, we're sort of the same, but the cows in the road are driving some of the cars, or not knowing how to drive some of the cars, or they're you get to a city and it's school or town and it's like school children, or it's everything's down to 20 now, 20 miles an hour in our residential areas or built up areas. It used to just be school around the school communities, but now it's actually throughout most of the major villages and towns. So that knocks a good deal off your pace as well. But yeah, it can be. Sometimes it can be really easy, depending on what time of day, how well you know the road, how much you're able to straighten out the kinks at the pace safely. But yeah, it can be a long time getting anywhere here, really. Can be. But yeah, I tend to say, well, look, I'll be there by such and such a time. Mainly because most of my stuff, when I get to somewhere, I'm relieving somebody of duty, or I'm, taking over a job site or whatever. I tend to work in time frames.
Yeah, no, that makes sense too. Like I said, I just thought that's how, like when you say something's 10 minutes down the road, like I thought everyone did that, but I didn't. I just thought it was funny how it's like a North American thing to do that.
If I'm on the bike, 10 minutes down the road means that I'm there making coffee for us both within 10 minutes.
Yeah. I was going to talk to AI more about what we were talking about yesterday, but I guess he left.
What was that? The Celestial stuff?
Yeah, I'm so over it, but it keeps getting brought up in arguments and shit, and I
don't know. I've been reading some of the things that you've been posting, and I still don't know how it is that you're perceiving it. Do you like envisage an actual a southern pole star as Alpha Centauri or whatever it's called? Not Alpha Centauri. It's oh God, what's it?
Sigma Octantis.
Sorry.
Sigma Octantis.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Sigma Octantis. Do you see that as a pole star or a collection of stars that rotate around what appears to be a centre?
Well, for one, I mean, I think it was Indio, which I wasn't aware. He said there's only actually three to, I can't remember if he said three. It was between 3 and like 9 photographs ever taken of it that could be verified. But he was saying it was so zoomed in, it could have been anything. It could have been an out of focus Christmas light, or it could have been a star in Orion's belt. There's really no way to. But I mean, just if you go outside, if you live in Australia and you go outside, you can't. There's nothing for you to point at, like there would be like where we live in the north, in the northern latitudes, where we could see Polaris, which is a stationary star that doesn't move. Now, granted, some people claim it pivots. I haven't seen that. At least I've never seen a full time lapse where it makes a complete circle. Just like a little, sometimes it'll make like a comma.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't do anything.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's got a bit of a jiggle sometimes.
Sure. But I mean, if I stand up and I just pivot around in a tight circle, I'm technically, I'm in motion, I guess. Yeah, but I'm still staying stationary in my spot. Like I'm not leaving my area. So I mean, whether it makes a tight little pivot or not really doesn't make a difference. But it's just simply that there's only one star that does that, and everything else kind of just follows suit with what all the other stars are doing, which is moving east to west.
Yeah. So you've got the usual clockwork, anti-clockwork terminology of reference to the rotational framework, depending what way you're looking, north or south. So in your mind, see again, I can't confirm how much of what I've seen of the south is true. I know that the closer you get to north, it would appear that the stars go from what looks like a car wheel turning on your horizon over north to more of a circular pattern, as if that car wheel is now rotating above you circularly. But I haven't been all that far north. I've been far enough north and far enough south to see it change. But I haven't been far enough south to confirm what the celestial rotation is, how far south you get before it actually becomes above you, like where its celestial GP would be on the surface, because I don't think that's actually possible. And again, like what's beyond that, I don't think that's possible either. But to say that it turns the same way that we experience in the north is, I've not seen enough evidence, video or otherwise, to actually reinforce that. It's only a claim kind of thing. Yeah, it does seem to have a celestial centre that it kind of turns around, but I don't know if it works the same as the north.
See, I don't. Excuse me. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of issues with like when you do go south too. Like certain areas it's never going to overlap. Like where it's going to be nighttime at the same time for different positions. But like in the north, for pretty much everybody, with the exception of like summertime and wintertime, because like you do get in the north, you do get 24 hours of darkness in certain areas, and then you got 24 hours where the sun never fully sets. So I mean, for those locations, if the sun's never setting, you might not actually see the stars. So I can't say you can see the stars from every location every night, but like if somebody is in Moscow, then you got somebody in Boston, then you got somebody in Atlanta, Georgia. For all three of those different locations, there will be brief moments throughout the year where it will overlap to where it will be dark for all those places at the same time. And if that's the case, then that means everybody can see the stars at once. So you get those people.
That's the theory, that we're sort of all on the one side of the globe, so we get these periods where we all experience night or we all experience day at the same time.
Yeah, a little overlapping.
The season we're on. That's what the claim is, eh? But again, I've looked at some of the sunrise, sunset times, and it's a bit of an ask to say that, parts of Russia are getting it, and whilst, the western seaboard of America is still it's anomalous.
Right.
I think the main point was like if you're standing in the south and you point a camera south and film a time lapse of the stars without having to bring up Sigma Octantis, right? All of the stars seem to rotate around a apparent point, right? Like you get the opposite, right? Like if you point the camera north in the north, right, you get star trails going around Polaris. But if you're standing in Australia and you do the same thing and you point the camera south, you'll get star trails going around a different point in the sky. That's where they say Sigma Octantis is, but like you said, it's hard to verify it.
Right. But just for like the whole. Sorry.
Well, when you were saying it, you're picturing it kind of like an umbrella. Like that would be like what the center of the umbrella would be Polaris, and then everything's sort of rotating around Polaris.
Correct.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, more or less.
But then if you were standing in the south, right? So if you were standing under the umbrella in the north and you're pointing, doing a time lapse facing north, you'll see that umbrella type thing. But if you're standing in the south and you're pointing south, you see like completely different things. So it doesn't match with the umbrella thing. I don't know how it works. I mean, I don't know what the stars are, how the sky works, or anything like that. There's probably something beyond what we can even comprehend when it comes to how the sky works. But it's just what we observe, and I think that's kind of what the argument was.
I think south is like the key word though, because like I was saying, for instance, it's 11:15 p.m. in Moscow right now, but my time it's 3:15 p.m. But now I live in the southeast United States, so yeah, it's a good distance away. So that means in 5 hours it'll be 4 a.m. in Russia, but it'll be like 8:15 where I live. So and just because it's already fall now, like it's pitch black at 8:15 now for me. Like when I go outside at night at 8:15, it's jet black. You can see all the stars, whatever. So that means so I can call somebody in Moscow and get on the phone at the same time, and we can both point north at the same object, and well, if you want to call Polaris an object, the same light in the sky simultaneously. But the thing is, if we're both pointing north and then I turn around and point south, it just begs that south has to be different for everybody.
Yeah, man, it's a trip. I mean, I think there is some reports of, I think like if you're in Chile and if you're in Australia, at the exact same time, they can both see the Southern Cross at the same time. It's only in, I think, 1 or 2 days a year or something like that. But I think that's pretty, like, it's not something that's disputed as far as I know. Which is weird as well.
I always get it mixed up because I know there's times where Chile and Australia will have massive amounts of time where it's both dark at the same time. But I can never remember if it's Chile in Australia or if it's South Africa in Australia. I can never remember, but it's one of them. But that still leaves the third, like South Africa, for instance. Like not all three of those places will be dark. Like, between New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and South America, it's never going to be dark for them simultaneously. But in the north, that happens quite frequently where you get people scattered all the way around circles of equal altitude, and it will be dark for everybody simultaneously.
Yeah, I get you. I get where you're coming from, but you know what I mean about, like, when you were saying, I don't know if you was being serious the other day when you were saying Sigma Octantis rotates east to west around Polaris. I don't think that's really what we see when we.
Well, I don't think we see Sigma Octantis at all.
Yeah, but where it's supposed to be, let's just say, like, that section of, okay, well, the Southern Cross, or any of those stars there. Right, like if you do a time lapse, they're not like you're facing south, and you're seeing something similar to when you do a time lapse when you're facing north.
Yeah,
like everything looks like it's rotating around a point in the sky, whatever that is. We don't need to call it a pole or anything like that. It's just like everything isn't just rotating like an umbrella around the North Star.
Right. But the thing is, all those stars in the sky are moving east to west, though.
Yeah, I agree. They all move east to west.
Right.
I don't deny that. But like, look at this one. Like, in the side. I don't know if are you driving?
No, I'm good now.
Oh, okay. Like this image in the side chat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the two. Like with the the observatory,
two apparent points. Yeah, two apparent points of rotation, kind of. I think this one's. What's that?
I mean, well, yeah, okay. So the one where you can see the full circles, is that north or south?
That's north.
Okay, I wasn't sure. No, it doesn't.
I'm not sure exactly where this one's taken from either. But there are some other images which are all with crazy fisheye lenses, which is weird.
Right.
Like this one. This is like the Southern Star Trails. But whenever I see it like this, there's always this crazy fisheye lens used.
Yeah, you guys got a lot going on in the dead center too. It seems that could just be because the camera's got a wonky effect on it. I feel like this was from a video, right? with like the red street lights and shit?
I'm not sure. I just pulled it up now.
Oh, okay. Oh shit! I got my wife calling in. I'll be right back, you guys. Sorry about that. You know what I guess it is like because I've never had an issue with the parent points of rotation. Like it does appear things go well. It's east to west, but it's clockwise in the south and counterclockwise in the north. But like when you go on the equator,
Because you could, even if you're standing in the north and you're facing north and you film star trails, they're going counterclockwise, and then you turn around and face south, and then do the time lapse, and they're going the, and you haven't changed from the north, and then the same thing happens in the south, depending on your own personal orientation.
right. Just south in and of itself is irritating.
Yeah, I agree.
Because like if you're on 32 degrees north latitude, that's a circle. Because Polaris is in the center, and it's the same distance. Like so, you're keeping that same angle as you travel, which can only happen with a circle. It can't happen with any other type of shape. So therefore, if people are on different, like let's say you got 10 people all 800 miles apart from each other on 32 degrees. So they're like all on each sides of it. Everyone can point north, but that means south has to be different for every single individual. So that's why I'm in the camp of there's only one pole and one pole star. But I don't know. I guess I must be because it just seemed like it was a super contentious thing during the holidays last year. Like it just seemed like there was a lot of bad blood around that topic, and we were fresh off.
We can all agree that whatever's going on in the sky is absolutely happening above a flat plane.
Exactly. Yeah.
That we can agree on. And I just think that no one knows how the hell the sky works, and it gets pretty weird when you get, to the south. And even accounts of like, ancient travelers and sailors like just being way off where they thought they were going to be. And yeah, there's something to it that I think nobody knows. The way the sky works in the south is a trip.
Yeah, it is crazy. But yeah, no, I mean,
somebody's got to make a model. You got to get a model.
I thought you were on that, No Tanks.
I make no models. I'm not a model maker.
You're just a model yourself, like for work.
I mean, I would like if I could snap my fingers and do it, but yeah, I'm not going to put in the work to make these models. They're just going to get argued, and it won't prove anything. It'll just prove like proof of concept. It's not going to win an argument, but it'll be interesting. I mean, there's people who are talented at, on the computer and modeling. I'm not one of those people. I don't have the equipment for it. I don't have the desire for it. I'll look at your model. I'll judge it. I'll poke it and judge it.
You'll poke the model.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I think don't get taken into consideration enough, I guess, in regards to like optics and modeling, is like the foreshortening effect of let me see, like some people don't even adhere to this. I've heard like some quote unquote flat earthers who say that they think this is fake, right? But you've seen have you seen the video where the guy he travels from Germany and back and forth, and the stars go up or don't go up in relation to how they should on a globe? You remember that? You ever seen that video? Taboo Conspiracies puts it up.
I probably have, but I can't recall.
Yeah, the argument for and against it was, okay, well, if the Earth is rotating west to east, that when you travel, when you travel in the west or east direction, the stars should either rise with you or not. So the guy was traveling, and the stars were not coming up. They were just staying above him the whole time. They weren't coming up. And then somebody countered it.
Sorry. Like it wasn't like shifting like 1 degree per every 60 nautical miles.
Yeah,
it was just kind of still fixed.
They weren't shifting at all.
Oh, okay. I feel like that's probably like 2 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm. And then the Glover counter argument was, well, they were going with the spin of the Earth, so then you shouldn't. That's why you got no 1 degree. Because they were going with the spin of the Earth at the same latitude, 500 miles an hour at the normal latitude, which is 500 mile an hour spin. So it was copying it. Then, right, that was the Glover's argument against it. Then I'll give you the next step. Then the flat earthers said, well, then when you travel back the opposite direction, east or whatever, then it should have doubled. It should have doubled the star's speed and of appearance to rise or fall. Anyway, my point was just this. My point was like if you had seen that, so it's really going to kind of fall short since you've never seen that. Was it doesn't get taken into account often enough that the foreground and how much space that occupies in your field of view will have an effect on the apparent motion of the sky. So Antarctica being of the air being of whatever consistency it is with the temperature it is, which is more consistent, which would allow for a further horizon, right, or whatever you want to call it, further optical limit, which would make the foreground larger, which would play effects on the sky. So that's just like something. How would I model that? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people say that scientific models for the Earth can't exist because you can't really do anything with it.
I just don't even know how to model it. I don't know how to model that. What do I put?
Yeah.
A004? I don't even know how it works on the computer.
Right.
Like, what's the formula for the amount of perspective rise of the foreground due to the visibility in the sky that would then, correlate to your field of view that would cause things above or below your horizontal orientation to either, to compress or in this way or that way. I mean, what's the formula for that? Is there even a formula for it? I don't know. I don't think there is.
Oh. I feel like some nerd in their basement somewhere came up with something like 50 years ago. And they got lost to time.
Here's since you've never seen that video, here's, I guess, something of a more obvious, demonstration, right? That, a globe will say, look, when you go up high in altitude, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level anymore, it begins to drop. So then what would you say that's the reason is for that?
I don't know if that would be true. I mean, because, if you're in an airplane, I'm not saying that the horizon rises to eye level because just in and of itself, of what the horizon is, it's the surface of the Earth appearing to meet the sky in the distance. So once you start going up above that surface, it's always going to be a little bit below your eye level because you're standing above it. But it doesn't start like curving downward the higher you get.
No, it does though. What if it does? That's their claim. Their claim is that once you get to a certain altitude, it doesn't rise towards eye level. Either it slows its rate of ascension, or which would then be a calculation of drop because it's.
It doesn't really happen though.
Does it?
No, it doesn't.
No, not from like SR-71 Blackbirds or commercial flights or cargo jets or helicopters. I mean,
Weather balloons.
Yeah.
20,000 feet.
I don't know if the weather balloon's oriented perfectly horizontal.
You know, you do see the horizon in a different place, but as you get higher, there's a ton of air between you and where her actual horizon is. As you get higher, you don't see the proper horizon anymore because it's being blocked by the opacity. You see like an opaque. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're going to say the horizon's just purely apparent and where you're kind of seeing that line, I would say it's obstructed by the opacity of the air between the observer and where the actual horizon is. So it makes it look like it's lower. Like if you go to flatearth.ws and look at their examples, you see that exact thing happening.
Right, so that would be like the long way of saying I would expect the apparent horizon to appear to drop. I would expect that then with those.
What's the I don't know, man. Like it's interesting. Like you wouldn't say the horizon's just being blocked by the air.
Well, that would just the horizon is just the visual.
Okay. What about this example, right? Let's say you're looking out and you've got mountains in the distance, really, really far away. Is that the horizon where the sky appears to meet with the ridges of the mountains? Or are the mountains blocking where the horizon would be?
No, I think that would just be the horizon again. I mean,
okay, so what if we replace the mountains with buildings? Now it's a city. Is that the horizon? Where the city line of the building skyscrapers is meeting with the sky? Because I would just say that they're blocking where the horizon is as obstruction. Horizon is always defined as a straight line. Horizontal line.
Those trees and that water and the water and the buildings that I know are going up and down and changing in elevation. They appear to be horizontal at that distance. They appear to be a straight line.
Okay, so if you're standing at the beach and you're looking out at the horizon, and then there's a giant row of just hypothetically, right? A giant row of like cruise ships come in front of you, like five miles out, and all you can see is the top of the cruise ships meeting with the sky. Is that now the horizon, or are the cruise ships blocking the horizon?
No, I mean it becomes the horizon. If it's extinguishing to a point where, if I'm imagining this correctly, where it's like, okay, they're so far away that they merge into and become the horizon.
Okay, so if you're standing and you're looking at the horizon and your friend comes and puts his hand in front of your eyes, is that now the horizon, the top of his hand meeting with the sky?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if the horizon is apparent, then I guess that's what it is. Yeah.
The horizon is apparent because the horizon.
At low altitude. My point was that, which I thought was great, that you said, you go up high and now it's being blocked or compressed by the air. So now if it's whatever it is, we're saying blocked, whatever this understanding is we're trying to get, right? That would just what would happen is that the apparent horizon would appear to be lower because you can't imagine. All right, imagine I have a picture of the ocean, right? I'm like, wow, look how the horizon is, and I'm above the water. I'm on a cliff. I'm taking a picture of the ocean, and I'm like, look how far I can see. And I draw I point my arm out. I'm like, it's like almost like a perfectly straight line, a little bit below dip correction for the horizon. Then fog rolls in, and it covers up 90% of my view of my picture. Now I'm pointing down to the horizon. I'm pointing down because it's all blocked by atmosphere.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree with you. Like technically that's probably correct, but the Globers are not presenting it in that way, I guess, when they're presenting their lower horizon.
No, they're not. But what I was pointing out about the modeling was that, so if that happens in reality, right, if that happens, the field of view of like for something to rise towards eye level, you have to it has to be something. It has to be, and you have to be seeing something. So the only thing you can see is whatever light is, however you want to say, photons, whatever light is bouncing off of. So now you can see it. If there's nothing to see because it's blocked or whatever by the atmosphere or whatever, then it's not going to continue to rise towards eye level, which will change the field of view, it'll make it look like the sky is now bigger than the ground. So how do things render themselves in the sky, like the stars, when the field of view and the center point changes? I don't know that answer. That was my point, really.
There's some cool footage I need to find. It was on Phuket Word YouTube channel, and there's a whole bunch of them. People get drones, like really good quality drones, and they line up the camera, and they fly the drone up straight up and down, like really, really high as it can go, and back down again. And then in the video, they draw a line directly across the center of the screen where the horizon is, and as it goes the whole way up and the whole way down, it just stays perfectly on that center frame.
What does?
The horizon line, apparent horizon line.
Yeah, I think often it could. It could. Yeah. I just think that once you get to a certain altitude, where the ground that's below you then becomes, I don't know if the smaller is the right word, but it's now taking up less of your field of view because there's more sky than there is ground at a certain height, because it all compresses into this point. But then it's going to start changing. This is all in regards to how do things work in the south, like the visual optics. Then it's going to start changing how things render, because your field of view is now has nothing to center it, and you'll then, you can then start to perceive stars to be dropping, faster or whatever, because they're taking up more of the sky. And you can only, their field of view is defined by something you're seeing. And if there's nothing to see, if it's just you're in blackness and you have a little bit of white, like where the sun is shining on the ground, then it'll have an effect. Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, it does make a bit of sense. Yep.
Yeah, that there's nothing like, all right, so they got that's not like an argument against globe Earth or anything. I mean, you could use it because that's what I would expect to happen on a flat Earth. I would expect at a certain altitude, when the opacity of the air becomes so thick that you can't see it, I would expect the horizon to drop at a certain altitude. You could use it against a glober in that way, but I was bringing it into how we perceive things from the south, where there's lots of changes. There's light speed. There's a sun's path. There's the altitude that's measured. Higher elevation as you go to south. There's a lot of components that would be difficult to model, I think. Like, what was all right? So one argument I used against a globe. It's not even an argument. I just said, imagine this being the case. So, they're talking about boats disappearing bottom up, right? So they say, well, that's the horizon. They're disappearing on the horizon. So, well, now imagine a flat Earth where the horizon is just an optical limitation of how of what you can see. You would think you could it compresses into this zone. And there's like internal reflection, et cetera, going on. All these things going on where you can show it when the Fata Morgana, where you can't see at the surface anymore, right? Mirroring, et cetera. So I said, okay, now imagine you have the horizon. That's the extinction point. You can't see anything past it. Now you put the biggest building that's ever been built, that's never been built, right? And you stick that out on the horizon in the distance. You would expect to not see the bottom of it, right? And they're like, no, I would see the bottom of it still. Like, how would a building, if you're at a vanishing point, which is defined as the point you can no longer see and render and resolve due to the acuteness of the angle, etc. Why would you expect, no matter how large a building is, that at that angle you would be able to resolve the building? You would expect the bottom of the building to disappear. Should that building that's again, imagine it's the biggest building that's never been built. and it's it's 200 miles away, and this is this building that nobody's ever even seen a building this big before. How would it render in your field of view when you've already reached a vanishing point? I don't know. It'd be tough to imagine. I guess I've thoroughly debunked all of your presuppositions there.
I don't know. Sometimes I hear people say that the reason boats disappear bottom up is due to perspective, but from what I've seen, if you don't have some physical obstruction like ocean swells, or you don't have any miraging effect, like a noticeable miraging effect, what seems to happen is the boat just gets smaller and smaller and fades off before any bottom-up obstruction or anything like that seems to happen. It just kind of gets small and fades off into the opacity of the air.
Well, probably most of the time, it seems like that's the case. But I would even cite like the Rayleigh criterion, the boat getting smaller is kind of like arbitrary. The
Earth is a round globe, buddy.
Or disappearing from the bottom up is kind of arbitrary. Where's the bottom? Oh, what's up? Earth is
Yo.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
I have a question.
Yeah. All right. And what's the question?
If you prove that the Earth is flat by checking its surface, then can I say that under the surface there is a dick-shaped base under the Earth?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Can you validate your claim? So when you claim that
you can't validate any claim under the flat Earth.
I'm not done. I just started talking. So when you say that the Earth is a spherical,
I'm not a round
ball,
earther.
So when you say that, can you validate that?
I'm not a round
when
earther.
you claim that the Earth is a dick, can you validate that the Earth is a dick and you're sitting on?
This is like the inconsistency that I have with fellow flat earthers. It's that, okay, we figured out that the surface is flat, but why can't I now say that under the base of this flat Earth is just a dick-shaped rock?
Yeah, but is it just a claim? And
but you can't say anything about the under the Earth either.
Have you ever heard that a claim without evidence can be dismissed? Without evidence.
Oh, that guy's gotta be in a
I'll
dick.
tell you why you can't say it, because talk like that is bannable in here, mate. You're not coming in here and starting to talk about what's in your pants or stuff like that, dude. Either address the topic legibly or don't be here, mate.
It's just bad for him because he thinks
Okay.
that it is like that.
So
and
can I ask you a
he
question?
is sitting on it. You are the one sitting on that thing.
All right, stop monologuing, dude. Can I ask you a question?
All right. Well, let me chime in one time, and then you go and you be good. You behave yourself, Wella. All right. If you prove, if it's just that if you prove that level is horizontal, which is an orientation, right? And then right, the way you could prove that is you show that level is parallel to any other established level that goes up and down infinitely. Yeah. So I mean, if you're going to go down or up, it doesn't matter, right? Down below the surface that you've measured, if you've measured it to be level and horizontal, then all horizontals will be parallel to that horizontal, just by definition. So that's how you get down. Yeah.
That's the evidence of the bottom of the earth.
No, it's just that we know
That's evidence of the
because
surface
everywhere
of
we've
the
ever.
earth. Yeah.
No, it's not about what's at the bottom of the earth. The earth is what we, when we say, well, where's the bottom? You're always going to reference Earth. That's the container that holds all the other stuff.
My fellow flat earthers, we as flat earthers can only calculate the surface, not the bottom of the body that we call.
No, we can dig a hole, right? You can just dig a hole, dig out the earth.
Until we do that, there's no evidence for that, and so
There's plenty of holes.
We're not claiming a body, dude. We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a flat planet, dude.
Yeah, okay, but the only evidence you can make for the Earth being flat is looking at the surface. So nothing that has to do with the bottom. Until we dig a hole and see what's under, sure, fine. But right now,
but you're just gonna get more
you guys are giving. You're telling me that you're just agnostic about the bottom of the Earth, and I'm asserting that no, it's a genitalia-shaped rock.
Yeah, nice,
under
but
this
it
earth.
is a claim. You are claiming. You are giving us a story. You are giving us what your imagination.
At least I'm making a claim. You're not making any claim.
No, just wait. I guess you are a guy. Yeah, you're gay, and you.
Wait, why are we talking about homosexuality here? Why are we talking about homosexuality here? No, I'm not going to stand for you calling me a homosexual. I'm not going to wait here.
Gentlemen.
I am not a homosexual, and you calling me a homosexual is a bit disrespectful.
Gentlemen, can you get the conversation?
You love dicks.
He called me a homosexual. I'm not going to stand for
Can
that.
you get the conversation back on the topic of the earth and
Man
leave
of God.
everything
The
else
Bible
out?
says that the earth is flat, and I believe that. Okay, my fellow, we as flat earthers. I'm just saying. What's up? What's up?
Yeah. Come on, man. Drop the LARP.
What LARP?
You stop pretending to be a flat earther.
I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying.
No, you're not, dude. Right? You don't know anything. You're trying to claim it's an object right now. Lying gets you banned. It's one of the rules that we have.
I'm sorry.
Try not to lie. Like we can just have a normal conversation.
Standard flat earther because I believe the surface is flat. But whenever I ask fellow surface flat earthers, whenever I ask them that, they say, "Well, we don't know." So they're agnostic about the base of the earth.
Yeah, nobody knows that.
What if it's shape?
Something
like,
that
what if,
is
what if space?
unverifiable.
Wait, please don't come.
Hey, that was the perfect cutoff. Please don't come. Exactly.
Listen, okay. What if space was like what physicists how they lie and say space exists? What if space exists with the plane as a physical thing, and unless we can determine that the Earth is round and it's going to extend down like a cylinder, then the best other option would be two objects that could maybe be the shape of a ball, and then a pillar on top of these two balls.
This guy loves balls and dicks. What's the problem with him?
Gentlemen.
Hey, listen, friends, he's not that far off. So way back in the day, when philosophers and religious people decided to postulate what the shape of the earth was, they thought, well, if God is perfect and he's the creator, then the earth must be shaped like an egg or a testicle because those are the creation objects, right? And they're also the perfect shapes, like ovular or spherical. So he's actually trying to mock flat earthers, but he's actually mocking his own stupid floating spaceball religion.
I don't remember. What was I saying before the weird gay dude jumped in?
It was about the ships, and when there is no mirage or ocean swell, the ship will just continue being smaller. Its angular resolution won't be resolvable, and it won't appear to you that it is being obstructed bottom up. I've seen
Oh,
that
that's right.
many
Yeah.
times. I witnessed dozens because I live next to the port. So sometimes when I go to the beach, I watch boats and dozens at the same time of them. No boat appears to be obstructed bottom up till the moment that they start getting smaller and smaller or start fading.
That's right. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah, it does. It is more common that they don't disappear bottom up when the water is perfectly calm. It's more common. Yeah.
All right, so in old almanacs, that was described as into the offing. So when a boat gets to that point and it starts to disappear, it's going into the offing.
Yeah, my
like you described.
I left off. I said, all right. So the point was like the bottom is arbitrary. Like we put the distinction, us human beings put the distinction of the separation of sky, water, boat, right? But like the Rayleigh criterion, right, where it's the light, whatever the minimal, size of like a little light that you can see doesn't care that we call what we call the top bottom or the distinction between boat and water. It doesn't care. So if these two things in the Rayleigh criteria merge to become one thing, it's perfectly reasonable to say it would happen where the blue looking water and the white looking boat would then disappear bottom up due to the Rayleigh criterion. It's just arbitrary. The picture of reality doesn't care that we call it the bottom. It's just going to do its thing. Those little photons of light, or whatever, are going to reach your eye or not. And then the effect of that would be compression at that zone. And then we would have to say, well, this is the thing on top, and this is the thing on the bottom. The boat is on top of the water, so it's the bottom up. It's like an arbitrary thing to say. Yeah, but I mean, I can definitely sympathize with what DJ said. Yeah, I mean, dude, half the time when not half, like I don't know, maybe all the time when these Globers show bottom up obstruction of a boat, it's like, dude, if I showed this to a 10-year-old kid, they'd be like, that's clearly a swell. You can see the ramping up of the water, of the waves, the way they are, like the little ripples are sized and everything. It's obviously a swell. And then you wait like 30 minutes and the swell is gone. Now you can see the boat. It's like, dude, are you guys retarded or what's going on? You think that's the Earth curve?
Look, it's also known that you can have tidal swell, right? So the entire ambient shelf where the wave height is from is also itself raised. So the water that's closer to shore can actually be higher than the water that's further out.
Is that similar to shoaling? Yeah, no tanks. If you have a look at the picture I just posted, right, we can see that there's actually giant ocean swells in the foreground. But if this person zoomed out past those ocean swells, it kind of looks like it's real uniform out there. As you go out further, it looks like it sort of flattens out, but it doesn't. I used to run into this problem when I would take my boat out into the ocean. I would think, oh, it's nice and nice and flat out further. And I would get out there on my little boat and you'd be going up and down these giant freaking long fat humps of water. Quite often when they show this footage of a boat bottom up, they've already zoomed in. And they could absolutely be decent sized ocean swells, even though it kind of looks uniformly flat out there.
Yeah, this is to like the earlier thing about putting the hand in front of your face. Yeah, I mean, it appears. I mean, it appears horizontal, even though it's jumping up and down.
Or it looks like there's not big waves when there is, well, not waves. It looks like there's not big swells blocking the bottom of the boat when really there is.
100%, dude. Like I'm not a Glober, so I don't have their stupid proof pictures on hand. But I don't know, just like so they, you know the pictures, yeah. They say it's Earth curve, and it's like obvious. It seems completely obvious that it's just a swell. Yeah. You've seen the airplane. You saw the airplane go. What was it? Soundly's airplane go down below the Earth curve, stuff like that. Yeah.
You're right, DJ. Yeah. If you go to the beach and start swimming, just go 10 or 20, just 100 meter inside the water, start swimming and go 100 meter or 200 meter inside water. You will see that you won't be able to see the beach. And if you continue going, the entire dry land will be obscured.
That's a swell, but that doesn't scale to like thousands of miles.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really shorter distance to compared when you are on the beach at 1 foot, for example, looking at the horizon. So the distance will be a little bit longer because the swells will be bigger in the beach compared to the inside. So that's why you are able to see just a little bit longer distance to the horizon. But when you are inside, it's opposite. The swells, there are waves in the beach, so they will completely obscure your view to that beach.
Space and time, very complex things. If I go to China,
all right. Well, listen, you got to prove one of your premises: space or time. Go ahead, define those.
Space dash time.
Yeah, well,
commingled.
All right. Can you define that?
Time zones.
No, just time. Can you define time?
Rate of change.
Of what?
of anything that has a reference and then a delta.
Okay, so that's what time is. Time is me moving my hand across the screen.
No, it's the measure of time. That's all we have access to, seemingly.
Well,
not one of the dots on here.
Places. How about space now?
Waving my hand around in it right now.
What is it? You got to define it.
It's a dimension of physical reality. Just a measure of it. Yet again.
It exists prior to your measurement, or no?
Yeah, if I die right now, space doesn't change.
Okay, what is it?
It's a measure of the physical medium that we're in.
You're saying it's dependent upon your measurement, but it exists.
That's how we describe it, is through measure.
But what is it?
XYZ?
It is XYZ. So you're not around. You're not alive to write XYZ.
Yeah, but I'm dead in my bedroom. So when my parents come in to pick me up, like I'm gone. Yeah.
So the thing, space. What is it?
Huh? It's something you exist in, and you are a pinpoint in the frame of reference. You're just a little object in it.
Okay, so you can't. All right, so back to so you can't do that one. Do you feel like you did well with the time one?
Rate of change measure, delta. Yeah, that's a good enough working definition. Both are measures, by the way. They're not absolute things in and of themselves. It's just what we have access to.
Okay, so the things that only exist if you measure them. Okay, all right, now you were going to make a point.
No, I didn't say that. I said what we have access to. If you start describing it in other ways, you get into metaphysics, no?
Seems like it. So, but those are it sounded like your argument was going to be built on those two things existing in some kind of way.
That's my recollection of how it's workably defined. Not an argument.
No, but you were going to make an argument based on these things that you believe are defined?
I was going to ask a question about traveling to China and then where you leave from in the U.S. and how you return.
Okay, so it's all right. What's your question?
Yeah, I leave California to go to China. I can leave Florida to go to China, and I can go in opposite directions. The loop around thing, you've heard it a million times, I'm sure.
I've heard it, I've never seen it.
Yeah, planes do this thing where like they go from different destinations to others. Then there's Australia and Hawaii. How do you imagine you're getting to these places from different places off of America's coast, and then there's flat Earth?
Well, like, do you think like which ones are primary? Do you think that the destinations are first discovered, or are they, they're first discovered, or they're or the directions are first discovered? Like, if I were to say like China is east of me, do I have to know where China is already for me to even make that claim, or did somebody have to discover China?
Sorry,
or is it just in the definition? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it just the definition that China is the thing that is east from me, therefore it's east of me, therefore is it baked into the definition? Or
if somebody claims like east-west, all throughout human history, people actually did the crazy thing of traveling the oceans and stuff, and like proved it time and time again. And nowadays we have planes that go across oceans. So if you can't give a better reasoning as to how they go from one point to the next, based on the map,
that's what I'm asking.
Does he know east and west as circles or not? It seems like he thinks east and west is straight lines.
Yeah, like how do you know the loop around is going around a ball and not just around in a circle?
Because if I take a sheet of paper and I draw like north, south, east, west, right? You can claim like I'm deviating at some point, but then you got to actually prove how they're deviating. Like, how do you head north and then end up going west?
That was why I asked you what I asked you, Newt. What defines these things? If I were to just tell you that north is the direction of the compass. No, if I were to say to you the thing that defines north is the North Star, and no matter which way, and if I just travel towards the North Star, then I'm traveling north, and it's just in the definition. Is that good enough?
We're getting back to the reference point in deltas. So anciently,
I'm asking you what you're referencing to know you're going east.
Compass, GPS, there's so many different ways. You could use the stars.
So you do know east and west are circles, right, Newt? You do agree with that? Yeah. East and west are circles.
Am I a glober? Yeah, I'm a glober.
Yeah,
but it works the same on a flat surface.
the loop around doesn't work on a flat surface, and that's what
Some of the curving that you do in your flight, and you're wrapping it around the ball, and you have no way to account for it.
No, that's literally what ends up happening when you hop on a plane, bro.
That's what a globe shows you. But how do you know you're doing that in real life?
Are the people flying planes just like what did they do when they get to the edge of your flat Earth? By the way.
Oh, so now the coping mechanism begins. Okay.
It's a simple question. You're claiming it's flat, so like there
I'm
is
not
no
claiming
loop
any
around.
edge. Get out of here.
On NASCARs now,
is it infinite? Like the horizon?
Yes, I guess this conversation's over because you're not answering my questions, huh?
You guys are still doing this so many years.
No, listen. How do you know that you're wrapping around a ball, that you're taking all your curving, you're deviating left, you're deviating right, your flight paths? How do you know that that's going around a globe curvature? You could take those curves and you can wrap it around a freaking Dorito chip and call that Earth, and it's still going to work as long as you use the coordinate reference system consistently.
Yeah. So can you explain any kind of loop around? Yeah, let's get rid of that. It's a Dorito. Like, there's still loop around. How do you explain loop around with flat Earth?
Well, the loop around's not going around a Dorito chip or around a globe because we measure Earth flat.
This is easy for him to understand. Newt, is east a straight line? Yes or no?
It's a geodesic according to globe Earth.
That's not what I asked you. Is it a straight line? Yes or no?
No. Yeah, no.
So you do understand that east is a circle around the northern magnetic point. Yes?
Yeah, but the planes don't go through this freaking...
Excellent. Not but. You understand that. Good. That's all I wanted. Thank you. That's your word, gents.
Yeah, so many years, still doing it. All right. Just wanted to check in.
Yeah, I don't know how like a globe squares that. I don't know how, like if you just put a pole in front of them and say this pole is, I'm going to call the pole north. That's my definition of north, is where the pole is.
It's
cold. And I'm going to go 90 degrees to a pole. I mean, how does a globe?
So the planes don't go through cold regions when they do this.
No, I just put a pole in front of you. That's it. I'm going to put a pole. You look like a cute guy. I'm going to put a pole in front of you. You can use it however you want after we're done with this, but I just want you to go east of it.
Okay. What? I didn't know Hawaii was in the North Pole.
What, Necros?
For Newt, every racetrack is spherical because the car is coming back to where it started from.
No, it just forms a loop.
It forms a loop. So a circle. It circumnavigates the racetrack. It circumnavigates this racetrack. Remember?
Dear God. Yeah.
Circumnavigation.
Dude, how do you? I mean, you're the Glober expert. It seems like. How do you like render this in your mind to be on a globe? I put a pole in front of you. We call it north, right? And then you go. You want to go in a direction around it and call that east. How do you kind of work that out in your mind that it's not?
Well, there's characteristics of the North Pole. Like people live in Alaska and stuff, so like the sun is there for a large period of time during the day. Once you get up there, there is no other. Yeah, you're at the top of Earth in a global sense. That's how you know it's like a tippy point up there versus it's just some place on some flat plane. Yeah, why does the sun operate? Why do they have way more sunlight?
I hear you, man. I hear you. But how do you? I asked you a direct question about going around a pole. How do you hold in your mind that that's not a circle? When I call the pole north, it's in my yard. I'm going to say, hey, family, hey, friends, we're going to call this thing north. That's going to be the reference so we can make a grid. And now I want you to go east. And then you say, no, that's not a circle. To your whole family that watched you go in a circle. How do you make that make sense?
Oh, the whole volleyball, the ball on a string off the pole, that thing, when you just push it around and just swings around in a circle.
Even if you played tetherball, how would you be like, family, that's not a circle? How would you explain that to us or them?
That's what a globe Earth is, though. Like what? Yeah, you got the tippy top up there, and then you have like the equator. Like,
are you being deliberately awkward?
Yeah.
The top of Globe Mountain. Oh boy.
It's being deliberately awkward, right? He's an intelligent guy.
After all these years, still doing this.
You know what a compass is?
Yeah.
Not the one that gives you north, south, east, and west. The one that draws circles. Yeah, that's on a flat piece of paper.
Of old globe.
Where you put the needle, we can call that north. You understand this, right? East and west are just circles around that. East would be 90 degrees north when you look at it. So point at north with your left hand, 90 degrees to your right, that's east. You know this, surely.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that stopped the fun and games then. We can all.
No, I went and I looked up the North Pole, and I looking at an image, and I see half of the land formations, right? And I'm like, yeah, the equator's right there, and if it were a sphere, yeah, the rest of the world's land forms are beneath that, and then they would bow in, and that's why you have the North Pole, and then you have the South Pole. You get to the South Pole by going down, right out the bottom of South America, and you can't get to the North Pole by doing that. Yeah, what?
Well, we know the story. We're not silly.
Frozen caps, yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, it's very cold in places. We get that. We know the story, dude. But it seems that you're confused about how you go in a circle on a flat plane.
No, I'm thinking about going from Florida down to the South Pole and then going from Florida up to the North Pole. The flight takes off and heads in different directions.
I mean, okay, yeah.
The people in the North are not in the South. I can't in the North. I can't just say, hey, Southern Pole, where you have to go down, way down.
Yeah, you have to go south towards the pole. But if you want to follow a line of longitude from the north through the south and back to the north again, making no deviation, I wish you the best of luck.
The deviation, that's what polar coordinates are. You got to travel a geodesic. It's curved, dude.
Yeah, so I said, if you'd listened, follow a line of longitude from the north to the south and then keep going to the north again without any deviation, so following that line of longitude.
Yeah, you'll loop back around and end up on the opposite landform of the North Pole. Yeah.
I get it. I understand the claim. Now, could you demonstrate it, do you think?
Yeah, let me look up any flights that have done this.
Any flights that have followed one line of longitude.
Yeah, you can use refuelers if you wanted to actually...
That's fine, but you understand the parameters, right?
Yeah.
Good. Off you go. Go and find that then. I guarantee you won't find any, but it'd be interesting for you to prove it to yourself when you look.
Jedi, he didn't think. He didn't try to think about what you say. Following the line.
I visualized it. What are we doing?
How?
What do you mean, how?
How would you do that? Following straight?
You remember I mentioned refuelers? So first things first, like long distance, if you're actually looping around the globe, yeah, you need refuelers. So what do you mean I didn't think about it?
Okay, nice. Good luck finding a refueler in Antarctica and passing Antarctica, following that same line, passing the center of Antarctica and going up from the other side and continue from the Indian Ocean.
You wouldn't refuel in Antarctica, dude.
You would refuel
before you passed by Antarctica.
All right.
Maybe I missed it, Newt. I got a phone call. How did you explain it to your family that when you walked around the pole, like, imagine you're holding like a water level or something while you did it. How did you explain to them, or a gyroscope or something? You spun it up and you walked around the pole. How did you tell them that's a geodesic and it's bending in multiple directions and not a circle? How did you explain it to them?
What?
When you walked around the pole, called the pole north, then you said, well, I got to go at a right angle to the pole, and I'm going to go east while keeping the pole at the same distance. How did you explain to them that was not a circle? I missed it. How'd you break it to the family?
Okay, when you say something, the detail you just said, I have to try to visualize it, and if it's not rendering, I can't speak on it. Like, so what are you asking me?
So you'd be pretty blank most of the time then?
Yeah, when you put the pole,
I have found flights that have done this. So what are we?
Like when you put the pole, like Seinfeld style, you said, we're gonna get rid of the tree. We're gonna put a pole in the backyard, family gather around. I'm going to call the pole north and then walk, and I'm going to go now. Now we have to get the other directions involved. And I want to go east, which will be at a right angle to north. And then they're like, hey, Newt, that's a circle. And you're like, no, it's a geodesic bending in multiple directions. How did you explain that? How did you square that with them?
Everybody I talk to is a Glober, so like I don't have to.
You don't have
to. They all accept what they were taught in school.
They would accept that they accept it's a circle. But how do you tell them no, family, not a circle?
Yada, yada, yada. All right, get to the point where he shows the evidence that he found.
Give me a second. I'm still looking it up.
I missed that.
Whoa, I thought you said you found him already. What the heck?
Yeah, and I clicked on the image, and the site's dead. Like, what do you want me to do? Yeah, it's SP's Aviation.
That's like saying I found the pirate's treasure, but then when you open up the chest on live TV, there's nothing in it.
So help me square this away. You got frozen. You got a bunch of dumb countries who went down to the south, who are from up north, like right, and colonized the crap out of it and put little labs and whatever. And then up in the north, they have the same thing, frozen land, right? Why are they so far away from each other?
There's frozen sea in the north.
Yeah, but it's in the south too. It's right off of It's right off of South America. Draco Passage.
Antarctica is land with ice on it. The North Arctic Circle is primarily water that's frozen.
There's no land up there.
There's land up there, like North Canada and Greenland and stuff within the Arctic Circle, Norway and stuff, but it's primarily water. So it's frozen ice cap in the north and frozen ice on land in the south. So not the same.
So do you agree they're thousands of miles apart? Those two, like the North Pole and the South Pole? They're not the same places, is it?
No, they're not the same places.
So now I have a visual of what's your conception of this flat Earth. How does that work?
Well, do you understand how a pizza, like the center of a pizza, can be in a different
what
position than the crust? Those are two separate spots, right?
Oh no.
No.
So, wait, so the ice is a ring around the circle?
No.
No. Just
who cares?
Doesn't matter. The obvious.
Get to the point. Get to the point where you're looking up the evidence you said you had, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get I missed his claim to evidence. I did get a phone call. What's he have evidence of?
He's looking for evidence of circumnavigation from
polar flights,
pole to pole, following one line of longitude and not deviating from that path. He can have refueling airplanes and whatever, but the aircraft cannot deviate from that line of longitude.
Oh, yikes! Yeah. Show that, bud.
Good luck finding that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem I can. Where's this? Nope.
Yeah, you're gonna find. What you'll find these old, like, scary tales where people lost a leg and they made a video and then they're like, "We made it, we're done," but then it's just like the camera cuts out. Like, how'd you get back, bro? You lost your leg.
Well, I found polar routes, but they just ping pong between known landforms in either the north or the south. They don't go from the South Pole up to the north. But in this.
Yeah.
And this is Australia, the South Pole. Australia, the route to the South Pole. South America, the route to the South Pole.
Yeah,
the bottom of Africa.
This would have to be an extraordinary claim, where they do something special, like a TV event, or we're going to do this for like a documentary on like Sky TV or something, the Discovery Channel, where we fly from pole to pole and then back again. They've mentioned that they've done this and have held like documentaries and stuff and filmed certain events that have portrayed the idea of doing this, but they don't do what I've asked you to find. Follow one line of longitude from pole to pole and then back again without deviating from its path, because that would be a true like splitting of the ball in a hemisphere, right, from east to west. But we never find that. We just find traversals around for a bit. They'll change directions 4, 5, 6 times, showing it's a circular path, but it's not a straight path from pole to pole and back again. The evidence doesn't exist. That's never been done.
But I love that Newt is coming around. He held himself to a standard. He said, if the Earth is a globe, I will find evidence that I can affirm to be true that we've done north to south circumnavigation, and then the rest of it I would imagine would be, well, if I did not find this evidence, therefore the Earth's not a globe. I'd imagine he'd set that standard for himself.
How would he do that? That'd be a completely retarded, illogical standard.
It's his own standard. It's his truth.
Yo, guys, everything that you will do now, if you continue the discussion with him, it will be just a bonus, because the fact that he went to research if that flight exists, that's a problem. The discussion is already done. The fact that he stopped discussing with us, talking, and went to research if what the Jedi told him to research, that flight, that circular flight from north to south and then from south to north, following the perfect straight correct circle, if it does exist, that's a problem. He have a problem.
I think are you pointing out that he had a presupposition that he cannot justify, therefore, a belief that's not validated? I mean, is that it?
He was thinking that it can exist. That's what he was imagining. He went to research where it is, that the flight that could do that thing.
It's not his fault.
Then what? What conclusion can you draw from that?
Yeah, that's the most I could find. They didn't go like, how can you say, on the back side of it through. Never mind. Yeah, I don't see it. I couldn't find it.
The one that was done for a documentary a few years ago was called One More Orbit. I don't know if you found that on your searches anywhere, but that was the last televised thing that they did. So it's called One More Orbit.
Okay, I did find that.
Yeah, so that's the one that I'm kind of referencing when I say they flew around for a bit. They didn't really split the ball in half, as in follow one line of longitude, like the international date line all around to UTC 000, like Greenwich Mean Time. They didn't follow that line of longitude. They flew up from Florida, up the east coast of America, Canada, up towards the north, changed our degree, came down over Moscow, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, came out down the east coast of Africa, so just on the west side of the Indian Ocean, down to the Atlantic, changed directions a couple of times, and then came up South America, back to Florida.
Yeah, that clearly doesn't prove globe Earth. I'll admit that, because it's circle. They just went in a circle.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, because I would expect them to go through the backside of the globe. Yeah, just go through instead of
that thought for a second. They televised this and they're telling everybody that this is what they did. Now, if you're going to turn around to me and your first response is, yeah, this is proof of the globe, that's what it was portrayed to be. Right?
No. Like, I'm looking at the image and all they did is find a circle. They didn't fly around the globe.
Yeah. But why? From north to south and back again. That was the whole idea of this one more orbit.
All right. This is a problem. Sure. All right.
It should be so. If you were able to, in the year 2000 something, you can't get in an airplane and specifically try to do the very easy thing of just fly around the ball that the Earth is. If that's the whole point of doing it, and you can't even do that, that's a serious problem.
I agree. All right, I understand you a little bit more now because this is obvious. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, dude. You're fine.
That's usually about the, like earlier, not 2 hours ago, we had a lady come in, and she said that people have circumpolar navigated via airplane in the manner in which we were just looking for. And I told her, no, nobody's done that. You're not going to find that. And then she said, oh, but maybe we'll do it in the future. So now we're in the future, and it still hasn't been done.
Yeah, I'm not a moron. Like, so yeah, when I said, hey, yeah, you could just refuel and go loop-de-loop, when I don't see nobody's done this, that's a problem because it should be simple enough to do. Yeah. All right.
The problem is that people rarely try to prove something they already believe to be true.
But
No,
this is so
when they're
simple,
trying to
you would just fly
demonstrate
straight.
when they're trying to demonstrate something to an audience that watches TV, it's for their audience's benefit, right? So they're trying to show you things that you can do on a sphere because the Earth is obviously a ball. But they didn't do the thing that they would have to do if they were to make true this claim of flying from pole to pole and then back again. They didn't really do that, did they?
Agree. And I'm kind of I'm not at a loss because yeah, this is not good. if it was a sphere and the bottom has such low surface area, you should be able to easily just fly clean across the South Pole, end up on the other side, and do a loop-de-loop. And the fact that they just go out of their way not to do that, it looks bad. Bad enough to question it. Thank you.
Yep, that's what happened to all of us. We were looking for that evidence of a globe, and we found that there was no testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of it, and there were a lot of fishy things like the one you just looked at.
That brings you back to what No Thanks told you earlier. You're always circumnavigating that pole. Remember that imaginary pole in the backyard? So it's the only thing that you are doing.
So, can I ask about the China flight from the West Coast to China? How is that going down, like, time-wise and everything? Like with this, with the flight, I'm gonna try to just post it. Yeah, I'm posting a picture of this one more orbit thing, and I'm asking the question about how does flat Earth explain like the flight from West Coast of America to China? Like, how do you end up there?
You fly across the Pacific.
Oh, hold on. I can't post in here? What? My things aren't rendering, but yeah, this. So with a map like this, is this like is this not a flat Earth map?
Hold on, let me check out the map that it's using. I'm gonna guess it's a square Mercator. Yeah, that's a globe map squared out. So no, that's no. So that'd be a ball Earth flattened out in a square. Like the circle map, the AE map, that's a ball map flattened out from the middle, from the north, where the circumference is the south. So it's just a way of reprojecting the map. This way, you just get a ball, get a cylinder of paper, put it around the ball, and then push the ball outwards towards that paper, and then unwrap the paper or slit it down the middle and open it up. And that's what you get.
So did sheepdog? Is that what what did you post?
A Mercator style. The one you posted was also
thing.
Mercator style.
Yeah, same thing.
So I'm not going to use a diagram you give me of flat Earth to argue with you. I'm trying to like visualize it in my head, and it seems like all of even the flat depicted things are not what you consider flat Earth. And I'm doing this because I'm trying to understand the flight from the West Coast to China versus if I were in Florida and I wanted to go to China. Like, why is there not?
Well, either way, it's not as globe or flat Earth proving as going north or south, because east and west is not necessarily hard to do. You can do the whole thing in a loop. You can just go, like if you are on a frisbee, and you can just walk left or right and curve a little bit to the left or right as you're going in a huge circle, as opposed to going north or south towards the center of the frisbee or towards the edge of the frisbee.
Why is there a frisbee all of a sudden?
Well, it's
It
just
helps
whatever
me
the flat-
visualize.
whatever flat,
I'm not holding you to it.
Some sort of curve.
Whenever somebody says frisbee, it kind of makes me like itch. There's a
No,
problem.
I know.
with that.
I tried pizza earlier. I don't know what to. Just something that is flat.
Nothing. Just indefined. The problem is we've really got to deal with the poles, because in that Mercator map, when we explained like east and west circumnavigation, there are circles around poles, but in this map, that's straight lines. How many poles do we have?
It can't be straight lines. If it's a magnetic pole, magnetic field lines are curved.
Yeah, no. See, again, this is magnetic north and south. We're talking about true north and south. It's a geographic north and south. How many geographic poles do we have?
I'm gonna take a breather because I'm disoriented.
All right, dude. No worries.
Not against
Don't
your.
give up, Newt. Don't give up.
No. I just need to not against your position. Like this whole flight thing is really. I never thought of something as simple, and I'm dumbfounded.
Yeah, I just meant that in a more general sense. Like you can go take a break. Sometimes it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
When you first decide to discard the presupposition and try to figure out what's actually happening. So, I'm just saying, don't put it on the shelf for 5 years. But a short time for a break is a good idea.
They have a term. They have a term that people have a term, like not in this exactly, but that is thrown around and different, people get at. They say, brainwashing, right? I would describe it, so the even those words, brainwashing, like you're cleaning it, like you're getting clean. Like if you feel this disoriented, like lifting of a veil, like your brain is being washed of something, maybe that's something. Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, I want to praise Newt, dude. Like your attitude at first, when you first came in to talk to us, was totally different. Your affect was something else. So I'm sorry for being a bit combative with you earlier.
I mean, I've come in here so many times with different, way more combative assuredness, but this really I tried to be more open, and then with this, I'm like, ooh. Okay, I have something now.
Yeah, but keep in mind before we go on, a field line can be curved in one axis and flat on the other axis.
Yeah, that's why I'm scrambled. All right, I'll be back. I don't want to waste any energy not knowing what I'm thinking of. I'll try to get a more sound perspective and then come back later. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later.
So if you guys are ever bored, want to hear something that you might not have heard before, there actually is an old video called "The Earth is a Rectangle," and it actually uses the Universal Transverse Mercator, which is the military grid reference system maps are based on, and it tries to make the argument that the Earth is actually a rectangle. It's actually very interesting. Even if you don't agree with what they say to their conclusion, the reasons why they say it are very interesting to hear.
That was a German team, right? AI?
I think so.
I think I saw some of that stuff maybe on YouTube. Definitely going back to 2016, 17. Anyway, I'm going to take that as a small victory with young Newt. I got him to think about something and dumbfound him. That's really cool.
For sure, take it. Yeah, you should take it as a victory. Yeah, because he's more honest than many, and he's willing to acknowledge there's something he can't explain there. So that was cool. I just didn't want him to run. Sometimes that kind of person runs away because they get scared that there's actually something to it. So Hopefully, he has more perseverance.
Sometimes events like this are counterpoints to the Glober's projection claim. So, for example, they'll ask the flat earthers, where's the edge of the Earth? But the flat earthers never claimed an edge as being necessary for the Earth to be flat. But the globe has an edge that's necessary for the Earth to be curved, being the horizon, right? So that being said, like when you say, okay, well, why has no flat earther gone to the edge? It's so easy. It's so easy to just go to the edge. And then even whether it's true or not, that it would arbitrate the proposition, which it isn't true, because you can have an edge of an object that's not flat, correct? So going to an edge of an object doesn't prove it's flat or anything. So the problem then is he's realizing, well, in an event that's supposed to circumpolar navigate, they couldn't do it. Why? They're advertising it as this is what they're going to do, and then they fall way short. It's like if the Earth was truly a globe and they had the logistical ability, why couldn't they just do it? Like that's scratching my head.
Yeah, that was the question with the 1 million that Jedi asked him. And it helped him click in his head why there is no flight or anything that is polar circumnavigating the globe Earth. That was nice from you, Jedi.
Yeah, so anyway, this is also an example of there's no silver bullet script that you can run on someone to get them to be convinced by an alternative paradigm, proposition, or truth statement, right? Everyone has their own sweater that they're wearing. You never know which thread that you're going to pull on, which is going to unravel the whole thing, right? To say everyone that comes in, I have to run the same script on. You have to evolve the conversation organically, sincerely. And part of that is actually caring about them as an individual. Like if your mentality is, I don't care who I'm speaking to, I'm just going to give them the facts, and if they don't like it, they can kick rocks. I mean, if that's your attitude, why would they care what you have to say? They're going to feel that from you, and they're not going to care. But there is sentiments within the flat Earth community of certain people who may be of note or prominent that they have this mentality that you don't need to care about the individual, you just need to give them the information and smack them with it, and then walk away like you've achieved something. Well, if that person didn't care about what you had to say, they walked away unaffected, you achieved nothing. Because the ultimate value is the person, not the fact. Facts without people are pointless, right? Do we all agree?
Yep, definitely.
I totally agree.
You can write facts on a piece of paper and stick them on the ground, and they'll be facts forever.
Yeah, the Earth it in itself is a fact. I mean, it presents itself as flat and stationary. It is the thing it appears to be, but many people, especially because they've been subject to lifelong indoctrination, they need a person to guide them away from that and to ask questions that will lead them to see the facts that are right in front of them. I mean, yeah, the flat Earth is not hidden. Yeah, it's not a mystery. So definitely the human touch is important. Yeah, because otherwise we're in danger of just like sitting around congratulating ourselves for figuring it out, which, it's cool to figure it out these days because the climate of society is clearly in the direction of the fantasy globe, but it's not like an end in itself, just to figure it out and then sit there and pat yourself on the back for the rest of your life because you're oh so clever. Yeah, that doesn't do anybody any favors. Or as I used to always like to say, AI Overlord, flat Earth is not a virtue. We got a bunch of people in here. If anybody's got a question, speak up. I wish the Finnish person would come in here. They have much to say in the text chat there. Friendly Finnish friend, we need you. Get in here.
How's it going?
Good.
How
are you?
I'm a globe card.
Yes. How long have you had this problem?
A little over 3 decades.
Yeah. And what leads you to cling to the globe?
Well, the 24-hour Antarctic thing is one thing.
Oh. You know, it happens in the north as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is it about the sun being visibly above the Earth for 6 months of the year that make you think it's a sphere?
According to my understanding, that's only possible on a ball.
What, a light being above a surface and moving?
Sorry, I think I lagged out. But yeah, if it was just the North Pole, then that could work on a flat plane. But if it happens in 2 different areas, I can only imagine that happening on.
Maybe you didn't hear my question. What makes you think that the Earth can only be a sphere when the light can easily move above a flat surface? You just see the light in 2 different locations, depending on the time that's dictated by that thing that you see in 2 different locations.
So you're saying that the sun can be visible on 2 completely separate parts of the Earth at one time?
No, because the 2 times we see it, it's summer in the north and summer in the south. They're kind of apart in time. They're dictated by when you can see the sun in the north for 24 hours, the midnight sun, for up to 3 months of the year. And then over time, the sun moves to this other location where you can see the sun for 3 months of the year, the midnight sun in the Antarctic. So the sun moved. Like we see it do every day.
Right, but we see, the sun is visible throughout the equator during both times of the year. So the sun would have to be in a position where it can be visible to both the equator and either pole, right?
Yeah, see, the sun's only really visible when it moves away from the equator tropic, so the Tropic of Cancer in the north and the Tropic of Capricorn in the south. So remember I said it's like 3 months. It only takes up 6 months of the year. There's another 6 months where we don't see the sun, like in the sky for 24 hours. It's moving away from one tropic to another, crossing over the equator. When it's in that 6 month time zone, or period of time, sorry, we don't see the 24-hour sun, do we?
So I don't know, is there like a diagram that shows how this could work on a flat plane? Because I can't really visualize it.
I like moving.
Yeah, to where 24-hour sun happens in the north and then it happens in the south, but yet, you know, there's still like sunlight around the majority of the Earth, right?
Yeah, there's still day and night cycles for the majority of the Earth. But you can observe a sun above the horizon for up to 3 months of the year. So what does that tell you? Especially if
I'm not sure.
Most continents are between the poles, right? Around the equator, especially in the north, there's more land in. So the sun moved.
So, do we agree that when there's a 24-hour sun around the North Pole and that basically it's going around, the sun is going around the North Pole kind of similarly to how, I don't know if you've probably seen the diagram where it's like, you know, the like the UN map, and then there's like a little light going around in a circle, right? Is that basically what's happening around the North Pole?
I mean, maps aside, if you were to stand inside the Arctic Circle in the summer, you could see the sun revolve around you. Yeah. That's what they see, right? The sun above the horizon, moving around them from east to west.
Yeah. So then, where would Antarctica need to be located in order for that to happen around Antarctica as well?
Now, what's happening in this time in Antarctica when it's summer? What's happening in Antarctica?
It's dark.
Yeah, it's dark for a very long time. So the sun's not there; it's over here.
Right. And then it switches. Yeah, so it switches between Antarctica and the North Pole.
That's what it appears to do. Yeah.
So, like, I can visualize how that happens around the North Pole on a flat Earth, but I can't visualize how it happens around the South Pole on a flat Earth.
Okay. It's hard to do, so I'll definitely admit that. What do we observe in, say, for example, theoretically, if you're inside the Antarctic Circle in the summer, what does the sun do?
I think it's dark, right?
No, in the summer in Antarctica, when we observe the sun, what's the sun doing? We observed it go east to west around the observer in the north. What happens in the south?
Same thing.
Okay. Is that the same rotational direction around the observer?
I think so.
Let's say if you're in the north in the summer and the sun goes from the west, that would be, say, for example, from your left to your right. In the south, what happens? Is it from your left to your right, or is it from your right to your left?
I guess it would be like reversed since you're standing upside down, right?
Without any ideas about standing upside down, I'm just asking about what we see.
I'm not sure. I'd have to go check the video
you got
again.
It right. I mean, you said it's reversed, right? So from right to left. So I guess you could maybe describe this as clockwise in one and counterclockwise in another.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know, dude. The sun's path it makes me scratch my head. But I don't know. Maybe you need to think about it some more. I can only help you so far, mate, before I start crumbling, because it's the sun, dude. I don't know. Right, I can just see it, or we're told that we can see it, and I'll agree with the observations. 24-hour sun in the north, 24-hour sun. Yeah, I've got no problem with agreeing with those observations. It's all going to be measured from a...
My God, my bad. Go ahead. No, you were going to finish.
No, I was just going to say it's all going to be measured from a flat plane. That's what I was going to say.
You got to also remember that the position that the observation is being done, let's say at the south, what we label south, that's an area over there. But we don't know, has people been to all of the positions that we can go across that region of the world and done this observation? No. So just think about it. Like when you're thinking about the South, you're thinking about people say Antarctica, and it's this island of ice or whatever, right? Whatever they label it as. And in this area, you can observe the sun doing this circle up in the sky. But is that being observed all around the circumference of that bigger circle on the outside? And because there's no independent exploration of that region of the world. So is that observation all across that area? You know, it's an unknown. In that spot, yes, but you don't know about the other areas. Cannot say yes. That's happening all over the place. So yeah, the observation is an observable phenomena, but also Antarctica is one of the flattest regions of the world. There's a bunch of plateaus. One of the biggest ones is the King, I think it's Hendrix the 7th or something plateau, and it's over 1,000 in diameter, and that's a really flat region of the world. So if you're over there doing this observation, you're doing it over a flat area. Doesn't say that you saw the sun on a globe. Go ahead, Jedi.
So, do you guys think that Antarctica is an ice ring or a continent?
Antarctica is a place that people go to, and they say this is a region of the world, a landmass, a place. And you can go there, but you don't have free exploration. So whatever area you can go to, and it's called Antarctica, that's where it is. That's what Antarctica is. But what's beyond the areas that you cannot explore, you don't know.
I'll say not a circle. I think it's a continent. But that's, I think, I don't know. I know it's not a circle.
Okay. Now, I've never been anywhere near Antarctica. I've never even been in, to like Australia or anything. So, but I'm pretty sure that if you look at the constellations near Antarctica, isn't it isn't the sky basically a sphere, right? Like you can map all the constellations in like a spherical map.
No, the
Like if
sky
you keep going south,
is not a sphere. You can depict it as a sphere, but this doesn't make the sky a sphere. No, the sky is not a sphere. Well, that you can measure and say it is a sphere. There is something called the celestial sphere, but that's a man-made thing on paper. The celestial sphere, like a grid of the stars, but that's not the sky itself.
So what would happen if I were to sail south past Antarctica and kept going in that same direction? Would I eventually reach Australia or South Africa or something, or would I reach a totally uncharted territory?
At the moment, you're going straight, so I don't know where you're going straight from. If you Australia? I don't know, dude. But if you go beyond the south, I have no idea. No one in this room is going to be able to tell you what's off grid outside of the coordinate system that we used.
Yeah, the reason why we aren't very concerned about what the sun's doing in terms of trying to use that to determine whether there's a globe or not is because there is no evidence of a globe anywhere. There's no curvature, no drop over distance has been measured. Have you heard about that? Hiba?
With the laser?
Laser
like
test.
the laser?
Yeah, laser
thing?
test is one way to demonstrate that. Laser hitting targets
I've
at
seen the
20,
Black
25,
Swan.
30 miles. The Black Swan horizon observation. Did you see an oil rig, a wind farm,
Yeah.
a buoy? Which Black Swan observation did you see?
The oil rig.
Mm-hmm. And what did that show you?
That objects are visible beyond the geometric horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, so you understand that argument, but the movement of the sun still concerns you?
Yeah, well, they claim it's refraction, and I don't know anything about refraction, so I've looked into it, and I don't really understand it, so I can't say one way or the other.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when in The Wizard of Oz, when the, little old man from Midwestern United States hides behind a curtain and pumps out a bunch of smoke and big booming voice and pretends he's a wizard when really he has nothing. That's what the refraction argument is nothing. We see these objects beyond the geometric horizon. We see long distance observations, like I've seen the Chicago skyline from Michigan across Lake Michigan at a distance of over 50 miles because it's actually there. It wouldn't be there on a globe. That's why these things happen, because there's no globe.
Yeah. I did see a photo of like electrical towers over Lake Pontchartrain, and they were like kind of curving downwards, it looked like. Did you see that?
Yeah, that one's also been soundly debunked. Doesn't prove the globe.
It doesn't?
No.
No, it's only in certain conditions on certain days does it do that. Other days you can zoom across and see just straight power lines all the way across and even see the land on the other side of the lake. We can also look at it from a side view as well, and it's just completely horizontal. It's just an effect that happens occasionally, right? It's like a sinking type effect. When you have certain weather conditions, same thing can be replicated on like a flat floor, or right on a bridge on a hot day. If you get the camera down low, I'll post some stuff about that in the side chat for you.
Yeah. I mean, I know that light does refract in certain cases, so whether or not it can refract, miles over the geometric horizon, I have no idea. But, it's in theory, it might be possible.
Well, they say standard refraction, if you account for that, it only adds about 8% extra. So the horizon would be, instead of like 1.2 miles away, it would be like 1.7 miles away or something like that. And then they say,
right,
heavy refractions like 15-16% or something like that, right? Roughly. And once again, we're seeing like thousands and thousands of percent further beyond the. So if you do dig into it, you'll see that they basically have to claim that there's so much refraction that it would flatten out the globe and just make it all look flat, which is a crazy claim. Like, what they're saying is that really that horizon is there at 1.2 miles, right? If you're doing a 1 foot observation, right? Really that horizon's there at 1.2 miles, but everything beyond it is just perfectly being lifted up to give it the illusion that it's all completely flat, which is a crazy claim. Yeah. Because we can go and do it on a different...
That's not the definition of refraction, right? Is that the definition of refraction is not a phenomenon that causes balls to look flat, is it?
No, that would be butchering. Butchering it. Yeah, the globists butcher it. But that's what the globers claim, right? That there's so much refraction. Like if you go on, there's a guy called Walter Bislin, and he has an Earth curvature calculator, and he has like a refraction slider. So when people show an observation, he'll slide this refraction slider up and down, and he'll say, "Look, if you slide the refraction slider to this certain point, the observation works on a globe." And all the refraction slider is doing is essentially making the radius value of the Earth bigger as you slide it up. Most of the observations that we take, you have to slide that refraction slider up to maximum, which is a K factor of 1, which is essentially meaning that there's so much refraction that it basically, the globe's so big it would look flat. It's really ridiculous because we've got all of these different observations in different places. And we never see anything line up with the way it should on a globe, right? We can't find that geometric horizon anywhere. No one can. No one ever has. And yeah, they're butchering refraction, right, by adding the radius value into their refraction calculations. In the first place. So yeah, it is a begging the question claim when globers say refraction accounts for it.
While skipping the physics of water, the curvature, skipping the lack of motion or spin of the Earth, ignoring the requirements of gas pressure, ignoring all that, and saying, we live on a globe because refraction.
Just back to the Pontchartrain quickly. Here's a side view of Pontchartrain, and we drew some red lines across, right, to show it's completely flat across. And then here's a different view, right? Here's a close up of that image that people see when it looks like it's curving, and on the left you can see a bridge. I'll post the GIF that the bridge image is from, screenshots taken from, and you'll see the same thing happen. It's just a flat, a straight bridge railing, and then as he gets down closer to the ground, you'll see it starts to like curve downward, just like what you see in the Pontchartrain image. And here's another image of the same thing happening on someone's flat floor.
Those are good, DJ.
Yeah, I got a whole folder filled with like Pontchartrain observations.
Yeah, so you've got to decide, keep what makes the most sense with the preponderance of evidence, because you can look at the multitude of long-distance observations, laser tests, horizon observations, each of which demonstrates that the geometry of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is not the reality that we're living in. And then, each one of these little things that people try to throw out there, like, I don't know, to me, it's just very obvious. They're just stretching. They're just bluffing. It's like, oh yeah, look at this image of a bridge. It's Earth curvature. It's just absurd. They're just visual effects. It can be all of these things can be explained with the way the human eye works. You have to squint that hard and pretend that you live on a ball, like there's something wrong there. It should not be that difficult. In fact, it isn't. If we did live on a ball of these dimensions, then we would observe the geometric horizon in the place where it's mathematically predicted to be. We would have our distance vision limited with the predicted 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance increase that is predicted by this sphere. And we just, over and over, we show that this conjecture is wrong. There's so many counterexamples. You can't even count them because there's more coming every day, and you could do your own. And one counterexample is all it takes to disprove a faulty mathematical conjecture. People who, show these images or say, oh, but sometimes the oil rigs look different, or whatever, they don't understand logic, they don't understand mathematical proofs, and they don't understand reason. They just want to, for whatever emotional reason, cling to a failed model of the globe. So it'll be up to you whether you would like to follow logic and reason to the cold, hard conclusion that there is no globe model, or if you prefer fairy tales, emotion, and, vague arguments. Because you said you don't understand refraction, and so do most of the people claiming it.
Yeah, since I don't understand refraction, are there any arguments that don't involve refraction at all?
How does the stratosphere work?
Hold on, we can move on to that. I mean, let's address Kiba's
It
question
doesn't
first.
work. It's unemployed.
How about lithosphere?
Okay, can we not move on to him before somebody answers Kiba's question? His question is, are there any arguments that don't use refraction? Yeah, all of the arguments, refraction is negligible and doesn't explain away the long-distance observations, the laser tests, or the horizon observations, just like DJ explained to you.
Yeah, I mean, like, arguments that refraction couldn't even, be used as a counterexample because it's, it doesn't involve
The laser
light
test,
traveling
no.
over a distance.
Yeah, refraction's not an excuse for these observations. It's a terrible argument.
If you sail far enough, are you going to fall off?
No, dude. Probably not.
And how does that work?
Well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat disk floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space.
You might fall off your ship in a drunken daze, perhaps. Never heard of anybody falling off an ocean or a lake before, though.
If Earth's not in space, then where is it?
Right
No
here.
idea. Next question.
Not a good argument.
It wasn't an argument. It was an answer
Nobody
to a
knows
question.
where the Earth is. Right? You're on the Earth. If the Earth is here, that's the answer.
What do you mean below your feet?
I think you should go on a rocket ship and
Did you do
where
that?
it is.
Did you
Yeah,
do
well,
that?
my uncle, grandpa.
No, you didn't do that. But what your uncle, grandpa did
No,
he?
I went with my uncle, grandpa, and he touched me up there.
You went with your uncle,
And there's
grandpa on a
lot here.
rocket.
Hey, buddy! If
He
you
said,
want to
"Well,
find
I
out
wanna
where
fly."
the Earth is, just look below your feet. You'll see it right there.
No, that's my floor, moron.
You can't find the Earth. Help, the Earth is lost. Call 911. Where's the Earth, guys?
He cannot find the Earth. The guy. Oh my gosh.
Need to file a missing Earth report. Where is it?
I never claimed that I can't find it. I'm just wondering if it's in
You're
space.
asking coming into the chat asking
Where
us
is
where
it?
it is.
You asking
Is
where
Earth
is
in
it?
space?
Just look down.
Is Earth in a building? I'm not sure. Are you gonna let me know?
Ask him if he has feet, guys.
Why don't you ask me? Hasn't your boy?
Never been outside of the Earth to know. Outside of the system of the Earth.
Hey, if you really want to know where the Earth is, just get on your knees, pray to your God,
All you're
and ask
saying,
God for revelation.
everything you're saying about flat Earth is just, is it all completely true?
Everything that we're saying is able to be tested here on the Earth, right? Like you can go and do long distance observations and laser tests and all of these things yourself
What were the results?
if you really need to, and you're always going to get the result showing that there's no curvature, because it's been done thousands and thousands of times now, and nobody can find the curve.
Wait, really? Who said so?
Like if the real world observations that. No, he didn't test the. What did he do to test the curvature of the Earth?
How about Nikola Tesla?
Yeah, none of them did anything to test the surface of the Earth, did they? That you can, recite.
One guy said the apple falls, and that's how it made gravity or something.
Yeah, cool.
Well, another guy in Mexico, an avocado fellow, he said he invented guacamole.
Guacamole.
Yeah.
Is that really how it happened?
El Newtonio.
Or are you speaking gibberish?
I mean, I'm just trying to tell you exactly what you said.
How is it to live in Mexico? Is it fun? Is it flat over there too?
It is pretty flat in America.
Oh, is it flat in Mexico? Because obviously you're born there. You should know.
Obviously, right?
Yeah. So is it flat over there also?
It's flat everywhere, mate. You just don't realize it.
In Europe, it's not flat. There's a lot of. Well, if it's flatter than a pancake, then there wouldn't be mountains. It would just be.
But it's
all
still
prairies.
flatter than a pancake here in Florida.
Technically, it's not flat because there's mountains, so it's kind of bumpy.
Yeah, but Florida, there's no mountains.
So it's like Minecraft. The Earth is like Minecraft.
No, Minecraft is a video game. Well, video games are flat anyways, but still.
But Minecraft world is flat, so is Earth like Minecraft? I love Minecraft.
Anyway, did the other guy leave? Let's try to address the other guy still, because this one is memeing too much. Let's just move away from the memes.
He's still here. Kiba's still here. Yeah, we were having a serious conversation before you got here, Sato.
I'm being serious. Like, hello?
Well, we're going to talk to Kiba.
I'm just asking questions and you're being rude.
Talk to Kiba, just ignore the other guy. He's clueless.
So here's a question. Does the atmosphere have a pressure gradient?
Yeah, measurably.
Okay,
That's a force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container gradient.
Can you demonstrate a measurable gas pressure gradient inside of a container?
Yeah.
Well, you've already done it by saying gas pressure itself, which is a force on a container.
Really easily. Really easily done, dude. Really easily done. So obviously you're going to need a container for the pressure. Let's say you've got a pipe. One end, apply heat. Now, because we understand the interaction because of PV equals nRT, T stands for temperature, gives it kinetic energy, that gas is going to move faster, so have more collisions at the other end of the pipe where it's cooler, less collisions because of less temperature. So there you go. Well, why is this relevant?
But would you be able to measure that difference?
Well, of course you would.
Because, do you guys claim that there's a container right over the atmosphere?
Sorry, before you understand what I just demonstrated, right? You asked a question, can you demonstrate a gas pressure gradient within inside a container? And I did so. I asked why it was relevant.
Well, so I would say that I don't think that would be a measurable difference. It might be a theoretical difference, but I don't think you can actually measure any difference.
Okay, sorry. Are you aware of the ideal gas formula PV equals nRT?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. Okay. P stands for pressure that we solve by force over area. That'll be the V. Now, on the other side, we've got nRT. That's the amount of substance, the molar mass, the ideal gas constant, and T, that stands for temperature. Now, demonstratably, when you increase temperature, you increase pressure. Doesn't mean that there's more gas, right? It just means that you've given the gas molecules more energy, so they move faster. They have more collisions with their environment, other gas molecules. So you can demonstrate this within a container where you have heat at one end compared to a cooler heat at another end. It's going to cause the gas that has more heat to move quicker, causing more pressure. You're saying it's not a measurable difference. It's experimentally proven.
Well, I get that, like, mathematically that's true, but
no.
The problem is that in a confined area, right, it's going to be pushing on the other gas, which is going to equalize the pressure.
Equalize the pressure? When?
Yeah, because it's in a contained container.
So when will the pressure be equal?
All the time?
No, if the temperature is the same throughout the system.
Yeah, Earth is a dynamic system, not a static system. So, not thinking about it right.
But like
that doesn't prove anything.
Even if you take a tube, if you take a tube of gas and you heat one side and you put the other side in ice, the pressure is still going to equalize because
over time. Because why?
Law? There's like a Newton's law. I'm trying to remember how it goes, but it's like every action has like an equal and opposite reaction. But basically, it's like the gas is going to push on the other gas, which is going to eventually push on the other side of the wall, and that pressure is then going to push back off of the wall, and it's just going to quickly equalize the pressure.
Quick question for you, though. Can you have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure?
No.
Okay, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
No.
Alrighty.
So again, why was it relevant?
Well, because I believe that if there were a container over the atmosphere, that it would push on the upper layers of the atmosphere sufficient that it would equalize the whole pressure within the system.
Is the system static or dynamic?
Dynamic.
Okay. So an environment that's constantly trying to reach equilibrium but can't because of everything that's going on within the dynamics. Gas production cycles, temperature variation, density variation.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there would be, minute differences locally depending on heat and things like that, but
minute differences
overall,
locally.
The temperature would be roughly equalized.
They're not minute at all.
What?
What's the temperature difference between where you are and Antarctica?
A lot.
Yeah.
You're talking about a thermodynamic system, right? It's got energy within it. We call that heat, for example. And we've got matter that holds energy. For example, gas. So to have this type of system, the thermodynamic system must be closed. Can't be open because of all of the matter that has energy, like the gas that's got temperature. It's going to leave. It's going to continue to expand because there's nothing physical restraining that expansion. So the system must be closed for us to be breathing.
So I agree there has to be some sort of a force preventing those gas particles from flying away.
Sorry, where's the force? When did I say force? You agree that there's a force. No one said force. What were you talking about, force? The only force in PV equals nRT is the force that the gas exerts because it's going in a direction because of the energy given to it by temperature. That's the force that it exerts on its surroundings and the walls of its container. It's the only force here.
Well, even a container exerts a force upon the gas.
Okay, so we're going to need a container for that, yeah.
So you could use the force of the container, or you could use hypothetically another force if there were such a force.
Well, like another physical barrier that the gas would collide with.
Well, like magnetism.
Magnetism.
So oxygen is weakly magnetic, so you could theoretically hold oxygen near a magnet.
Okay, that's nice. Are all gases magnetic?
No.
Okay. So we need a physical boundary for the gas to press against to cause pressure. That's why press is in the word. It needs to press.
Yes.
You're trying to say that there's something restricting its direction and pulling it back and stopping its expansion, not acting like a container, but like a piece of string. Maybe a piece of elastic.
Not quite a string, but
piece of elastic, maybe.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, it's nice.
Right.
It's a nice story, dude. But no, gas doesn't act like that. Doesn't get homesick. Doesn't change its direction because the thing that it left behind is big and theoretically is acting upon it like a elastic band and pulling it back, and the gas will get so far away and that elastic will become taut, and eventually the gas will just give in and start coming back. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
But do you agree that, in theory, if there were such a force, would that force be sufficient to hold gas pressure without a container?
Sorry, dude. It's just like, do you agree with me, right, that if this existed in my story, that it would do this in my story? I mean, if we're talking about a story, dude, what do you want me to nod along and go, yeah, in your story? But we're not talking about your story. We're talking about what actually happens in the natural world. And the laws that apply to the natural world, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, gas expansion into a vacuum. It doesn't say gas expansion into a vacuum and then it starts coming back for some reason that you want to make up, because it doesn't do that.
Well, because I'm just trying to okay, so basically, if I were to try to demonstrate that gravity is a real force, I just want to make sure that that force would qualify as a legitimate, explanation for gas pressure that we see in the atmosphere.
I give you whatever you want, dude, but it won't affect the entropy of a system. Otherwise, the laws of nature that apply on the Earth will be different and bent to your rules. No, these rules don't apply that you're speaking of, dude. If you could prove gravity as a force.
So, are you saying that? Are you saying that even if gravity did exist, it still wouldn't be sufficient explanation for why gas is pressurized in the atmosphere?
No. See, it will be a violation. I keep saying this, dude. The law, it's a law because it happens like this ways. You're saying, no, it doesn't, which is contradictory to what we observe. You're trying to make us observe something that isn't observed. It's observed what? Within your story? because gravity is doing this, because the gas isn't expanding in the vacuum like it should do, but it would be contradictory to the laws that we're talking about. So what I'm pointing out is we don't have the observation that you need, dude.
Because you're acting like the concept that gas will necessarily occupy a vacuum, like as if that's like a universal law of nature or something. Like that even with a
Second law of
force introduced, that
thermodynamics is
still would.
universal without exception in open and closed systems in all space and time. I'm paraphrasing. Would you like to get me to get the citation? Yes, a universal law, dude. It's specifically a law of nature that applies to the Earth where we are. So it applies here, specifically the place that we're talking about. I'll get the citations for you.
So, like, because whenever there's a phenomena and we're trying to explain how that might work, we can come up with possible solutions. But if you're basically saying that gravity isn't even like a potential solution, even if in a hypothetical sense,
for the hypothetical,
because it would like violate this law.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The hypothetical's lovely, but we don't observe this in nature. You're saying we do.
Well, if we observe gravity in nature, then would you accept that as the, reason for gas pressure?
Okay, what's the phenomena of gravity that you want to point out?
Cavendish.
Okay, that's not a phenomenon in nature. That's I'm not going to say experiment, but that's still not a phenomenon in nature, dude. I'm going to need the phenomenon that's observed in nature for the experiment to be based on. So what are we even talking about? So what do we observe happening in nature?
Well, we observe a pressure gradient in the atmosphere.
Okay, what causes pressure?
What causes pressure is a force acting upon gas to coalesce it into a confined region.
Okay, so that's your hypothesis. Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Well, that's true whether it's a container or whether it's gravity.
You're saying that gas pressure is caused by gravity, right? That's what you're saying. So you are going to have to very manipulate gravity to cause gas pressure. It's like me saying, I see gas pressure and I believe that's going to be the walls of its container. So I'm going to get a container and fill it with gas. It's going to cause pressure, right? So if you're going to say gravity does this, then the experiment is going to be you very manipulating gravity to cause the pressure, right? Okay. Can you do that?
But if I could demonstrate that gravity exists, then we could say that gravity must be
demonstrate it, because I'm
gas.
hoping that you could. Yeah, but this is the interesting thing about independent. It's got to exist. So I mean, by all means, go and prove that it exists, but then demonstrate it causing gas pressure. Right? Isn't the point I'm trying to get you to? It's got to be physical, right? Your independent variable, this thing that you're saying is causing something to happen. So yeah, very manipulate this thing. If you could prove it, definitely. Why do you keep calling gravity a force?
Well, it's a fictitious force.
Okay. It's not actually a force then. What is it?
The curvature of space-time.
Okay. Is that physical, is it?
But mathematically, it can be treated as a force.
Okay. That space-time, is it physical? I heard you say mathematically you could treat it. So it is physical. Okay. So
it's physical. Yes.
So 3 dimensions, height, width, length, the empty space that other physical things occupy. Nothing. Right? The dimension of nothing. Okay. That can be distorted, changed shape. It's nothing.
Well, it's like a Higgs field, so it is technically something.
A Higgs field.
Yeah, so like it's like space isn't nothing. There's like, particles and energy and weird stuff and quantum effects. I don't know exactly. It's like, but there's something there.
Yeah. Don't
weird stuff.
Don't try and meld quantum effects with Einstein, dude. We're going to start having problems immediately. Well, I'm trying to lead you along, but I'll try and make the story short. What you're talking about at the moment, Einstein, is space-time mathematics, right? That's not actual physical stuff that he's talking about. He's treating it like physical to explain like phenomena and stuff, like the coordinate system or the empty space and time between objects in this coordinate system. 4 dimensions, like I said, height, width, length, and time. That because the mathematics says so, big things that have got mass and magic power, we call it energy, can distort and change the length of those straight lines and make them curved. But it's just mathematics, dude. It's not science, is what I'm pointing to. It's a nice idea. There's lots of ideas that we can apply mathematical models to and explain the same phenomenon, but we can do that all over the place. Doesn't mean that the mathematical model's true representation of physical reality.
Right.
So you're not going to be able to scientifically prove this, as in space-time causing gas pressure, in an experiment in a laboratory now, are you? That's my point. You're going to give me mathematical equations?
Right.
Yeah.
But I could demonstrate that the effect of massive objects are attracted to each other.
Really?
Cavendish.
Okay.
Do you think that was just like static electricity, or what do you think the Cavendish is?
Don't know, dude.
Caused by?
We'll make a claim to it, dude. I don't know what, if anything, is observed within the experiment. I've done it. I've watched lots of other people do it. I've heard lots of people speak about it.
I mean, because like if you accept the laser experiment, right? Like, what's wrong with the Cavendish? That should, should be.
What have I got to accept about the Cavendish? That sometimes we get a result.
So, like in theory, if it wasn't done in a vacuum and you tried to isolate any static electricity or anything like that, and then you would see the balls would come together.
Okay. And this proves what?
Well, it proves that things with mass are attracted to one another for some reason. Though? We don't know exactly why.
Okay.
Well, weight. Things that have some sort of weight, I guess.
Okay. Does gas have weight?
It does.
Okay. What's weight?
A downward force or something.
A downward pressure vector, yeah. Put like yourself on the scale and you press down on the scale. That's one direction though, isn't it? Does gas have one direction?
Yes.
No. Gas moves in infinite directions, has infinite degree of freedom. The only reason why it's going in one direction is because of its last physical collision. The only thing that's going to change its direction is its next collision.
But you can measure the weight of an empty balloon and then fill it with gas and measure it again in a vacuum, and you'll get a weight.
Okay. I can let a helium balloon go, put a scale on the ceiling and measure its what weight?
Weight of the balloon.
Dude. Put a helium.
Well, ideally you do it in a vacuum so that you're not getting the buoyancy.
A vacuum? What happens to gas in a vacuum, dude?
Well, you put it in the balloon.
Okay, what happens to the gas in the balloon in the vacuum, dude?
Expands.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, you could use a Mylar balloon that it wouldn't explode.
The gas is going to fill the space inside the balloon until the balloon gives way, and the next container, being the once vacuum container, is now going to hold gas in it because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So, nice.
As long as you don't overfill it, it'll. The balloon won't pop if you don't overfill it.
Okay, and then the balloon, the solid balloon, will go down. And it'll hopefully still contain gas. It's probably still going to expand because it wants to, because that's what gas does. It has the power of indefinite expansion, as demonstrated by the gas in the balloon in the vacuum. It's nice talking about gravity and things going down, but it doesn't apply to gas. You're trying to hook the two together.
No, I mean, you can measure gas in a vacuum with a balloon. It won't pop as long as you don't overfill the balloon.
It's a Jewish thing.
What?
All this discussions of trying to prove flat Earth or Earth is round. That's what you're on about, right?
At the moment, we're trying to demonstrate that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Yeah, I was going to say your vacuum, you've got a balloon in it. That's kind of like a container, dude.
It's a container.
Can you do that without the balloon?
I don't know why you're on about a balloon.
Yeah, I mean, you could measure a balloon's weight outside of a vacuum, but then you'd be dealing with buoyancy rather than gravity.
Vacuum doesn't remove gravity either. That's the problem with gravity. You can't vary it, you can't manipulate it, you can't remove it. It's a theoretical idea of a ghost of a thing that you can't manipulate.
So do we agree that gas has...
Gas has what?
Weight.
No, it's misattributed to the amount of substance in that space. So molecular weight, and that's going to be the amount of what? Electrons, neutrons, protons, these types of things.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, helium doesn't have a lot. More gases have more. So that helium would be termed as lighter because the amount of matter, or like I said, electrons that it's got. It's not like weight as in the pressure vector downwards. It's just a way of categorizing the different types of substance, matter molecules and shit.
Well, let's say you had a metal, what do you call it? Like a metal gas canister or whatever. Wouldn't it weigh more full than empty?
Yeah, there's more substance in the container, but you're trying to attribute this to the gas, all of it being attracted to the Earth because you can find it in a container. You remember that you've had to confine it in a container first to keep it there. Gas isn't all going downwards, like the container's got the pressure vector downwards. Okay, there's more substance in there. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. But the gas inside is moving freely and randomly in all directions, colliding with the bits until you open it, and the gas fucks off.
So,
did you catch that?
There's
did you catch that, Kiba? This is the second time. I wanted to interrupt Jedi and ask him if I can recall a statement which he made. He stated a fact. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Okay? So if it has a weight, why doesn't it go only down or up if it's lighter than the air? Can you picture that? You're just you're just chanting sentences from a list which you have. So one more time. Jedi stated the fact. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So if you put the gas in the balloon, it fills the balloon in all directions. So why, if gas has a weight, it either should fill the lower part of the balloon, if it's heavier than air, or the upper part of the balloon. Can you picture that? That's why he asked you what happens to the balloon in the vacuum. Eventually it explodes, and what happens to the gas? It moves freely and randomly in all directions. So where did you see the phenomena of weight, that gas is going down? Because you said gas has a weight.
Let's try and give a scenario. If we've got a container and we put 2 or 3 different gases with different molecular weights, with the one with more mass be at the bottom and the one with less mass be at the top.
Temporarily.
Yeah, entropy's a bitch, isn't it? Yeah, so entropy over time. Yeah. The gas mixes other part of entropy, right? The mixing of ideal gases doesn't matter. The mass of, and I keep doing air quotes, sorry if you can't see them, but the mass of the gas, right, you can demonstrate this in like caves that have been isolated, and there's different gases within the caves. If we're saying that the mass of the earth is attracting the mass of the gas, then the gas with more mass would reside at the bottom, when the gas with less mass will be at the top of the container. It doesn't work like that. It's the mixing of these ideal gases that are left, like, over time. They never settle into this layer that we like to believe is happening. Right? It's not the gases with more mass that are going to filter to the bottom. They mix. Entropy's a bitch.
Yeah, they're bouncing off of each other, so they kind of keep propping each other up.
Yeah, inside this quasi-contained environment. As soon as there's more volume available, what's going to happen?
If there's too much volume, then there's going to be a pressure gradient.
No. My question was, what happens when suddenly volume becomes available? Maybe you didn't understand the question. So let's say we open the container in the quasi-cave environment that we've got. There's a rock. All of a sudden the container's open to a bit more space. What happens to the gas now it's got more space? It's really simple, dude.
It fills
yeah,
the space.
That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, it fills that space because that's what gas does. Fill space.
Uh-huh. But then why is it not pressurizing the upper atmosphere equally as much as the lower atmosphere?
Because we live within a dynamic environment, dude. I'll give you an example. It's a crude one, but you're asking, for example, when you're mixing a pot of soup, right? You're asking why is it not still when you keep stirring it? The system, the Earth, I could just point to one thing, and there's hundreds. The motion of the sun, right? It changes the temperature within the Earth. That changes the pressure, not the amount of gas, but the pressure. The sun also radiates and releases heat from the surface of the Earth. What happens when there's more temperature to gas? It moves faster, causes more pressure. Where's the gas produced? It's produced, reproduced, cycled on and within the surface of the Earth. The chemical and biological things that happen within what? Biology, chemistry. That's on the surface. All of these cycling things that happen, the absorption, reabsorption of gases. The system is very dynamic. It's not static.
I understand what you're saying. That makes sense.
And it's a thermodynamic system. For the system to exist in the way that it does, the system must be closed. Because if it was open, all of the gas and all of the temperature would fuck off.
I agree. It must be a closed system.
And we can't say that gravity is acting on mass because different gases don't stratify or layer in that order. Entropy, right?
Right.
So we don't have the phenomena to base this idea. We keep trying to hook it to things, right? Oh well, if I can make a ball fall to the ground, and the gas does that too. No, gas doesn't. Dude. It's always got temperature. It's always got energy. It's always going to move. And the only reason why it's going to change its direction is because of a physical collision.
So do you believe that lead balls are attracted to each other?
What does that mean?
In the Cavendish experiment?
This will never end.
I don't think that's an actual scientific experiment.
Well, assuming you did it in a way that you approved of, I don't know.
Well, there's no naturally observed phenomenon. It's just like a torsion bar with some balls on it.
I mean, you could put little markers and measure the distance and the time and stuff, and I don't know.
But you never completed step one of the scientific method to observe a naturally occurring phenomenon. You're just constructing something in a garage, right? There's no phenomenon to start anything. I mean, you can't. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we see astronomical bodies moving around, right? So
don't you know? It's to test the cause of things falling sideways in nature, of course.
Right.
All the conditions within that test debunk the globe because you have a level floor, horizontal, the things are going sideways instead of downwards. Well, you have a building, you have a room, ceiling, walls, you have a container. Probably have water somewhere in the building. All of those things debunk the globe. You have gas pressure. Debunk the globe. Globe debunker right there. So all of the variables debunk the globe. None of the variables prove the globe.
Yeah, but the lead balls still come together. So why?
Isn't that what you're going to demonstrate with your experiment after you naturally observe something falling sideways?
Well, the astronomical bodies are falling sideways, aren't they?
No.
When they go from east to west, most of them, or whatever.
Oh, you got stuff falling from east to west outside. Like, rocks? You see rocks falling from east to west?
Sometimes.
I wouldn't call that
there's
falling.
Like a rock slide.
No. The sky isn't falling.
Wait, the hands of the clock are falling when you see them rotate around the clock?
No, not the clock.
Oh, okay. So the luminaries that we base the clocks off, right? We don't base it on things that are falling, do we?
It depends how you define falling.
Nobody would define it like we just did, except right now when you're trying to prove gravity with Cavendish. That's the only time anybody would ever do that. Otherwise, yeah, nobody says like the east to west motion is falling.
Why are they moving? That is a really good question, and to get an answer for that, you're gonna have to get on your knees, pray to your God, and maybe get revelation.
Well, that's what Cavendish was going to figure out for us. He's going to send the balls east to west and test the cause.
Exactly, yeah, because the Cavendish, right, they're hanging from the ceiling, so...
Real quick, so there is stuff that we observe the phenomena, and then we can make the hypothesis to test certain variables to determine a cause, right? But there is other observed phenomena that you cannot science, like the luminaries. You can see the phenomena happening. You can see they move in cycles, like hands of the clock that is never late, but you cannot dissect or determine the cause of those effects. So when you ask why are they moving, that will be a wonder of nature, an unknown. But for me, it's a design thing. But what is causing it? I don't know. Do you know? Nobody does.
Well, we can make some assumptions based on what we observe in the laboratory.
Oh, I can give you an assumption. The creator made the clock of the sky for the times, and the creator made it to work that way. Yeah, he's sitting at the center of the sky, the Most High, and he make it work that way. How he did it? Still the same thing. I don't know how he did it. I know he did it, but that's an explanation. You like that one?
It's an elaborate Cavendish he set up.
That's a good one too. But basically, if we see lead balls coming together, that is some sort of force, right? And we have to figure out, like, okay, well, what force is that?
Lead balls
static?
Lead balls do that. What else is doing that?
Kiba, you're repeating yourself more than an hour. The aim of all your questions is to try to address the flaws of the flat earth, right? Even though the flat Earth is nothing else than the lack of curvature. So I don't know how the Cavendish has to do, or can you refute the observation of the lack of curvature? I will go back to the flaws. So it's like an inquisition. You are trying to put us on inquisition, to put the observation of the flat Earth on inquisition. I think you have asked enough question. May we put your model on inquisition? May I claim that nothing works with your model? For example, the star trails. The Earth rotates around its own axis. In the same time, it orbits the Sun in a different trajectory. This is a different vector. And the Sun orbits around the center of the galaxy. And if you don't know, the galaxy orbits around the a region of the universe which is called the Great Attractor. So how can we have star trails which are perfectly circle? Doesn't work. Okay, this is one flaw. The other flaw, light inverse square law. Go and use math and calculate it. It doesn't work with your model. Do you know Fermi paradox? Do you know what Olber's paradox is?
No.
Do you know what Olber's paradox is?
No, I haven't heard.
Yeah, Olber's paradox states that according to the heliocentric model, the night sky should be as bright as the sun. Okay, that's why it's called Olber's paradox. And Fermi's paradox, it states if there are so many billions and trillions of stars and planets, there should have been somewhere a life form, and they should have contact us, or at least send the signal intentionally or unintentionally. We should have captured there. That is called the Fermi paradox. So in reality, your work, your model doesn't work. It is full of flaws. So what do you have actually in your model which works? And another one, because you asked, can we provide something which has nothing to do with refraction, so that we will not argue and debate about refraction, how much refraction. I can put something forth for you, which has nothing to do with refraction, but it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. For example, do you know what the Curie temperature is? So according to the heliocentric model, the Earth is a sphere, okay? And it has a molten iron core. And the molten iron core, it rotates around the center of the Earth, and by a process called geodynamo, it produces electromagnetic field, the electromagnetic field of the Earth. But the temperature of the molten iron core, where the molten iron core is much higher above the Curie temperature of the iron. And the Curie temperature, also called Curie point, means that is the point of temperature where I think ferromagnetic material lose their magnetic properties and become paramagnetic material. That means they cannot produce a magnetic field anymore. So how does that work? By your own laws of your own game, you are failing, bro. So why don't you go back and do the research after we have listened to your attempts
running circles around the balls of Cavendish and having nothing more than that. We have gave you the chance. We have given you the chance. You had at least 1 hour, when, if not 2 hours, because most of the time the other fellow flat earthers tell me, actually we want the globals to stay here to spill the beans and to show how flawed are their arguments. I think you have spoken enough fallacies and flaws and non-logical things and things which have no scientific ground, logical ground.
You put in a timer, Berserker? You put in a timer?
I think he has been talking for an hour. Okay, so what can he say about these flaws?
So you sending him away? He has to leave now?
No, I'm not sending him away. I'm telling him he should engage in what you are saying, what Jedi is saying. I mean, it is also he's here like they always say, they are here to learn or to hear if their model is wrong or if our model is wrong. Okay, so why don't you engage, Kiva? When a Jedi asked you what does happen with the gas, because the gas moves randomly and freely in all directions, why does it only fall to the ground when it's in the vacuum? Why does it go downwards, upwards, to the right and to the? Can you engage with this without changing the subject and going to the Cavendish? Okay, that's what I'm saying, Jamesy.
Yeah, but there's going to be different. There's going to be multiple topics that are going to be talked about. So he's bringing
but
the Cavendish, but the Cavendish, how does that demonstrate the whatever claims, right? I mean,
Jamesy, we know. Jamesy, we know.
Cavendish works in reality. You put these LED balls and whatever. And then what? It's not a big deal.
No, Jamesy, if you don't know, Cavendish doesn't work consistently. Sorry for interrupting. You can go.
That's a good point. You should bring that point. That's the point that you have to bring. Go ahead. Tell him that.
Yeah.
Tell him that one.
Yeah. I just told him.
So Kiva, Cavendish doesn't always work. It's inconclusive.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that as long as you do it in a vacuum with the proper controls, that it would always work every time. But if that's not true, I would be interested to see the counterexample, because that would be a big debunking of my worldview.
But vacuums also debunk the globe, because you need a container for a vacuum. You see the issue there?
Yeah, he claimed that gravity is the container.
Wait, gravity container? Why hasn't anybody invented one of those so I can, go lighter when I go buy propane?
Yeah, Jedi asked him if he can show us, gas contained without container using gravity. Yeah, he was unable.
As for the temperature of the core of the Earth, are you sure that all of the iron within the Earth is above that threshold, that temperature you were referring to?
How will anybody know that? How's gonna Berserker made a claim about that, and how are you gonna make a claim about that?
No, Jamesy, according to their own predictions,
their own fantasy.
Yeah, their own fantasy. Yeah, according to that's what I mean. Even according to their own fantasy, it's a contradiction.
Kiva, how does anybody knows the temperature at 4,000 miles inside of the Earth? How does anybody knows that?
Well, because he said that according to their estimations or whatever, that the temperature would be too high to sustain a magnetic field, and according to their however they determine that, the the official narrative of NASA or whoever does that sort of thing.
How do
I'm
they
curious,
know that?
Does that?
How do
does that
they know that?
Well, the point isn't whether or not it's true. The point is that if like whatever they believe, if they believe something that is impossible, then that would be a point against their model, right?
Well, you said it. The whole point is what they believe is an impossibility. Like he's telling you, if they claim that this melted iron is causing a magnetic field when it's lost its magnetic properties, that's impossible in reality.
Right. So what my question is according to their numbers, the official narrative, is the entire core or whatever the iron, is it all above that temperature, right? Because if it's only partially, like if only the lowest part is above that threshold, well then you still have like the cooler upper area, right?
You know that people have only drilled like 7.8 miles. Nobody knows what's beyond that. And all the predictions they made were wrong about at this mileage we're gonna find this. Wrong. At this mileage, with all the predictions were wrong till 7.8 miles. How do they know what's beyond that? And how do they know that their predictions are correct?
Well, I guess they would have to just calculate it using math. So, like, based on gravity and stuff like that.
So gravity and mass is gonna give you the answers of a 4,000 miles distance inner core iron melted imaginary thing of the Earth like that. Does that make any sense to you?
Well, I'm not saying that to prove that it's true. I'm saying that to say, like, okay, well, is their model consistent, or can you find contradictions within their own model? Because if that's true, because this is the first I've heard that it's
It's not consistent though, because it's a misrepresentation of reality. They're telling you that there's water on the outside of a spinning sphere that has gas pressure, right? Next to a vacuum. Nobody can demonstrate that. Nobody can show you water behaving that way. No one can demonstrate gases behaving that way. It's a misrepresentation of reality. The whole model or alleged model is completely wrong. That's why they're only showing you this on paper, on cartoons, graphics. It's not shown in reality. So it's not consistent.
Right, but you could have a model that is not true, but yet still all of the math and all of the principles could, like, work together. It just isn't that way in reality. You see what I'm saying?
You could have a nonsense model that makes sense. That's what you're saying?
Right. Because, like, we have the globe model, and then we have like the flat Earth, and then one of those has to be true. They can't both be true.
No model. I don't think there's any model that will be the actual thing. Like, you can make a model, a drawing, a cartoon, a graphic, and those things are not going to be the terrain that we operate at.
Right. So if you can, if there's a certain model that people are trying to claim is true, and you can show that it, is internally inconsistent, then that debunks the model.
So the globe is like
the rapture happened.
What was that?
The rapture.
A rapture?
James, this guy is trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm literally just going on X and stuff like that. The rapture happened.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the topic here.
Sorry. What's the topic? No, let me just.
So the globe model. You're saying that it has consistencies in certain ways, or you're asking if it does. How do you find that?
Well, yeah,
how do you find the consistencies? Just point to, so this one adds up to this one, and we can test and check that it's consistent, and we can prove it and demonstrate it. Can you just mention one and then the second one?
So that guy who mentioned that the iron core of the Earth is too hot to sustain a magnetic field, that is...
Yeah, I posted in the chat box. That guy, it's me, Berserker. Okay, I posted in the chat box. The temperature at the iron core, at the molten iron core, is 10 times higher. It's 7,200 to 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, 4,000 to... Yeah, allegedly. That is according to their model. And as Jamesy said, we don't have a model. Okay, flat Earth is not a model. It's just the observation of the lack of the curvature. We are not finding the curvature. So the Cavendish or how the stars move do not explain why we are not being able to measure the curvature when we are making observation and using, for example, positions like oil rigs to determine how far the horizon is. Nevertheless, we are trying to show you the flaws of your argument. So what Jamesy said one more time, we don't have a model. And your assumption or your claim that one of the models should be true, we always say we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, and flat is not a shape. Okay, it's a character of the surface of the Earth. It's
I
the
don't
lack
think
of
we'll
the
ever
curvature.
know.
Yeah. Okay. PMAC, that's you.
Yeah, I was
Just don't
asking Kiba.
interrupt.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Kiba, like, why do you think that we need a model of the Earth? Why do you need a model?
That is through the mainstream media.
Mary, ma'am, how is it called? That fallacy that one of the two models should be right?
Earth is oval. So they manipulate your
Jamesy,
mind.
how is the fallacy called when someone says one of the two models should be right? I mean, it could be something else. Some kind of fallacy. Some kind of fallacy. Okay, that's you, PMAC. We recognize you.
PMAC.
Did you have an answer, Kiba, to my question?
Yeah, so if you have like two or more claims about the Earth, then you would need some form of model to connect those two claims so that they are, to prove that they're not contradictory, right?
Yeah, so let's say you wanted to time travel back to a time when they were using leeches to cure people of illnesses. Would you have to have a different model or method to cure it, or could you just explain to them taking a bunch of blood out of people who are already weakened is probably not a good idea? Like, can't you just get rid of a failed model? Why do we have to have a new one? Like, it's a 24/7 job here just to get rid of the failed one. So why do we have to have another one?
Exterminate.
Right.
Kiba.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly point out that leeches are not helpful, but then...
There was someone interrupting. Sir, please don't interrupt anymore. Thank you. Go ahead, Kiba.
I'm sorry, love.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to replace the model, but obviously if you wanted to make positive claims about the Earth or about leeches or health in general or whatever, then you would need a model to kind of corroborate all of those statements into one theory.
Yeah, but do you understand that throughout time, models have been discarded when they don't work? And then after you get rid of them, if you want to, you could go on. If you needed a model for something, you could go on and try to create another one. But you understand how here, just in the time you've been here today and probably other times you've been here, there's a lot of resistance to getting rid of this failed model that fails to predict what we actually observe in reality. So the mathematics of the sphere is not observed. So we're just trying to get rid of that one. So we're not here like trying to sell you on something new, like, oh, look at our new shiny model. So much better than your old one. We're just trying to tell you your old one doesn't work. It's failed.
Oh, shoot them.
It's a fair point. If you're strictly critiquing the globe model, that's fine. But if you're saying that the Earth is flat and it has a dome and all these things, right? Like that is a form of a model.
Name the
Might not be
person
a
who
complete
said that.
model, but
Name the person who said that today, please, in this conversation.
Nobody explicitly stated that.
Yeah, that's right. No one here has put out any kind of a model claiming to explain every process of the Earth. To the contrary, we reject the concept that it is necessary to claim that you can come up with a model of a gigantic contained system like the Earth. I would indeed go along with what has been stated or implied here, that the system does seem to be contained, just as your buddy Bill Nye would say on a good day. So just because we're saying that doesn't mean that we have to make a claim to be able to explain every single aspect of this very complex system in one model. In fact, that would be foolish to do so, especially since we can't freely travel to the outer reaches of this realm. So what we're saying here is it's not necessary to create a replacement model in order to show how this model is a geometric and mathematical failure, because the geometric horizon that is predicted by the nature of a sphere, as well as the 8 inches per mile squared increase of curvature that would be necessary on said sphere, have been repeatedly debunked over and over and over. So we just do that, and that takes up all our time. Yep. Maybe sometime in the future, you'll probably be here a lot longer, Kiba. You can do some of those things. Maybe free exploration and travel will be more available in the future, and you could map out reaches of the world that may or may not be adequately mapped. But right now, we're just trying to get rid of this failure of a model. Yeah, that's what we're here for, debunking the failed mathematics of the sphere.
Yeah, I agree that no model can be infinitely precise. However, I still think that the globe model is mostly accurate.
Real quick, because the thing that you're doing though is that you're saying the globe has certain consistencies within the globe paradigm. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the thing in question is the realist level where we operate in reality. The globe is on paper, and you say within this paper, within this graphic, there's a lot of consistencies that make sense within this written thing. But then when you close the book, you put the book down, turn off the TV, and you test those things that you think are consistent within that paradigm. You go test that in reality. You've come to find out that those things are not found in reality. You see the problem there? Like the curvature is not found in reality?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's difficult to find a humongous curve.
Is it
if it is there?
Is it you saying that it's not doable? No, people cannot do that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not an expert on geodesic surveying or anything like that, so I'm not sure. Like, I wouldn't be able to explain if someone has measured the curvature.
Well, people
or
have
not.
put this. Remember, the globe has specific numbers. It has a drop over the distance, and people have tested for that with lasers that are pretty precise. Even the military has done that, and come to find out, there is no drop over distance. And I mean, that's it for the curvature. There's many other examples, but just with that one, just with laser test, what else do you want? You're saying that
I don't.
It's too big that it cannot be tested, but that's just an excuse, though.
So a laser is subject to
tested.
A laser is subject to refraction, so regardless
that also has been
whether
tested. That also has been tested. They use different lasers of different color spectrums, and the refraction that you think that for whatever you're trying to say, no, the laser will break through that, and they will not be affected by that within a certain parameter.
I'm not an expert on refraction, so I wouldn't be able to say for certain if that's accurate or not. I don't know.
So there you go. The globe consistencies wording that you read on the paper. Earth's curving, not found in reality. Refraction within the globe, not found in reality. You see, two consistent things on the globe paper that are not found in reality.
So how can I prove?
The thing that you're saying is consistent is not adding up to reality, though. So how really consistent? How really consistent is it?
Obviously, if you can find things that are seemingly inconsistent, but if those things have good explanations, then you could justify them.
But you're saying that the explanation,
excuses.
The explanation,
excuses.
You're saying that the explanation of the paper that you have on the paper supersedes the demonstrations and the tests that falsified the paper, the stuff written on the paper. You're saying that the explanations of the words and the claims that are, or the baseless assertions on the paper, explanations of that supersede the test, the observations, on all the demonstrations that falsified the stuff on the papers. Is that what you're saying?
Well, my assumption is that if I knew more about refraction and the conditions present at the time of that laser experiment, that I would be able to sufficiently explain why the laser was where it was and why it wasn't where it wasn't. But I don't.
You haven't demonstrated your initial assumption to be true. You haven't demonstrated your initial assumption to be true. And when that's shown to be false, you want to make excuses for it and just continue to Band-Aid fix your little so-called model, which, by the way, I was wondering, what is the globe model? What is it? When you say globe model, what do you mean?
Well, like 3,900 something radius.
So it's just a number. So it's just a number.
It's an amalgamation. The globe model is an amalgamation of baseless assertions.
Okay, so it's just one number. That's the model. Globe model is 3,959 miles.
No. There's also, obviously it would have to have an atmosphere that is touching like the vacuum of space. There's a
James, can you repeat that amalgamation of what? Inconsistent?
Of baseless, no base.
Of baseless. Yeah, please
assertions.
Repeat it. Yeah. Amalgamation of baseless assertions.
Yeah.
Very nice formulated.
I would I would argue that these assertions have a base to them, a basis, or whatever.
Yeah, even though you conceded that you don't have enough knowledge to explain why, as Jamesy said, reality is proving your book of story to be wrong. Then you said, yeah, you don't have enough knowledge about refraction. If you would have known enough knowledge, you would have been able to explain. You would have been able to explain why the laser was there and not here. So you are admitting that reality is contradicting your claims, but you are unwilling and you are intellectually dishonest to concede and accept that reality is debunking your fantasy stories. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you're claiming that it has a base, Kibos. You said your assertions weren't baseless, and your assertion is regarding the radius. So, what's your base for your radius measurement or your response to the numerous debunks of the radius?
Well, there are several methods that have been utilized to estimate the radius, like that Greek guy who had the sticks in the ground with the shadows and all that. And then there's like some Muslim guy who went up on top of a mountain and like measured the fall of the horizon as he went up in elevation. I forget his name. I think it was like Al something, but
Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni. That's right.
Al-Biruni.
I'm sure he accounted for refraction, didn't he?
I'm sure I'm sure whatever he said supersedes lasers, right?
Not necessarily. Although the higher you go, I think refraction is less significant. Whereas oftentimes these laser experiments are pretty low to the ground.
What about infrared observations? Does Al-Biruni and Aristophanes supersede those infrared optics?
Jamesy, I just wanted to mention that. Jamesy, you will live longer.
So these guys that you never met, and you cannot you're saying that you cannot check for whatever they claim. You don't know about their claim. You're saying they claimed it, or you're ignoring what has been done today, like laser tests, and we have infrared, we have LiDAR, a bunch of different options that you can look at that completely debunk and falsified what those people said in the past, whatever baseless assertions they made.
Right. Meanwhile, you have no direct measurements substantiating your 3,959 mile radius claim, leaving you with nothing but a heap of affirming the consequence logical fallacies. You have nothing definitive to present as evidence that the Earth is a globe. Thank you. Good day. Come again.
And Jamesy, tell him what did you mean with infrared? Tell him that infrared reduces refraction. Ask him, does he know that he can see further with less refraction? The more refraction he will have, his sight limit will be shorter. Do you know that, Kiba? That's why Jamesy mentioned infrared observations, because with infrared observations, we can see even further. So since infrared observations reduce or sometimes eliminate refraction, why are we seeing further when you are claiming that refraction is the reason why we are seeing further? That contradicts a scientific fact. That is what Jamesy meant when he mentioned infrared observations.
What do you think of that one, Kiva? What do you got to say now?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the infrared experiment.
Exactly. Boom. Well, that's okay. We're all learning. Yeah, I mean, it does follow. The argument I've heard that we see further due to refraction.
I personally believe that the photographic evidence from NASA is true. I know you guys would disagree, so I can't.
Hold on. Before you just grease the skids and say I believe, do you have something you want to show? What would be your best showcase? What do you believe and why?
Yeah, and if you have something to show, it shouldn't contradict reality at all. I mean, it should all match up.
Yeah, let me just mention as a public service before we go into pictures from space that neither Eratosthenes nor Al-Biruni verified or measured the radius of the Earth. I'll put some information in the side chat for anyone who's interested. So, yeah, I think they asked you what's your favorite picture from space, Kiba.
Yeah, well, maybe you could go into the photographs that NASA took of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Do you believe those photos? Are those photos legit? Like, there are weapons still to this day. Like, they're hidden. Like, somehow they got them out. They moved them to Syria or something. But those 7 photos that Colin Powell presented to the UN General Assembly, do you believe those photos are accurate?
The photographs might be accurate, but I don't think that what they claim is in the photos is necessarily accurate.
Okay, that's a good starting off point. Now use that for all of NASA.
Yeah. So what about the photo from the surface of the moon where they're pointing it at the Earth?
Yeah, does that match? Would you be able to see that view from the moon?
In theory.
No, think about it. Like, the moon is always facing the Earth. One side is always facing the Earth. Would that be like a dartboard? You'd have to look up to see the moon. They're showing a view of Earth sideways across the lunar surface.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on where you land.
Oh, that's actually true. That's a really good point. While we're on the subject, can I just ask real quick, is the moon within the firmament or outside of it, do you think?
That's Copernicus. And he said the moon, everything was inside the firmament up to and including Saturn. Everything away from Saturn was embedded in the firmament. So no one here in Flat Earth is going to advocate for the Copernicus model.
Interesting.
So it's outside then.
So everything is outside the firmament then?
Yeah, if you disagree with the firmament, you would be disagreeing with Copernicus. No one here is advocating for that. Even globalists.
No, Kepler disagreed with Copernicus.
Maybe if you had people who are very adamant about the Catholic Church, they might want to talk to you about the firmament. But I would say here, even globalists say that Copernicus was wrong, that there is no firmament.
So flat earthers also think that the firmament is not real?
No, the firmament, that is Copernicus. If you just look up Copernicus's models, he presented 16 or something in the teens. All of them have a term in there that he called the firmament. That has nothing to do with flat Earth. That's all of that is contained within Copernicus and the Bible too. The Bible, and also the director of NASA, the outgoing director, Bill Nelson. He loved to talk about the firmament. You also have the first director of NASA, which I think was that was Peter, right? I don't know, I couldn't tell. It was his mic was jumbled. He was talking about von Braun, the Nazi war criminal. He loved talking about the firmament also. So that's kind of what you've got here, is that if you're looking for a conversation about the firmament, you'd look for World War II Germans, you would look for the Catholic Church around the 1400s or the outgoing director of NASA. Those are the people who say the word firmament and have made a claim to the existence of a firmament.
NASA also has a paper that they mention the firmament, has a couple of them, and they also have some imagery, but they're the ones that look up and they cannot describe the sky and they use the label firmament, and within the models they also mention firmament, so that's like a them idea.
Well, I'll also add to this that NASA has bounties for how far private companies can shoot rockets off of the Earth, and SpaceX just claimed a new bounty within the last year. That they were only able to get so far, right? But they got farther than anybody else has ever gotten before, and they were able to claim that bounty. Now, nobody within that bounty and talking about that breakthrough claims that there's a firmament. Yet, I believe that a firmament would be implied since they cannot break. They literally cannot go that far into space that they claim they have in the past. So. And if you actually watch the video, like you can see them go up and up and up and like really far. But then, of course, the
you know who also told you about the firmament? Hillary Clinton. The sky ceiling.
Yeah,
you mean the glass ceiling?
Yeah, no, she talked about in a speech, when her succession speech to Trump in 2016. She had talked about we didn't break it. We didn't break the ceiling in the sky. Like coded words about like how what are you on about? What does this have to do with the election? What does this have to do with concession to Trump?
No.
She went on and on about some kind of sky vacuum that people have not broken through yet.
Okay, she was talking about the glass ceiling, which is
you got go back and listen to the speech. It's one of the most bizarre.
I will.
People were thinking like,
well, she was drunk.
Maybe she was drunk or stroking out or something like that.
She was definitely drunk.
But it's virtually incoherent. And the only thing you can do to put together is she was talking about some dome, maybe a firmament that people haven't broken through yet.
Well, just for the record, there was a literal glass ceiling that they had built at the convention at where she gave her concession speech, which was supposed to be her victory speech because 99% of the country thought she was going to win, right? And there was a literal glass ceiling there that they were going to shatter because that is a long-standing feminist allegory for women getting into the getting into the workforce. Just so you know.
I am looking that up.
You know who else told you about the firmament? Military operation called Operation Fishbowl.
I can't understand anything you're saying.
You came in. He said Operation Fishbowl. I didn't know that about Hillary Clinton, that they were going to shatter a glass ceiling. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That kind of adds context to her speech now that I was missing. Once you know that they were going to do that, she was referencing an actual thing that they weren't going to do. We weren't going to break this glass ceiling now because they lost. Yeah, they lost the election.
Yeah. And Trump also more or less confirmed that she was drunk off her ass because she was drunk when she called him to concede that night.
Do you know who else told you about the firmament? Simpsons.
The Simpsons?
Yeah. When he hit the baseball, he cracked the ceiling and water came down.
Oh.
Simpsons.
Water and fish.
There's another one too. There's another one too where they had it an episode where they trapped like under the dome, like a Stephen King show, and they trapped like Springfield, all the people under the dome, and like one of the characters had said, "You've got us trapped like rats." He's like, "No, not really. Rats are kind of clever, and they're hard to catch and hard to trap. You're just a bunch of idiots that we just put a dome over and you're stuck. You can't think of a way to get out."
All right, enough of the firmament. What's the next topic? We have Peter here. Peter, suggest a topic.
Well, Kiba here was just about to break. He was just like, listen, refraction used to be my proof of globe. Infrared cuts down on refraction. You see further. No proof of globe. He was on the brink.
Yeah, he was looking for another. He was looking for a photograph, and then he said the photograph from the lunar surface. But then once he realized that wouldn't match the model, that view would not be possible from a lunar surface. He's like, oh, okay, well, let me find another one. So he went back to, maybe he's looking for another photo. Not an image. You're looking for a photo.
I said it depends where you land. Like that image would totally be possible if you land on the right spot of the moon. I just don't know where they, depending on, like, I don't know. I'd have to cross-reference where they land, where they claim to land.
Should we search
how
Google
the sky would
Sea
look?
of Tranquility? So according to what Crit told you, they should have landed at the rim, very close to the South Pole or North Pole of the moon, to see the Earth close to the horizon of the moon. But when you go back and look and search in Google the Sea of Tranquility, I will do it for you and post in screenshot.
There you go, Kiva. I got it for you. It's in the chat. There you go, bud.
Right, there were several Apollo missions, and I'm assuming they landed in different places. So I don't know which mission they took that photo.
There's all the spots right there in the picture, Kiva.
That's Apollo 8. Earthrise.
You will still have the Earth overhead.
This is what I think you should do. Pump the brakes, go research the Apollo program, and come back in a couple years once you know something about it. Because it's kind of embarrassing to be like...
Crit, you're giving it 2 years?
Well, I mean, 2 years just to at least know who the astronauts are.
Stay away?
Poor
Cuba.
I mean, it would take, I would say, more than just an afternoon. I mean, to really dive into the Apollo program, that would take someone, really their whole life. They could study that topic just in itself, and it could be their hobby. But give them a couple years just to at least name a few astronauts. Like, get the missions correct. At least know what photo, who took what photo and why. Instead of just slapping a belief sticker on it, look it up. Check it out.
And Kiba, go and listen to the TED Talk of Don Pettit. He had a TED Talk, not in the 60s, not in the 70s, I think in the 90s or 2000 or 2010. And he talked about the tyranny of the rocket equation, according to which the payload cannot exceed 5%. It's almost always under 5%. And at the end, he says, if we will not be able to find another kind of propulsion fuel, we will never be able to leave the Earth. So, how did we leave the Earth and go to the moon and land on the moon and come back? He said, if we are not able to find another kind of propulsion fuel, we will never be able to leave low orbit Earth or Earth's low orbit.
Okay.
Make that
so
make
I googled
sense.
it.
Should I post the video? It's on YouTube. I will post it.
Yeah, don't worry about the Google
video. But
yeah, don't worry
I
about
googled the Earthrise.
Yeah, don't worry about Google it. Okay, the Google it is called a confirmation bias. Okay, what you're going to want to do is research the topic and look for primary source. Otherwise, you're going to discredit yourself. If you were to just present it, think of it this way. If you were a teacher or some academic was like, hey, write a paper or give an essay on the Apollo program, and you just copied and pasted what Google said, you would get, at the best, you would get like a D. At the very worst, like maybe an incomplete. Try again. Okay, you're going to need primary source documentation for that. Okay, not just to Google it.
Well, I can
if
get,
your
I can find the primary source. But
if your worldview is simply based on the Google it, have at it. Okay, you don't need this conversation. This topic isn't for you. If all it takes is what Google says, it's Google confirmed, whatever, just go live your life. You'll be fine, and you can decide pineapple on pizza or other subjective shit, and just you'll be okay.
Oh yeah,
and,
it's good with ham. I think it's good with ham. Don't you think, Chris?
No, that's bannable.
Ham and pineapple. All right, Kiba. Yeah. So, yeah, you didn't. Your Alberini didn't do it. Your Eratosthenes didn't do it. Your Pictures from Space. So you just want to believe, right? You just want to believe in the globe. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I mean, I would believe the flat Earth if I thought the preponderance of evidence justified it.
She didn't ask you that. She asked you what you wanted.
But I would like to explain. So, yeah, I mean, I Googled something that I didn't know the explanation to. Now I know the explanation, the explanation makes sense. So I'm relaying that explanation. And the reason why the Earth was so low on the horizon of the moon is not because they were standing on the moon, but actually that photo was taken from something orbiting the moon.
Yeah, exactly what I told you.
So that's why.
Yep. If you know about this, Apollo 8, you would know that Apollo 8 didn't land on the moon. They did a flyby. And I told you the photo was called Earthrise. All this is known already by everybody in the room except for you.
Well, no, because somebody said, well, how is the Earth so low in the sky? That wouldn't be possible. Well, so clearly that person also didn't know that it was taken in orbit. So I'm explaining it to that person, whoever that was, I forget.
Yeah, you're not able to explain anything. You don't know anything to explain it.